while I drink. Are we live?
Almost.
That's going to be bad.
Oh, that stopped it.
That stopped it and solved the problem.
Nope.
I believe they
It there.
Because
we put it there.
Because it's secret. You know?
We don't want you to see this thing that we have put for
we
free.
might actually be transmitting.
Oh, hey.
Hello out there, people. in
Hi.
Land.
If you're just now tuning in, it's because we're just now broadcasting.
Indeed.
So to recap, I made a bad joke, John made a bad joke, Melissa made a bad joke.
We've been warming up with bad taste jokes.
Tasty
And
jokes.
Kraken. We've released
Yes.
the Kraken as a plug.
Yes. Oh, yes, we are. Kraken is not one of our corporate sponsors, but they can be. Oh, hi, everybody.
Yay, technology.
Sorry about that. It's not the camera, though. It's just the microphone.
Still.
So if that was really loud in your ears, you're welcome.
Hello.
I'd like to take a moment to thank Kevin Wiley, who is even now focusing cameras and trying to make us look good. And
Good luck with that.
Yeah,
it may be uphill.
he's a brave man.
We will be broadcasting the Rite of Mars shortly with commentary. Before we do that, I wanted to go ahead and act like I'm on PBS and talk about how awesome this episode of Red Dwarf is, and how
Again, not a sponsor.
PBS and Red Dwarf are not sponsors of Eleusyve Productions, but they can be. If you go to our Indiegogo campaign, just search Crowley, Rite of Jupiter on Indiegogo. There's probably a URL in the thing that you're looking at right now, and if there's not, then it's my fault, and I'm sorry. I don't know when we're going to start broadcasting, so... No, let me rephrase that. I don't know when the actual video is going to start. I don't even know if...
This is a current iteration of our Genius team.
Oh, this is members of the Genius team. Not all of them. We're going to have to spell in and out because there's more of us here than will fit on the camera. Because many genii.
But it's a long day.
And it's a long day. And we're drinking early.
That's right. It's afternoon.
Barely.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Yes.
Yes, it is afternoon.
That's right.
It's afternoon. Kate Engelhardt.
I'm just here to dance.
Yep. Shauna Jacques. Melissa Holm. Daniel Christensen.
Hi, Mom.
Kevin Wiley is doing
Stuff back there.
stuff
He's
behind
waving
us.
his hands.
Yeah. Marcos Duran.
Marcos is over there with the spear.
He's touching the spear.
I'm
I'm Mr. Roke. Welcome to Fantasy Island.
Not a sponsor.
Not a sponsor.
I'm just here to say
Just
that.
need a little tag asterisk, not a sponsor.
Yes.
We can just asterisk.
This is the sign.
Yep.
That's right.
My best bet on how to solve the feedback problem
Yes.
is to keep the audio very, very low.
Oh, that's fine. We've heard it before.
Okay,
We could start singing along.
that'll work.
That'll help.
So if you guys mind just being able to just barely hear,
Sure.
That's fine.
Let's do that.
they'll be able to hear it just fine.
Yes, you'll hear it you in internet land will hear the music. We here will not. So if we're off key singing along, it's not the liquor. It's just because we can't hear it.
Right.
As long as
so-
what we're saying is actually in time with the movie.
Within a few seconds. I think there's a slight delay. But
So
if-
maybe singing
So
along
maybe
isn't
not with
going to
the
work.
singing.
Yeah.
maybe it'll be
That's
awesome.
fine.
Awesome.
Not all music is intended to be around, my love.
It is when I write. No, wait.
So I can start this at any time.
Yes, and I can stop at any time.
Make it so.
Yes.
We can always do
Please, God, play it now.
little bit.
A little bit. She's so great.
Hi, Colin.
Where's Kate? There's Kate.
There she is. Oh, hi.
Back in the party.
So
this whole scene with the fence panels
Yes.
took forever to get down, and I had so many of these wonderful actors to come to me and say, can we just shorten this or simplify it? Can we cut this scene? And I'm like, no.
No, but thanks for playing.
Because, we always get freaked out. We're like, oh my god, we gotta go on stage. And like, 4 more rehearsals. It's not coming together, but it always does. It comes together at the end.
yep.
And this scene of everything, at least blocking and props wise, is the one I get the most comments on.
Oh, nice.
I was like, that's so cool.
That worked pretty well, and it was pretty neat live.
She has great physicality on stage.
Yep, she's badass.
And now she's in a cage. It's like, oh,
Was like the Rocky like a hurricane music video?
I wonder what songs we could put to this footage that would go along with it.
there's probably someone somewhere who's figured out an album that just ignore their soundtrack. Did. That's what we do with Kenneth Anger.
It's put on 9 Inch Nails, pretty H. It works perfectly. Oh, yep, there you go. Yes, the sax. There we go. Oh, hey there.
She's free. And she's proud.
Yeah, this was so much fun. Of course, I was backstage for all of it, so.
I know that too.
Yep, we're gonna hang out backstage and look at each other. And not make any noise.
And not crack each other up.
And not crack each other up.
That was near call a couple times.
Yep.
Oh, she likes it. She's got a line.
Oh, there we go.
Giving it to Lee. That's frightening.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, now Leith has done a lot of choreography for us. He did some stuff in the Rite of Mercury that's very cool, some combat things. Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
Definitely memorable.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, enough that the prop master actually had to make sure that the blades were tight after every performance.
Oh, is he shaking them loose?
Oh, yeah.
Wow, look at that guy. Oh, shit.
Now, this is Tehran, along with being an excellent performer, this soul. So he's our lighting designer.
This was his first attempt to do both.
And
He did a fine job, but I think he was a little stressed.
yeah, there were a few moments where he's like, I'm on stage and I'm doing lighting. Ah! But he did a great job. And then our friend Jacob ran the board for the lighting cues.
Oh, here we go.
King.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They all stand there together, like,
Oh, yeah. I'll show you.
That's my dead buddy.
spoiler alert!
Oh, sorry.
It's scary. Another great spot.
Natalie, she didn't care what I made her do as long as she got to ride and she was like, I can do this. I can do this. And it was like practice, fail, practice, fail. Overbalancing, tipping over in her song. She's like, I can do this.
It's just the one panel that would do it for her.
Right. All of them I had problems with. That one was the one really
Special.
I had to
Developed a nice dance.
Yeah.
And I had to reverse engineer the whole scene so that the appropriate panel means the appropriate things. We're gonna get back to it. So I was like, yeah, the market, this panel starts here, always.
Facing this way.
Oh my god.
And then they piece. So in case you're not understanding what's going on here,
Please tell us, John.
we decided it would be really fun to represent sort of two different factions of the same army. So we have Team Capricorn, as we refer to them, and Team Aries. And they have slightly different themes that they work with, vocally speaking. And this is them sort of going through an imagination dream sequence where they're starting to work together.
The Army and the Marines coming together.
Because there's never been any amount of dick waving across the military.
Based on reality. I've seen a few films about the military.
We actually did talk to people who were either active military or who had recently retired from the military and got their input.
I bought dinner and or coffee for several veterans to get their input on this, and especially the scene coming up in Act 2 that we'll talk about then.
Yep. Because that's what you do. And this is where all the parts are being sung at the same time. And if you've got a copy of the 9-6-3D, you can read and say, oh, that's what they're saying. Yes. And otherwise you're like,
Otherwise, just listening. Okay, I saw some people in the back. They do porch.
Matt, what rhymes with Capricorn?
That's if we had 10,000.
The next
Mom's here.
Oh, hey, it's those people.
That's right. You snuck in the back. There's
Awesome.
people with
There's space.
this was so fun. Bob was like, I have no shots of you behind a goddamn fence. 25 people. You're singing from the back of the freaking theater. I've got nothing. And he managed to cut the scene together very well. But there were moments as we
that
drank
shadowy
beer.
figure.
We drank beer and ate pizza. He's like, you gave me nothing.
We always do. We try to keep him on his toes.
Yes. I'm like, thank you, Bob. I love you.
Yeah.
Oh. This is Sunny Larson. She's amazing.
Yes.
She's also in the room here. She snuck in while you were all watching this video. I bet it's really irritating to hear us talk over the top of this the whole time. You can actually watch all of these streaming on the internet without us talking. And if you want, you can even see this one for free if you sign up for our mailing list. We'll send you a link where you can watch this for free, and we won't talk over the top of it. But we will have your email address.
This is our most recent Which we promise not to sell.
We will not sell it to anybody, including our corporate sponsors. We don't have any yet. But we will use it to send you messages to say things like, hey, we have tickets for sale. Or, hey, we'd really like you to donate money. Or, hey, I've missed you. What are you wearing?
Yeah.
Not so much on that last one.
I don't know. It depends. If I'm,
Well, you don't say that to me.
If I'm lonely,
A
it's not-
stylish green dress.
You know?
Awesome.
Oh, so are we still streaming?
We're still streaming.
We were having technical difficulties earlier, so we were sitting here being really clever, and none of you got to hear it.
It was
It was some of our best humor.
It was all fun and games until the rum came out of John's nose.
Yes, that's which is difficult.
It's birdie. It's a bird.
Yep. And then it was a dead bit. But who's counting? Now, for those who don't know, when Crowley originally presented these rites in 1910, one of his partners, Leila Waddell, played the violin, and there are actually called out solo pieces. This one is a Turkish march by Beethoven, and the piece of music you hear is based on the structure of Beethoven's Turkish march.
That we
We have a
really...
question from the internet.
Oh, yeah?
Here, take my pen.
Actually, I have several questions. The first one was, can we ask questions?
Yeah, you can ask questions. Dear Internet, please feel free to ask questions.
Casting process like.
Oh my god.
There was a couch and
No.
Why?
Well, you know, it started back in 2004 with casting Luna, where it was just like, how many of our friends want to help us do this?
Yes, Daniel, how did you get cast for the Rite of Luna?
well, I was at a pagan ritual.
Yes, and there was a
I
campfire.
was singing around a campfire, and then a couple months later, this strange guy walked up to me and said, "Hey, I'm doing a rock opera based on Aleister Crowley's Rites. You want to be in it?" I'm like, "Eh, I got nothing else to do."
So truly it was kind of a, like, who was available to us, who trusted us at all.
Who could carry a tune in a bucket?
And then we started getting, over the years, we get a little bit more local notoriety and word of mouth, and we do have actual auditions. We also have a core of our, principals and strong support role people who we kind of go to first. say. Especially since we built the soundtrack first, and often those voices end up on the soundtrack. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be in that role or even on the stage, depending on availability. We put out calls on our lists, on our mailing lists, on our Facebook and other lists, and we kind of send it out through the local community for talent, and we have people gather over a couple of day period to sing for us and move for us and talk about availability and what their skill set is and what they bring. And
Well, and what was it for Beck for Venus? I mean, I had to bring a dance piece on top
that's right.
of everything.
That's right. We want people to show us that what their level of movement capability is, because that helps us when we're planning our choreography. We very rarely can't find a spot for someone who's, people are generally like, I really want to do this, I want to sing, I can dance, I can do this. Our practice is to not turn people away, rather than to see what they can bring and find a way to use it.
And there's sort of a found art aspect to it as well, because we've had people show up who had skills that we had no intention of employing in the right, and it's like, oh my god, you can do that? We're totally using that!
Figure out what we can do with that.
Yes, it's like, you just did a handstand and walked on your hands. We're doing that.
Or what's this bucket from Luna that could do the backflip?
Yeah.
Right. We had to find a way for
Incorporate a
Tom
backflip.
to do his backflip somewhere.
Yep.
And we did. Unfortunately, in that movie, his backflip did not make. He backflipped right out of frame. Oh no! And we knew it was there. And so there's no way to see that.
Yeah. The Rite of Luna has a little bit of first pancake syndrome.
We'll tell that story. Yeah, not rush into the filming for it.
Oh yeah, that was good
That
fun.
was a fun story. Do we answer that? Those who have been through our other classes, I need to add.
Yes.
Well, I remember I recently made some friends, and one of those friends was like, hey, so I'm in this show, and they still need some people. You should come and do an audition at this pagan gathering. But okay, sure. I don't know these people, but awesome. And that's how I got involved. But then later, I was like, I'm so busy, and you guys were like, hey, we want you to come back. I'm like, okay, twist my arm. Oh, okay, I'll do it.
Yes, the Genius team, the people who are in this room right now, are the people who we basically call on and say, hey, do you want to roll? Are you interested in being involved? Would you like to work backstage? We'd love to work with you again. Because they're the people who stick around from right to right. And then other people will sort of come in and out, and we'll maybe see them again, maybe not. And we love all of them either way.
Knowing our talent base, too, helps us in the competition process.
Yes.
One of the biggest lessons in Luna we learned, when you compose something for a particular person with a particular range that is outside of the normative, and then that person does not participate, and you try to replace them with a new talent that doesn't exactly go like four normatives in the stratosphere, it becomes challenging.
Yeah. I love y'all dearly.
And I'm sorry.
I am not intending. I am anything. Well, it depends on how you want to slice it as far as active dues paying OTO.
Well, yeah, there's always work and there's OTO, which are not mutually exclusive. And there are people who have come to us with a more like pagan, Wiccan, background. We have a lot of very active groups in the area that we draw our talent from, who have become interested in Crowley's material more so by virtue of being involved. Richard, for instance, super active in the pagan community, loves to work with us, and he repeatedly states it that because he learned so much from this activity, being involved in a role, immersing in it for 6 months to a year, and then he just talking to us and getting involved in conversations. The cast often hang out. We have our pre and post grounding meditations before we rehearse. We talk about one of these rituals we're doing, like he's LBRP we're doing right now, and he's done this. LBRP is different.
Well, he did the hexagram ritual. Oh no, he's done it.
But he's done this ritual like several different times, right? In different manners because of the fact of the show, with a little different flavor each time. And so he's like, I just every time I practice
say you're looking at these 5 people doing the pentagram ritual right now.
We're trying to do it.
Yeah, 3 of them are OTO members. I'm not saying who. And one has, I think, no background in computers. No, that's not
What are
true.
you saying?
Never mind.
They all
They all have a background of some sort.
I also remember back, I think it was either in Luna or in Venus, when one of the people who moved into the area who became interested was saying, "What's with all these Wiccans being involved with the UTO?" And it's like, yeah, and then you turn around and you go to the pagan events, and there are all these Thelemites that show up at the pagan events.
We're very blessed here in the Pacific Northwest to have a really open, not much infighting, not saying it doesn't exist, but it's low, and a lot of awesome public events available of all shapes and sizes that we all know each other. So
It allows for more cross-pollination.
Yeah.
Because I remember there was the one year when you did the Descent of Inanna as a Thelmite ritual, versus there was somebody else that did a Descent of Inanna as more of a pagan ritual, and to see the same story being told
ceremonial
two
versus
different ways.
the witchcraft angle. Yeah, it's fun. And then it all comes from the same thing. Crowley invented your Wiccas. Oh, did I say that?
I mean, your Wicca's messing
I'm
up your-
so offended, can't you tell?
Yeah.
Is that my phone?
That was your phone.
Yeah, better ignore that.
Yeah.
It's probably your mom. We're using the phones for the uplink, so if anyone's trying to call us now, please
No,
God
don't.
don't.
Moms, we've been missing each other. I tried to call her on Thanksgiving, and what can I say? She was serving dinner at the time.
Yep.
Question?
Do we have any other questions from the internet?
They were asking me to turn up the commentary and down. The audio of the show and your commentary were the same. It was too hard, so I turned the show down for them, so they can just barely hear the show and really hear your commentary. And they say it's better.
Okay.
Yay!
Oh, there you go. If they like it better that way, good for them. We could always split it stereo too.
That's true. Are we recording the live stream for later?
Yeah.
God no.
No.
No recording of the live stream.
No witness.
Yeah.
Yes. Anything that happens here stays here, which brings us to. Well.
You could, of course, talk to them about why you're doing this.
Oh yes.
That's right, we haven't talked about the purpose of this event. Calling attention to our work,
Yes, we're trying to.
because we're going to do another one.
Yay! So before anything that you're seeing here happens,
Which is,
the end, and then you work your way backward, then you know who did it. It's like writing a murder mystery the easy way.
holy fire.
This is a great track. And it's too bad you can't hear it as loud because somebody else has to turn it down, but it's really awesome.
It's okay. You're going to find it for...
Yeah, you can get it. You can sign up for our mailing list, and you can get this whole rite. But the reason that we're doing this is we're trying to draw attention to our fundraising for the Rite of Jupiter. And we are hoping to raise enough money to do a really huge theatrical production that is completely over the top.
Because Jupiter has given me a vision that is well beyond anything that you see here.
Yes.
Not that this isn't wonderful, but we have grand designs.
We have grand designs.
Can we just interject for just a moment? The whole little thing of working the choreography. It's one thing to do the LBRP with the spears like the first half did, but then working in all the triangles from the hexagrams.
Right.
For this was great. It was one of those things where it's like subtle as hell, but at the same time.
There was nothing subtle about that.
Yeah. You notice how I timed that?
Visions of the holy fire.
Yeah.
It's burning up in
Puts
here.
the B in subtle, I'll tell you what.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
So much fun.
Subtle. I don't believe in silent letters.
Yes.
Right. So yeah, we have. If you take a look at our Indiegogo page, you see that we have several levels of attainment.
A scalable.
A scalable event. We will do this show. It will happen. How massive and amazing the set is will depend on you.
Yep, how big the theater and how many times, and people often wonder what happens to the money that we raise when we sell tickets.
It goes right in.
You're looking at it.
Yeah, it basically it goes
pays
into
the bills.
post-production. It goes into
Pays the theater.
it pays the theater, and then it's gone. So we raise money,
And then I think we had like $200 left over last time, and that went to the cast party.
and the cast parties, by the way, are awesome. You will note that donor level, you can attend the cast party. I'm not telling you what happens at the cast party. I'm not making any promises. I will tell you that if you show up and act like a dick, we'll throw you out, but we'll keep your money, thank you. The important part is nobody gets to come to the cast party unless they're cast and crew. This is the first time we've ever opened up an Eleusyve cast party. They are legend.
I might have to buy swim trunks.
No,
Okay, just checking.
they might have to buy some. Never.
Oh,
Did we lose?
Oh no, that just got dark.
Just dark.
It's just a dark party.
yeah, we have Sunday.
I have a knife. Who gave me a knife?
Crowley gave
It's a
you
prop.
Oh, damn.
It's supposed to be a sword, but
Yes,
you know.
these weapons are traditional to Mars from some very early.
Hey, I get to do something. Sorry.
You get to do lots of things.
Yes, but this is the part where I really
Yeah,
start doing
here comes the
things.
flag. This is the best.
Yes.
Do you have a flag?
No
We
flag.
hand painted those flags, by the way.
Yeah.
Those are beautiful.
Yeah, all of them.
And all the
These-
banners.
All the
And
banners.
And all the patches.
They are
And
epic.
Yes,
Yep.
I want to point out that Daniel Christensen did an amazing job
Yep.
with the patches.
Yes, those
All those patches
Yes,
are
so
gorgeous.
good.
Yeah, brilliant and amazing.
Yeah, the people in this room basically did all the crafty stuff to make that because
The dog tags also Daniel.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Daniel provided those, which
Yeah.
got to be a
they were a collector's piece.
A collector's piece now. We have one night. Was it the East?
Yeah, it was the EBC.
They
night.
all got them with their tickets, so they got their commemorative thing.
yeah.
And if you look at them, there's the astrological symbols and the degrees for what magical date
The
it is.
thelemic date.
Thelemic date is on
Of
the,
the
dog
show
tags
is on the dog
because huge nerds.
That's right.
Huge
Yeah, so
nerds.
what you see before you is a phenomenal manifestation of a giant amount of nerdery.
Yes,
Right.
there's so
And
much.
that's why, you know, our
And we love
genius
doing
team,
this.
our genius team, I don't use those words lightly, they all come together with, everyone gets really inspired and says, what can I do to help and to make this happen? Because they know that even with the funding drives and all, that it's all going to happen out of love, and whether John and I go bankrupt in the process.
Nah, whatever.
Details.
I have no plans for retirement. I will just
No.
work till I DFO.
That's right.
Oh, that's me.
It is indeed.
Mars is looking very Marsy.
We have another question from the internet.
Oh, yes.
Marvelous.
In what ways have working with the Rites impacted your lives?
Do we want to answer this one now or wait till?
I think that there are many ways.
Well, Mars is the lightning struck tower. Let's talk about our house.
And I don't want us to be like, it is somewhat of a cautionary tale in that
Aren't they all?
being involved in immersing yourself in a particular Sephiros, particular energy of God.
Well, we don't have to.
Will is back playing again, though.
We're playing.
Oh, we're back live again.
Sorry for the hiccup. We're back.
Yes. Oh, now we can say hi to Jeffrey. Hi, Jeffrey.
Hi.
So what were we talking about? We were talking about
How is the lights impacted our lives?
Well,
Well, I just have to interject. It's one thing to do the ritual once. You know, you show up, you do it, you work your way through it. This is Libby's on the label. I mean, it's,
go through it. Die if you have to.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Invoke, devoke, ground. Eat a meal.
Some shows
Start
die more than
over.
once per show.
Yeah.
Start over. I mean, we do this sometimes, and that doesn't even count how many times we run ritual in rehearsal, how many times we do invocational work in rehearsal.
I mean, my God, the invocation of Thoth.
Oh, Lord.
Must have been 1,000 times.
I did the math at one point, counting up the rehearsals and all the performances, and the invocation of Thoth from Rite of Mercury, we did in excess of 900 times.
Wow.
And it was strong evocational music. it was so strongly done, and props to Paula, who helped us compose that one, the part one part of it, which was the strong evocational part. It was amazing, and it really had a lot of energy at the end of the night after evoking Rubies in such a fashion.
Yep, yeah, it was quite something. So yeah, I would say if you're asking, does it have an impact? Well, if you immerse yourself in an energy for 2 to 3 years, which is what with the composition and the post-production, I'm involved with it for a long ass time, and yes, huge impact. It changes the way that you see things, and really, it started out as a way to learn the material and to immerse myself in it as a personal project, and then more people just got involved and it became awesome and amazing. But
there's a whole workshop in the verse on what the actual function of these rituals was for Crowley, beyond just a PR piece for AA, which is what it ostensibly was when he performed them originally at Caxton Hall, which is a long story which we won't go too deeply into, but it's designed to synthesize a large body of work in what is meant to be an accessible fashion. I don't think he quite hit the accessibility factor.
It was accessible for people in 1910.
Yes.
Of a particular ilk.
Yes, of a particular, because that's the thing, is like the beginning of the Rite of Soul, there's this wonderful line, what is the place? Well, we're at the summit of Mount Abydos, which is great if you know where that is and you know what that symbolizes.
It's not a where, it's a what.
Yeah, it's an alchemical reference to a Hermetic Order or the Golden Dawn ritual. It has to do with the portal grade. And then like if you're an initiate in the audience, you're like, oh my god, so everything that happens here is part of an initiation. And then the whole soul sacrifice thing is, again, very closely related to the Golden Dawn.
We need to point out that Mars has a shiny coat.
That is a shiny coat, and Kate made it. Thank you, Kate.
And we had a troll at a performance of the video release. He was like, why is he dressed up in a shiny superhero outfit? And he was just determined to be offended by everything that we did. And I was like, because he's super. You made me.
Well, so what you're saying is that there's layer upon layer upon layer of reference and sub-reference and cultural reference, and so we're a bunch of nerds.
While still adding more characterization and storyline, so that
Well, this is a perfect example. This scene, if it were done traditionally, is a long poem recited by Crowley.
Right.
We employed this scene to show Mars walking among the troops in a sort of a Henry V. Sort of a Henry V way, where he's interacting with all of them, and they are all in turn developing characterizations for the various members of the army.
We're taking the soldiers and giving them a humanity, giving them individuality.
Which is really important, because at the beginning of Act 2, we lose some of them, and that was spoiler alert. That's part of the plan here, is to create. Yeah, it's war. You create this idea where you're connected. The audience is connecting to these people. We're showing their humanity. They aren't super soldiers. They're people. And then we lose some, and that's what we're trying to capture.
That. That's it was Crowley's scripts were very plain, very straightforward, based on the current his time period, where playing a piece of music or being able to recite a lengthy piece of poetry was an impressive entertainment, and that's not kind of the attention span we're dealing with today. And so we're trying to give it a little bit of a story.
And it also gives us the opportunity to add some of our own interpretation to it, because why would Capricornus say my head is split?
Yeah.
Why does he have this freak out moment?
He suddenly goes from a flag waving member of the troops to someone who's having a psychotic break, and why would that be?
And so we give him a context for his psychotic break, and again, it becomes a very moving scene. And Melissa did all that in terms of it was her plan to really rip the hearts out of the audience and make them weep. And we'd like to thank you for that, honey.
You're very welcome. I make myself cry when I know what's going to happen.
Yeah,
that's a thing. Yeah. I mean, Shauna, you said the first time you watched it, I made myself cry.
No, so a more what's the word I'm looking for? More a less esoteric impact that working these shows has had for me is I have grown in my vocal skills a lot. I've gotten to learn a lot and try new stuff and dance on stage, which I had never done before. Rite of Soul. Like that, these shows you can learn a lot of new stuff and learn from awesome people and get to work with people that you may not have met before or may have like seen but not known, and it's just really neat.
And you know, a lot of people I see, they get more confidence over the course of it. Like, I'll be a chorus member, I'll be in the back, and they're like, no, I want to demand a principal role. I want to be, everyone's like, I want to do more. I want to do cool stuff. I want to be like
And we
up
love
there.
that.
And so
Let me help you more.
yeah, so I get to the exciting duty of like, how am I gonna make everyone a principal character. Everybody.
All the people are the stars. Every man and woman. Every man and woman is a star.
It's true.
I've heard
Some
that
just
somewhere.
some just get higher billing.
But yeah, John, in terms of personal impact, we were in our lives.
Oh, sweet mother.
But let's say, okay, the circumstances where I lost my job, and it took 18 months to replace it. I did, and then John, about 6 months before I replaced it, John lost his job,
Yep.
and so
Yep.
we were really tight. During the time that this was occurring, we were actually like in the midst of being down one income.
Yep.
And it was like, all right, you guys, we would normally throw money at this, but we don't have any. So what are we gonna do? And everyone would be like, I'll buy my costume. And everyone kicking it.
Everyone really
Everybody
came
really
together and made this
stepped
happen.
And then when we were both unemployed simultaneously, without unemployment,
Yep.
we put our house on the market.
Yep.
And that was right around the time that we were doing video release.
Yep. It was right in post.
And
Right
sold our house
Yep.
at the same time. Because, you know, gotta fill those quiet nights with something.
Yeah.
And
Rock and roll, baby.
that's right. Gotta keep creating lest we go nuts.
So yeah, lightning struck tower. That it literally just.
So we sold our
kaplow.
home of 10 years. We're both now currently housed. Oh, it's Richard's gonna dance for us. Richard tends to get cast in the Victor Newberg roles.
It's really true.
Would you like us to act shocked?
Because he's kind of got that,
He-
you know, he's, let's just say it, he's hot and he doesn't have to,
Yeah.
like, just his club persona is enough.
He's very
Yeah.
out there.
Yeah, and you're the underbite of madness.
I lost count of how many times we almost accidentally hit him in the head with the flags.
Details.
Yeah.
But you didn't.
In rehearsal we did.
No, there's
Wow.
often a script reference that the character that Newberg would have played dances until he collapses as if dead.
So really, throwing himself into it is important, and at the same time, yes. Again, that was another one of those scenes that Bob was cursing. He's like, every night he did it different. How do I cut this together?
So you make a montage.
I was like, yes, just blend it, blend. This scene was fun. And we overpowered the microphone so much. The audio on this really doesn't come through as well as I'd love it to on the DVD, because we were literally shaking the walls of the theater with how loud this was.
It was pretty great.
And the layers of...
What's your step?
I'll
We have another question from the internet.
Yay!
Okay?
What is everyone drinking?
I am drinking Kraken
Spiced rum?
Ice Rock.
Yes, as am I. They're not a sponsor, but they can be if they go to the Indiegogo campaign.
They don't accept it.
I'm drinking gingerbread spiced ale, but it's broken.
Oh, it's okay.
It's very sad.
At some point, we will be switching to. I will be switching to Men's Room Original Red because they have, in fact, plugged us on their program. God bless the Men's Room.
The Men's Room.
And the Elysium Brewery, whose name is awesome.
Yes. I'm drinking cranberry ginger shandy.
I'm
There's more in the
still,
other room if anybody wants one.
I'm still sober.
I'm still sober.
We can fix that.
Beer.
Yes, there's beer. Oh, look at that! They conquer.
They
Conquering.
conquer, like, yeah, and check
Great
out that
hat.
helmet.
great
That
hat.
helmet. Now that helmet now lives in Ireland. One of our
Yes.
fans purchased
Oh,
that.
yeah,
Our
yeah.
biggest fan in Dublin purchased the helmet for his collection.
Hi, Glenn.
It's-
Hi, Glenn.
I hope you're watching.
But actually,
Hope you feel better. I know you were feeling under the weather. So thinking of you.
They're on the bar.
Ladies in a glass.
Yep. Oh God, I sold him the helmet and then he got sick.
And they marching off to war.
No, I like the way that this is done because the whole idea that people go off to war and then you don't see what happens till they come back is the same as living in a city-state where
Yes.
everybody marches off to war and you have no idea what happened till they come
So
back.
we left the battle to your imagination because in my experience, people's imaginations are much more intense than anything I could throw on stage.
If you don't have them near you, go get tissues now.
Yes.
It's going to be crying time.
Oh yeah. Now,
After
this
this
is
short
end of Act
mission.
1.
Yeah.
Now this was fun.
I love
Nice
what
little shot.
Bob did with this footage.
This is the first time I'm seeing the video
Oh.
version. I didn't get to go to
Foreshadowing.
the release party.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Look at that! Oh my gosh!
it's this like
So this is all.
stock footage of World War One.
Yeah. This is the music is called
Please.
Left Hand of God. It's got the vocables were by Esther Utley, who also appears in Soul and
Mercury.
In Mercury.
she in
No,
Soul?
no, she's
No,
on
she's
the
just
soundtrack
Mercury.
for Soul.
The
Right.
thing that I just realized, all the stuff from World War One, that was still in the future from when Crowley wrote
Yep.
Mars.
Oh shit.
Yep.
Right.
So all
It is the future of war.
yeah.
Right.
It's also we basically used it because it was public domain.
Well, yes,
Right.
and
Well, the
but
other
like
thing too, when we start talking about costuming for Jupiter,
gosh.
there's a swastika incorporated into the CICT costume
Yeah.
for Jupiter, but that was pre-World War II when we wrote that, and so we've
Wow.
been having conversations about how to classically incorporate swastika.
well, we had the
Sean,
same
I'm
problem
gonna
with the
come
Mars.
by
too.
you.
Oh dear.
Coincidence or
The whole idea. I was happy.
Like, and you truly look at these ladies hard at
Oh my
work
God.
doing truly nothing but comforting.
Method acting, y'all. Method
That was
acting.
hard stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
If you start working up for your method acting too far before you go on stage,
Yeah.
you'll have to pull out your emergency hanky so you don't have snot on your face on stage.
And then,
with pockets.
can I breathe? You sing when it's time.
And I'm gonna walk around and be callous.
Oh, look, surveying the carnage.
People died.
My own blood.
Kate is the blood mistress.
For real.
Speaking of which,
Like we said, we play to people's strengths.
yeah,
Yes, yes, please have some.
what is everyone drinking at home? People who are playing along at home.
Please tell us. Oh yeah.
We
Tell us
haven't
and we will find out.
we haven't invented a drinking game, but we could.
Oh yeah. I think we just have.
Every time Kate dies.
Somebody dies.
Oh, it's gonna get
Every
real.
time someone makes an awesome face.
If we're gonna play a drinking game, I'm switching her off.
Yes.
I need to wait for Soul. and-
Remember, there are four more movies.
Pace yourself, people. Pace
So
yourself.
if we got them from eShocked you, just this is amazing
Yeah. Oh,
site
yeah.
where you can give them your
Custom-made.
measurements for $7.50 extra. They will customize it to your measurements. In fact, the dress that I'm wearing, which you can't see right now under all the layers, is also an eShocked dress.
Not a sponsor.
Most of them have pockets. They're not a sponsor, but they could be.
But
No, they could be.
Here they go.
yeah, we did a lot of shopping at Hermes Surplus.
Yep.
Oh, Capricornus is not having a good
Oh.
day.
So
No, his day is.
yeah, his head is split.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Such a big
the crashing axe.
And why is it that he has a limp, John?
Because Vulcan. Yeah, we basically, again, going back to the symbolism, Capricornus represents Vulcan, and so the entire incorporation of the limp in this scene has to do with the fact that Vulcan had the wounded, or the misformed, misshapen foot, and we just wanted to incorporate some of that symbolism as well, because huge fucking nerds.
Yep.
Because huge fucking nerds.
I've been saying that a lot.
Yes. Yeah.
Be
we've
cool
been-
nerds. This is good stuff.
Oh dear.
Everybody drink! Oh god, look at Shauna.
Oh, not gonna cry. Not gonna cry today. I don't feel like it. Not gonna.
Still here. She's right here.
Glorious.
Glorious she is.
And I know you did all you could.
Well, it's funny. There were several shows where it was actually really hard to cry because I was really happy at the time. So I was just like,
It's going so well.
crying is it? I'll figure it out.
Oh.
And it's like, okay, Capricornus, wait. If she's trying to save him, bothering
Stop
her
fucking
is
with him.
really
That was
bothering
awesome.
her.
He's like pulling on my arm.
Oh no! Go put the pressure on.
Oh no!
Go stab.
You can laugh now.
Yes, you can.
Oh. Oh yes, and I'm sitting over there. By the way, I've got a notebook and I'm just taking notes and counting up the dead.
And counting up the dead. Calm down, boss. It's okay.
No, dude,
it's
no.
gonna be right.
Friend, it's okay.
It's
Just
all
call,
right.
just chill out. It's
No.
okay. And yeah, no.
Shut
You're right.
up.
That scene there, she totally volunteered for that. She's like, I want him to throw me across the room.
Yeah, and the first time we had to bring it down and have it go for accuracy, not distance.
There was one rehearsal where she hit the wall head first. She was okay, but dang. That was,
She's tough. Oh, yep, everybody.
Restraint.
Oh, that was very well, Jabara.
Everybody.
Stop.
Nope.
Take him down. Take him down.
I love the shaky camera here again. It
Buddy's
gives us
a
that
crazy
embedded.
man.
yeah, that was, oh man.
Lots of stuff we never get to see.
Yep.
Yeah, right?
And this is great where it comes up. Dramatic.
Guess I'm crying because Joran's not here. I hope her power's back on.
Oh, now we're gonna have a little Capricornus solidarity as we do the Capricorn dance.
And I'm all like, I
You
have
will-
stuff to do over here.
You will note that Team Capricorn was largely cannon fodder.
Yes,
Oh.
Details.
that
Yes.
was on purpose.
That was again on purpose. That basically one team took more of a hit than the other.
The earthly plane took a hit.
Yep.
Initially, for some reason, it took like 3/4 of the way through rehearsals for me to actually realize that it wasn't just their team.
Yeah.
Just yeah, I don't know why I'd missed that, but
I didn't want it to be. I didn't want to hit it over the head.
Yep.
To have a few Capricorn team people still alive.
Yep. And then.
No, not these two.
Oh.
I'd like to point out that being the first person to die and having to basically hold my breath this long.
You might have died.
I played a game every night.
We'd like to thank you for the brain damage you sustained.
I played a game every night, which was, will I pass out on stage?
At least you're lying down.
And on a stretcher.
yeah.
I could hear Mars sing, but it was only kind of a tinny, faraway noise. But, you know,
Oh, so sad. What do you do when it's this sad?
Then I.
Sing.
Oh. Now we have to have a big.
Yeah, this scene I owe a lot of gratitude
Oh,
to
I love this.
Sherry Kerr, retired Army, who her last job in the Army was to coordinate funerals in, I believe, Saudi Arabia in the Gulf War.
Well, she was coordinating the funerals here for people who died either in Iraq or
Right.
Afghanistan.
Right.
For the battalion
Thank
she
you
was in.
for that clarification. I knew that she was directly dealing with military funerals, so I got a lot of details as much as I could, and then YouTube was also instrumental in learning this
That is
because
how
I knew about the flag folding at a funeral, but I had suspected that there was a reciprocal ritual of the flag unfolding the covering of the coffin, which is so. And so we practiced a lot how to fold these flags properly. How these ladies are going to unfold them as not precisely in the military ritual style because that's very specific.
But we did it. We tried to do it as
reverently
much symbolically and reverently as we could.
And in time with the musical cues, which they did a brilliant job. I was actually super happy.
Yeah.
It only took a couple of run-throughs for them to go, okay, we know we got this, and then there's the tilt of the flag
Yep.
to show the flag.
Which was hand painted.
Hand-painted flag.
The last
My
second every
favorite
night
one-
to make it in the right direction.
I think it was when we covered Kate on the line with something about being covered by healing wings or something. It's right there. I love that timing so much.
Beautiful. And then a moment of respect and salute to the fallen.
Such a great
Oh, is this the third one?
No,
I think that's the
second one.
The third one, the last part of the singing on the third one always gets stuck in my head. Which is not my favorite thing to have stuck in my head.
Life, joy, empire, and victory.
But really sad.
Yep.
So I'm like, wow, sad song in my head.
Well, that
That's
piece
so
of music,
fabulous.
putting together something for that particular piece of poetry, we knew going in that it was going to be a funerary piece, and that was really a nice one to work on. Again, Melissa and I will sit down with the script ahead of time, and we'll talk about how we want to characterize things and how we want to break out the story, the story arc that we're developing. And the music is written around that. And or sometimes the other way around, where a piece of music will be inspired, and it's like, okay, how do we make this song happy? Because clearly that's the piece of music I wrote. Is intended to be a little bit crass, and if it comes across that way, good. That was on purpose.
You'll note that not all the people in the party feel like partying.
Well, truly, starting with the Capricornus member with Vita, he has a particular response to the carnage. And this is another response to the carnage. And our next scene is a different one. And what I think we were going for was that Mars energy has a particular impact on the world, and there are many ways to process it.
Yes. Yep.
And so this is
the 7 stages of grief: lust, greed, envy.
That's a whole other story.
That's a whole other story. I'll tell that one later.
That's a great shot there.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are a lot of really beautiful shots in this.
Yep.
Bob was very
There you go,
happy with
Bob.
these scenes because this was all very tightly done, and he was like, "Oh, I can totally edit this."
And there's no fence.
Yeah, no fence.
Now we get to the
continuity,
drinking.
I can't even imagine that.
And now,
It sounds offensive.
yep. And now we're gonna play a happy number while we get up for the party.
Let's get these dead people out of here.
And oddly enough, there's a feast mix.
Yes. Very jarring.
Cue the Rocky Horror
Yeah.
Picture Show
Yeah.
reference.
That's why I brought it up.
Well, that's a kind of a prequel to Jupiter, where we have a little bit of maniatic frenzy and a bit of a Eucharist to follow.
God is
Should
what's
be
for dinner.
exciting.
Yep.
There's always a Eucharist. Of one kind or another.
They like a good banquet in these rites. I love this piece of music because it gave me the opportunity to play with jazz themes, which is just not a thing I do very often, and it was so much fun. I also got to write my first walking bass line when I was like,
Is that
incidentally,
do-do-do-do-do?
no, that's
Different.
although it will show up in Jupiter. I will say, the music, there's a variation on this music that is slightly slowed down and slightly different beat pattern that has been developed into a piece of music called Leia Sublime.
Oh, Lord.
Only 2 copies of it have sold, and they are $333 a piece. If you
'Cause
want
that's
one,
the price to hear John sing that equipment.
if you want to hear me sing that song, it will cost you $333. You can donate it to this through our Kickstarter or our Indiegogo campaign. But I've already sold 2. It is quite honestly the most expensive MP3 I've ever heard of. $333, and it's the most money I've ever made off of selling a song. Sweet Jesus.
What?
And what's it about, John?
It's about really vile sexual stuff.
It is. If you haven't read the poem Leia Sublime,
You can find that on the internet.
You can find that on the internet. Yeah, just look that up. Leia, yeah, Google Leia Sublime and Crowley and read that poem, and then imagine that it's imagine that it's put to music and that it's beautiful. It's a lovely.
It's a love story.
It is a love story
Of a kind.
of a kind. Yeah. I won't go further into detail.
You're pleading the
Our neighbors weren't listening when he
He sang it in the
Sang
apartment.
that in the
This is the first thing I sang in our new apartment, by the way.
How to win friends and influence neighbors.
Yes, the neighbors got to hear me sing Drown Me in Cognac, Cunt, and Cocaine. I love
And that's one of the cleaner lyrics.
Yes, that's a clean lyric.
Goodness.
Yay, we're gonna have this
Like dancing time.
It's dancing time.
It's like, yeah, awkward.
Yeah. We had a 5-minute. Here's a basic swing dance stuff.
Yeah, that was the thing is they're soldiers. They don't actually have to be great dancers because they're partying after war. We're lucky that there was a point where everybody wanted to be wounded. Coming back, and Act 2, it's like everybody wanted a wound. I'm like, no.
You're gonna do this dance number,
and you'll all be like staggering. It's like, let's not have everyone wounded.
Some people were lucky.
Yeah.
Everyone start doing the back line from Thriller.
We have to have toast.
Oh, this is great. This was a great. They were supposed to be knocking and having Richard do the slow clap.
Oh,
so awesome. I was like,
because he's off in the corner during all this talking. And people have forgotten he's sitting over on the steps at the entrance to the theater, just being like,
it's like, I can't believe you're partying.
You're drinking and carousing, and I am the only one who understands how terrible this is.
It's like the ultimate how could you.
Yep.
Yeah. Whatever.
And then Mars gets drunk and decides that he needs to put the moves on. But I wrote something that actually sounded like that to me at the end. I was like, oh wow, that was cool.
I couldn't attend a couple of performances because I had school, and so I would arrive at the theater right before this scene every time, and I would just sit in the lobby. Oh, he's so pretty.
This song is where I learned to sing second soprano.
And you did a good job.
Thank you.
And we need the support.
And we need the Maenads.
Complicated.
The Maenads being the true stars of Jupiter. We have some amazing choral pieces coming down the road.
I'm so excited.
Oh, we may even have samples of them here.
Well, there's the CD in the car, but they're terrible scratch tracks. We're not playing those.
Oh, actually, I brought them. I also brought Awake.
Awake is complete.
Yep. Well,
pretty close.
The guitars are still scratch tracks, but we can share some of that. And as we get drunker, I may talk Melissa into letting me play the 963.
All of the 963?
No, just the first few.
We've only recorded the first 4 verses.
But it's amazing.
Because there are 13. If anyone doesn't know what a 963 is, it's the fuller poetry of the Treasure House of Images. There are, like 13 chapters with 13 verses each.
Yes, and not to be confused with 156 adorations.
Which are also bipolar.
Betwixt the bosoms of the night and the day. Those are so much fun if you make the 156 adorations a drinking game. 169, 169.
A lot of fun.
You do a lot of adoration and then you drink and then you get a little bit tipsy.
Does every show have a 963?
No.
Some shows have 2, some have none.
I was going to say, because Venus didn't.
Venus
does not. Mercury has 2, and we put them over the top of each other.
My God.
You'll get to see that later. That's amazing.
That's like Trainwreck on the Verge.
It was.
But it was musically awesome. You just can't understand a word anyone's saying.
Yeah, you might as well look up the words now and start reading ahead.
Everybody look up Treasure House of Images.
Yep.
963, so you can follow along. Come.
Yep. Or you can sing along. Are you all singing along at home with this?
Of course.
Did we get any questions on the internet, or are we even streaming anymore?
They're still streaming.
Yay!
There was another question, but I figured I would save it for the break, but I can look it up again.
I would love to hear another question.
I like
Why
questions.
not?
So bringing the question back up, and of course, asking if people have questions on the internet now. So from Shen Alchemy, who's been responsible for many of the questions already. Any interesting audience or critic reactions?
How many people did we have walk out?
Only one walked out of Luna. And it was during the... although the woman who was...
Locked in the bathroom.
Locked herself in the bathroom afterward was my favorite. Okay, to understand the Rite of Luna, you have to understand that in order... Everyone was supposed to be invoking toward Luna. And she was at the back of the theater.
She was asleep the whole time to the end of the show. She's asleep.
Yeah, so...
And Pan's trying to wake her up. That's kind of the premise of the show.
Yeah. So we basically flipped the theater around and we put her at the back of the audience. And so...
She's at the back of the house.
So everything is going toward the audience. All the invocations are directed right toward the sleeping goddess at the back of the audience.
So over the heads of the people.
So there's a young woman who was sitting right in front of Luna. I was Pan. I'm singing songs about human sacrifice while it's being acted out in mime behind me. And she is tripping balls.
Yeah.
And thinks that I'm looking right at her.
Word to the wise, don't come to one of our shows on acid.
I will say, if you want to play freelance psychedelic astronaut, that is totally your business, but you damn it, do not make it my problem, because the people at the theater are like, we're going to have to charge you extra if you can't get her out of the bathroom. We have to stay late. I'm like, please please, God, get her. She went and locked herself in the bathroom after the show and would not come out. Oh my God. So yes, we've had some interesting reactions.
Wow.
I hate it when it costs me money.
The only other one that I can think of is the one where we had to do, where we the following night had to institute the no pictures.
Oh goddamn, yeah. Just
somebody was taking pictures throughout most of the first act.
It's like, please don't do that. No,
That was
please don't
my
do that.
mom.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay.
In that case,
That's perfectly alright.
she could have turned off her flash.
My drag.
Yeah.
I know.
I really liked singing this song.
Me too. I like the cell phone announcements.
Yes, so good. I reference
Yes.
them often.
What, for this?
Oh, this
No,
is where I
life
get to
in
pretend.
general.
I get to pretend to be drunk, which was really fun. That was another one. Continuity, John! God damn you! It's like, I love you, Bob. I'm sorry.
Flask.
Oh,
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
where sad Shauna
Yeah.
is
And
not
she's sharing.
But you know what was actually in it? Throat coat tea. I was fighting off a cold that entire time. That was
That's
cool.
the other thing that happens all the time.
Yeah.
I was hopped up on cold medication for a couple of these performances, and many people do not know that I drink flat Diet Coke before I go on stage because it coats my throat and helps me keep my range in decent shape. And they are not a corporate sponsor, but they could be. I will actually buy a bottle of Diet Coke at the beginning of the run, open it up backstage, let it warm, and just drink from it the same bottle the whole time because I hate Diet Coke. But it's the thing that
much for
coats
the
my
sponsorship.
so much for the sponsorship. It coats my throat better than anything else. God, I'm sorry to the people at the Coca-Cola Company. I'd like to apologize, and I'm going to drink some more of this rum now.
And not mix it with your coke.
Nope, no Coke in my rum. I like my rum like I like my women, in a glass. What? I don't know.
Well, it's better than being interested in the ones that are mixed up in Coke.
Yes, we try to avoid that when we can.
It's bad plan, don't do it.
Oh, this is where I get to flirt with Sunny. I love flirting with Sunny.
Yeah.
It's a good game.
It's fun.
It is. Sometimes she comes over to the house to record, and I'm like, we should method act. She says, "Oh, John." How often during the run do you say, "Oh, John"?
I lose count.
Yes.
Usually in the first couple of weeks of rehearsals, I've lost count.
Yes. Also, when we're recording, and I'm like, this is all in 4/4 time, except this one measure, which is in 7/8.
Oh, John.
She's "Oh, John."
We go from 4 flats to 2 sharps to 8 flats. I'm like, oh, John.
But it's cool. It sounds really neat when
really
it's done.
sounds awesome.
And
It makes my music notation software want to cry.
That's it.
does it make Mr. Lee want to cry?
Yes. Oh, poor Morris. Sorry, that's a high school joke.
Now, if you can't see those bracers that I'm wearing, they actually have groovy Mars symbols sewn into them. Look at that. Kind of
Yeah,
sit
they
there. They're very sexy. I wear those around the house sometimes when I'm vacuuming.
Do you wear anything else with them?
No!
Of course not.
We actually have.
Yes?
You have a concrete house.
He lies.
I do vacuum. I also do the dishes.
He does. He does wear them when he does.
I have a face. That sure was my face. That was my
Not
face.
happy at the party.
Yeah, nope.
Yep.
No.
It's like, guys, my friend died in my arms. Yeah.
Yes.
I will point out one thing you can kind of see on my character. That necklace, I have jewelry continuity because I wore that for Soul. I think I wore it for Mercury.
I think you did.
I think you did.
Yeah.
We'll see in a couple hours.
Yeah.
But I think you did.
We will fact check that.
Yeah. And I'm pretty sure the ring, at least, on my left hand is the same ones I'm wearing in the other ones too. I was pretty
Oh,
careful
and they're
to
gonna
try to.
canoodle now.
Oh, yes. This is the method acting.
Oh,
Every night during the show, I would whisper something in Sunny's ear, and it was usually, "Oh shit, I fucked up that line." So the look on her face right there, me saying something in her ear that's really stupid.
Yeah, that's about how it happened.
Very good. Sorry to
music, I really wish I could have done it better, because I mean it's a neat arrangement, but I just could not record it as well as I wanted it to.
So we have
Best
more
creepy ghost.
hauntings from the past.
Poor Capricorn.
Yes,
Ghost
he's
of
got,
Christmas past.
and we're all having
Bastard.
fun. This was fun to do live. It was a really neat lighting technique where we engage and again.
Juxtaposing the terror of PTSD.
Amounts of planning that goes into all of this, or we just wing it. Oh yeah.
Like Kate.
I've been spending the last 20 minutes of the performance putting on extra blood for this scene.
Like, is that enough? No, it's never enough.
More, please.
I think I only got it on my dress once or twice.
I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You're not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry.
it wasn't the most standard thing about the dress, actually. I got some random ink from somewhere.
Oh, victory! V for victory! What we've done without the tropes of World War II.
Yep.
We had the War One at the end.
Yeah, this is what we all should have
Oh yes, those crazy shots. This looks so nice. I mean, it really comes
Shot
out.
it.
Are you lifting your skirt now?
was
Jane?
Every night. Every night.
Nice. And this is where I'm supposed to be trying to put on my Mars helmet, and then it's taken away
And I'm
from
like,
me.
nope.
Yep. And that's actually from Crowley's instructions. Mars loses his crown.
Oh, so good.
The symbols
But
are there.
we had to adjust a little bit because it was hard for him to make out with Venus with it on.
That's true.
So he had to take it off in order to make out with her.
The nose piece is really sharp.
Yes.
Non-consensual.
Victor Newberg dances until then.
Drink. I gotta
Yeah.
Capricorn falls down.
And the ghosts go.
And they're all driven off by Sunny being awesome.
She's driving them away with her music. Go away,
Exorcist
specters of
play.
night.
Now, backstage right now, Leith is stripping off his clothing as fast as humanly possible because he's got to be back in a minute.
Leith needed 2 costume changes. And boy did he need them because you guys are in for a treat if you ever see this. That's all I'm going to say about that for now.
It's coming.
Brace yourselves, you don't want to miss
We're like,
it.
motherfucker, another one?
And we're all
Let's just
sad.
say
You can tell what religion he was born into?
there's a little bit of a David Bowie
Yeah.
coming. Because we're going to paradigm shift, as the end of each rite is a paradigm shift from the god in residence to the god in the next rite.
Yep.
Is he dead? Oh, I think he might be dead.
Oh no!
Now,
Nope.
He's only
dead.
mostly dead. Mostly dead is still partly alive.
Are you triaging this body? No.
I'm playing the violin.
I was able to drive away the ghosts. Maybe I can violin him to life.
I can sure try.
This piece of music is also fun because it's very connected to the Left Hand of God, which is the opening of Act 2, and this is called The Hidden God. And again, it's one of those things that changes key every 8 bars.
This is the one that John told me you can do whatever you want with all the other ones, but you have to play this one exactly.
Yep.
And I said, "Oh, John," a whole lot. Sighed very heavily, and not in the fun way.
How many time signature? Is this on a multiple time signature change?
No, this one's pretty steady in the time signature, but the
key
accidentals.
Yes.
I tied my hands
accidentals.
in knots.
I
Right.
love you.
I know.
Yeah, John has a wonderful habit of giving Sunny. She's has an amazing ability to just take whatever basic bass tracks that he sends her and makes beautiful things over the top. But they'll be like random 5/4 measures and 7/8s and just like. Let's just jump all over the case. Key signature, time signature. It's, as our favorite doctor once said, it's a wibbly wobbly,
Timey-wimey kind of thing.
Is time signature literally LOL?
Pretty much.
It's more like guidelines, really.
Yes.
Mars here is admitting the limitations of his ilk, and he's going to. I've got the answer to your.
He's going to invoke the Hidden God. Now, it's interesting. There's a footnote in one of Crowley's essays on the rites that basically points out that the god that is hidden here, who becomes soul, is Dionysus, and so there's continuity to Jupiter.
Whoa! Hi! Who's that shiny guy?
It's a rotisserie chicken.
We were trying so hard to figure out a way to build that shrine and make it light up, and basically we got to the last minute and like we're lining it with this tinfoil shit and we're going because that's what we got.
Yeah.
It looks great. From a
we're out of money.
Awesome.
We're out of time. This was just that thing that Teron and I built in like the 3 days before the show opened.
Yep.
You're
Okay.
welcome.
I did not know that.
Yep.
Kristen and I are looking at each other like, what is that?
Javar and I are looking at each other going,
Solar.
Not a nutty. Large quantities of nutty.
Len, we'll just go with the fact that Freddie Mercury would have totally worn that outfit and rocked it.
Totally.
Freddie Mercury, David Bowie, Siegfried and Roy.
Yep.
And Leeds.
And Leeds. He's in good company.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ziggy Soldust.
Yep. Ziggy sold us. Nicely done.
thank you. She's a filter and she knows it.
Yep.
This song was another one of those songs where I was like, we hadn't really worked out the scene a whole lot, and I was like, what are the goddamn words to this song? Here we go. And I wrote it to climb up really high, and so I changed the arrangement for the live performance, and we're all grateful.
And honestly,
All right, moving. Whatever.
we figured it out and we have it in.
I love that.
We can rebuild.
It's like, I don't even know you guys.
And I was like, what? What's
It's like I'm chasing you all out of here because I'm about to see
We're
some
about
shit.
to do some necromancy.
You watch me. I'm gonna do some
That's
shit.
the next one. No, that's the necrophilia.
Yeah. Necrophilia was in Soul.
Yes,
Yeah.
Soul was all about the necrophilia. So it's in the next one chronologically.
Right.
So the next rite that we watch will have the necrophilia scene.
This is the warm up to the necrophilia.
Yes.
See how comfortable you are with
Well, it's
the
better
idea.
to warm it up, really.
Wait,
Yes.
so are you saying Soul is warming it up?
Yes, necrophilia is
Body here.
conditions best served cold.
Oh, God.
And check these things out.
Of course it is.
I feel really sorry for everyone who's listening along at home. I mean, I love you all, and I'd like to thank you for playing.
Anyone
along.
have any questions? Questions
Yes.
they'd like us to answer to focus this,
Yes.
this rowdy mob?
Yes, and what are you drinking right now? We want to know.
Oh, no, we don't.
That's right.
I want to know what they're drinking.
We haven't heard it. Yeah, so yes, of course we want to.
There's one guy out there asking this question. He's drinking whatever.
They might not be drinking as early as we are.
Yeah, some people
Did we
are
lose?
shy.
Is Kevin still here?
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
Okay.
in the street.
He's
Okay.
checking. He's doing his Kevin.
I don't see any more questions.
No
yet.
questions.
Oh, well.
Oh well, hey, I know those guys.
And we don't have as many viewers as we had a little while ago.
Awesome.
Oh, that number just went up.
Hey!
Whoever you are,
Went down.
Oh!
And it went up again.
Someone's trying to connect. We're clicky, clicky, clicky. Thanks for joining us. If you just joined us, we appreciate it. Because we're having a good time.
Yes, we are.
Yes. You can't tell if it's getting warmer in here if I'm just drinking enough.
Yes.
Yes. And also yes.
Yes. Also, yes. So that's
We
it.
have all
going
the
anywhere
heaters
for a
at the
while.
level of just shy of breaking the
That's circuit breakers. Yes.
Oh, now the Mercedes.
Oh yeah.
Must divest
Whoa.
myself.
Yeah, hello.
What
I
is
see
that
nice
thing?
guns there.
bro. You lift.
It's funny, is leading up to the show, I was going to the gym for a while. Now I'm a bricklayer, so now I don't have to anymore, thank God.
I was gonna say you lift 8 hours a day.
I lift 8 hours a day, I go home and have a beer.
Excellent.
A Men's Room Original Red, who is not a sponsor of this,
But they did mention
but they
us.
did mention us on their show, and we love it. Oh, here we go. Getting
Here
down.
we go. Let's go.
I'm still not sure about this whole thing. Kristen's getting into it. But
Yeah, shoot. You need to be convinced.
I really
Yeah.
enjoyed painting on that Mars symbol on that altar.
Because
This is just fun. I love doing the
Well,
building the props around the house.
That altar
Yeah.
and the obelisks in the background have so many layers that an archaeological dig in the future will know the order in which we did these shows based on the paintings. And the sigils.
Yep.
Yes.
You can even still see the Mars Taurus stuff
Yep.
if you look for the relief.
Yeah, if you get really close to the obelisk, you can see some of the older
past
sigils underneath.
Amazing. I love the
If you
obelisks.
go and fondle the
One of my
obelisks, you
favorite
can
parts.
probably find them by braille.
They're actually in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah, the obelisks are actually
They're
right
right over
there.
there. Oh, Horizon Now House.
Might be
There they are.
out of that.
Yeah, I think
I
we'll
guess
leave more than
obelisk fondling is encouraged.
Yes, we could possibly fondle an
This
obelisk
is
later.
that kind of show.
It is.
Lee's been standing there
Yes.
in the rotisserie box.
He's got to get his tan have done on the other side.
And frankly, this is how it was written. I mean, Crowley basically said, I'm going to open this shrine, and we're going to reveal this god, and then I'm going to talk for 10 minutes.
Because Crowley never does that.
And then we're going to let him move.
Here they all come. Now, we figured at this end with this wax scene that we were trying to make work for the end, that the best way for people to get through, well, they had to act like they were tripping.
Yeah, when Soul touches everybody, we started acting like we were tripping balls, and that actually makes the end of this.
He hasn't come down yet, though.
Okay.
No.
But
It's coming up. Right now, they're actually in true ecstasy at the invocation of light here with the LEX.
But if you watch like me and Kellen, you can see it's like.
Especially you, Kellen.
Yeah.
Kellen, you share. Oh, my hair.
My perspective was more, I literally have nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
This is where I'm at.
Yep.
Okay.
I am here. Richard's still dead at the foot of the altar.
Still mostly dead.
Still mostly dead.
That means partly alive. Look at that lighting.
Corpse half alive, corpse half dead.
Schrodinger's corpse.
Yep. Well, there's a whole Schrodinger's cat joke that's going to go into Soul.
Yes.
In the box and everything.
Yes,
Cat is in the box.
Cat in a box.
And I'm kneeling and touching his feet, as the script says.
As one does.
Now he touches me.
It is a little bit, yeah.
And I'm tripping balls.
Nice.
Oh, tripping balls.
Those victory rolls were
You did
amazing.
so good.
I was so impressed with you.
Tripping balls.
No,
My hair would not.
Yours,
My hair
you
would
have
not.
the perfect.
No, but yours just, they were so
Tripping balls.
Well, I'm glad you thought so. I've tried hard. I wanted them to look good.
They were great.
Continuity.
Look at that smile.
And Bob to be mad.
I saw someone doing burlesque with victory rolls the other day. I'm like, I know how hard that is. And it was her
Kellen's
actual
totally
hair.
true.
It wasn't a wig.
Yeah.
I was impressed.
He's got a natural state.
Kind of turns into a rave.
Hey, the sun touched my face, guys. Dude, that was some good stuff, Mars.
Yeah. Truth be told, I didn't get to see that costume until Tech Week.
I
remember that.
It was a little bit of, oh, that's what it looked like. It wasn't exactly what
We embraced it.
we just decided to go with it because what else could we do? And it really, I'm at peace.
That scene right there. Bob included that intentionally because he's like, otherwise it'll be like we're trying to cut around it. We will embrace it. Yeah.
You can embrace Leaf's crotch. I am not.
You're part of it.
And that was when Bob was cutting this together. He and I emailed about that. He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and include this scene and just go. We meant to do that by embracing it. I said, okay, Bob.
Hang a lampshade on it.
Yep. Exactly.
Much like the one scene
Hang a
that
sun
everyone's
He's got a great
about.
farmer tan going on.
Yes. Much like
it
that.
is.
He needs more sun.
He needs to stay longer in the tanning booth before he came out.
He didn't rotate for longer. Or he's just wearing it on the wrong side. Like maybe
That's
he's
right.
completely
Your
tan
other
on the other
shoulder's
side.
tan. You got the left-right thing. I think it works
You mean he turned
so
his-
well
the
for
suit
Soul, though,
inside out?
to have this costume that is not quite of the same
No, it's a
style.
completely different stylistic. It's a completely different shift. It's a shift in the paradigm, and that's what it's supposed to be.
It does great for that.
And it just occurred to me how many costumes are one shoulder in the next one.
That is also true. Oh my gosh.
That everything
There are
when you watch the
at
next
least 3 or 4.
when
I
you
don't
watch the next
recall-
rite, a lot of it has shifted to something a lot closer to that style.
I don't recall who built that costume, but there's a lot of
This
thought
one?
in it.
Yep. No, it's a friend of his. Yeah.
He paid money for that.
Hey!
Hey, I know that guy. Oh, big fun.
He's alive. Everybody's alive.
Oh, we have more questions.
Yep, all of our friends are dead, but one of them came back, so we're happy.
We'll take what we can get.
Yep.
One out of 4 ain't bad.
We have some more questions from Shen.
Hey! Hi, Shen.
Shen says, I'm drinking a Belgian beer.
Yay!
What are you looking forward to most in the Rite of Jupiter?
Oh my gosh.
Blood splatter zone.
Yes. Maenads.
Yep, if we get enough money, I really want to build a carousel with a sphinx, a baboon, and a crocodile on it, that it will be the central piece for the first half of the rite.
Because the central piece for the rite is the Wheel of Fortune card.
And if we can have the characters actually riding on the damn carousel, that would be so cool.
There's a scene where the 3 principal officers, other than CICT, are trying to get to the center of the wheel by running as fast as they can around its rim. So
it would be really fun to put them on the carousel and have them ride.
Maenads are I'm looking forward to the
this was a great inspiration here. I love the removal of the patches was just, and that was partially because Daniel had made the patches so that we could put them on, and it was like, well, why don't we pull them off now? That would be cool.
But I like it was just the Mars ones he removed.
Yep.
Right.
Everyone still
can't
keeps
have my
theirs.
Scorpio patch.
Keep my
Can't have it.
Mine.
This was
Fine,
fun
you can
too.
have it.
She's like,
I'm not gonna buy into your stuff.
He's like, hey.
Okay.
just messing with you.
Yeah, I love how there's parts of this that I just hadn't noticed before.
Well, I like, again, iconography is one of those things that we occasionally include accidentally, and
We meant to do that.
yeah, and they go, oh yeah, we totally meant to do that. But yeah, when you've got the circle going around, and then you have the 2 figures in the middle, Capricornus and Sol, they basically create the dark and light child from the Thoth Tarot Sun Key.
Yeah.
Because nerds.
I think it's interesting that we're going Widdershins.
Yes.
Counterclockwise.
And I can't even remember why that decision
I
was
can't
made.
remember either.
It was very specifically chosen.
I know it was,
Yeah,
but
I
I
can't
don't remember
remember
why.
We had reasons.
Yes, there were reasons.
Revel at the end of Act 1 to the beginning of Act 2. It's just going to be epic. And there will be a blood splatter zone.
Because
That's what Maenads do. And that'll be the one thing through the whole production process, is keeping my Maenads fierce and awesome and not flaky.
Yay!
Because they'll be like, oh, Maenad! Woo!
Oh, so you mean not flaky, like the blood has to stay wet so it doesn't flake off?
No, like, I'm a Maenad, I went on a bender and I can't make it to rehearsal.
Ah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah, we got this.
I did the Rite of Jupiter was the first rite that I ever did as a proto-rite. It was before I was working with Melissa, and some of the people who were Maenads in that one actually went shoe shopping the day we were going to perform instead of going to rehearsal.
What?
They were Maenads.
They were Maenads.
They were explaining that they were Maenads, and they needed shoes. And I was just,
Maenads don't wear shoes.
It was challenging. It was a long, challenging run many years ago in 2001, and that's why we do things differently now.
We've got big plans for like Thursday.
Oh yes.
That's I know that the Marcos and Sunny are already working on prototypes for
Working.
that. There'll be like some Thursday for the new age.
Yep.
Now with percussive action,
Should be fun.
That's the plan.
Yep. Getting ready to close it
kill
off.
suits.
Kill suits. Yes. Actually, we were talking about making those things that you could buy for the splash zone in the audience too. We'll just have kill suits that you can put on over your street clothes. And you can.
Or at the very least,
I'm also looking
ponchos
for
and
sideshow acts
Band,
to augment our circus theme. If we're going to go with the whole Carnival of the Damned with the carousel, that I'm looking at aerialists and sword swallowers and bearded ladies and acrobats and all sorts of wacky stuff to fill out our cast.
all things that would be fun.
It all depends on how much money we raise.
Which brings us back to
Indiegogo!
if you go to our Indiegogo campaign and you kick in a couple of bucks, that will really help us pay for a really over-the-top and astounding Rite of Jupiter. Not that it won't be astounding even if we just do it as a minimal stage production with limited props and just me and some hand puppets. It'll still be awesome.
It'll happen.
But it will happen. It'll happen in my backyard
How
wrapped in sheets.
big it
It's just how big it gets.
It's up to you.
Yep.
Lens flare.
Oh, yes.
Oh.
Yes, we actually owe money to what's
Yay!
We did it!
501c? Are we making any money?
I have no idea.
You want to look at the Indiegogo page on the internet?
I don't know, do we?
No, you don't.
Okay, no, we don't.
No.
Hey, we're on the one show in.
So here we are, credits rolling.
Yep. Hi, everybody.
There we go.
This was a great team all around.
Yes.
You should talk about the people who helped you make it.
That's Team Aries.
That's Team Aries. That's,
And Capricorn.
And Capricorn.
Some of them.
yeah. That's all the teams.
That's-
and
Yep.
Venus and
Wasn't there originally
Yeah,
a third
that's
one?
Team
Scorpio.
Scorpio.
Team Scorpio.
Wasn't there originally a third one?
Yes.
Yay!
No, that was
yeah.
originally.
All of these people. All these people.
All things Aries. I love
Kristen is
her.
amazing.
Yep. She's.
Loves the quick.
Yeah.
He loves to do that side of hand thing. It's just his thing.
Yes, he's interested in joining us possibly for Jupiter, and we have some ideas for him. Sunny, who we're very excited to work with in Jupiter. Yay! Leith, who I do not believe will be joining us next time.
Promote us in your
Yes.
That's a thing. That's me. I do that thing. Message. Oh,
Backstage people.
Kristen and Marcus are
Those guys are rock stars.
amazing.
Marcus is we'll talk more about props. He was alive. He's amazing with the props.
Yep, and then there are people in the
Kristen has
booth.
been our stage manager, or she was in the Rite of Jupiter as stage manager ever since.
Rite of Luna.
I'm in Luna,
Yeah.
pardon me. And those are all of our.
Those are like donor people and
Those
stuff.
are, your name could be here.
Yes.
Next one.
And Melissa!
Yeah,
That's
this is-
me.
So cute.
Moochie Movie. And here we go. Everybody do it again.
No blood, no blood, no blood.
Kristen holding Kate's arm.
I'm not touching everybody's
Oh, yes,
stuff.
the closing music was performed by the Bone Poets Orchestra, and they are very, very
Marvelous.
kind to us to let us use their music for our closing, for all of our, for continuity, all of our
Rites
music today
have-
have used Bone Poets music. Thank you very much to Chris and Sue and the members of Bone Poets Orchestra, including Sonny Larson.
Sonny.
Oh, hey! Hi! I bet you were wondering if I was wearing pants, and I am.
Are you?
Yes.
You still can't tell, but I can
I
tell
wore the leather pants.
I considered it, but we got to save something for later.
That's right. So we're getting ready to queue up for the next one.
Yes, I don't know. I think we have a few minutes to kill, and I know that we've actually got some people who are helping us sponsor this event who are going to be doing some talking
Can
about
you
some of their
guys keep
stuff.
it down in the back because we're still live?
Yeah.
Thank
Yes.
you.
In case the people on the internet can't tell, I can see myself on a screen in front of me, but it's delayed and it's creeping me out.
It is a bit.
So talk to the camera.
I'll talk.
So
I'm looking at you, people on the internet.
I heard it, unfortunately.
Well, the sponsor plates are not done yet.
Oh, okay.
So we'll be showing those after the next one.
Oh,
Okay.
how long do we have till the next one starts?
About 5 minutes, 4 minutes now.
4 minutes.
If you guys want to make
Tick, 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 tick,
commentary,
All right, in the next 4 minutes, I would like to take a moment to say that yesterday I posted a photo of 2 bottles of corn syrup, some red food coloring, and some plastic tarp. And the purpose of those items is that if we reach, I believe it was a $10,000
That was
funding goal
the goal that Kate and I both agreed to.
by 7:45 tonight, Pacific time, that tarp will go on the ground. That red food coloring will be mixed with that
We
Caro.
will make blood.
We will make fake blood, and there will be fake blood wrestling, probably in G-strings.
Real wrestling figures.
Yay!
And that's
That's your reward.
That's your reward.
Or your punishment.
Or if you reach that far, I see it as a reward. I see it as win-win because either way, I've got all this stuff at home for later. The only question is whether you're invited.
Right. $10,000. That's
Yep,
our price.
of course.
That's our price.
Yep. We may add other weird things that we'll do throughout the day for less. In fact, if you have suggestions or questions, post them on the internet,
Yeah.
and we'll
If
probably
you have an
address them.
offer that you will pay us X amount of money
good
to
Lord.
see.
This is how Leia Sublime got recorded for $300. Somebody contacted me and said, "I'll give you $300 to record Leia Sublime, put Leia Sublime in the music." I'm like, done.
Challenge.
And
He
if,
is.
and if you ever want to hear it, it's $300. Never going to release it for anything less.
Nope.
$300. You know why? because that's what it costs to hear that song. I've had several people say, "I'd really love to hear that." I'm like, you know how much? It costs $300 fucking bucks.
Nope. That's right.
So there were some questions that we didn't get to.
Let's answer some questions.
Your answer to that first question of the ones that came in pretty much took the rest of the thing.
There you go.
This is another question from Shen. What kinds of practices did you guys do to prepare for these performances?
Oh my goodness.
Weekly rehearsals for 6 months?
6
Yeah.
6 months?
Yeah,
Right.
5-6 months of
Each
weekly rehearsals.
rehearsal involved an opening circle ritual of focus and discussion. For some of our less experienced ritual people, we would talk about invocation. We would learn about how to, and then at the end of rehearsal, we do another one for self-care and grounding and going back into the world.
Yeah, we take the ceremonial aspect and the fact that ecstasis is that getting outside of yourself and making room in your consciousness for something larger and arguably more ancient and powerful than you are. It's the small ego is gone and the super massive black hole is there. But it's not just theater, it's ritual theater. It's not just method acting, it's I'm getting me out of the way and there's an archetypal energy that's working there, and it's profound, and if you're not used to it, it can kind of give you the Wiggins. And so we try to create an environment where people who are experienced with it understand the self-care and the recommendations involved, and those who aren't experienced get a little bit of guidance. We've had some people where we've gone through and said, and if you are interested in actually learning this banishing ritual for yourself, it's very useful when you are feeling like you're out of balance, or you start having really strange dreams, which is another thing that happens a lot to people on the cast or people in post-production. Watching this over and over again tends to really mess with our editors. I've had many conversations with Bob, with Alex, and with Alan Lester, who did the Rite of Luna. We're like, oh my god, the dreams are just crazy. You just focus on this for so many hours, and suddenly you're like, and my entire consciousness has been inundated with these symbols, and symbols are really the language of the unconscious, and suddenly it becomes this fertile ground, all these seeds are growing, and you got your garden's out of control, and you got to learn how to weed it a little bit.
I thought it was really interesting for Mars that I expected to feel real heavy and kind of burdened with the difficulties of war and all of the images that we discussed. But in effect, because it ends with a happy note with soul, it was actually a very uplifting production. After the rehearsals were over and we were just doing performances, overall it was just really positive and uplifting, but working through all of the aspects of war and the rituals related therein, intense.
Well,
really
so
intense.
much of warfare revolves around love, the things that inspire us to go and do things that are ostensibly destructive are because we're trying to take care of our family, trying to take care of our homes, and it is the motivation behind it shapes it, which is why Venus plays such a large role.
I was just going to add, because coming from a regular theater perspective, a 2-hour musical is going to be, maybe 2 months worth of rehearsals if you're lucky, but they're every night or 5 nights a week. This was more like 6 months worth of rehearsals, but only once a week, because there is that extra, the metaphysical aspect of it to kind of wrap your brain around, as opposed to just learning your lines, learning your blocking, whatever.
The interactions with different casts has been slightly different from time to time, depending on availability and experience levels and all. We've had times where we've gathered casts together because each rite is in the sphere of a particular god form, but with other gods and or astrological energies interacting with it in its world. So it's a learning process too, where you're asked, well, what would Aries' motivations and feelings be in the context of working under Mars? And so there's, as opposed to the same energy in Sol or Mercury or what have you. So there's a different conversation happening. We've had, in Luna, I think, we had so many people. We had never done this before. It was a lot of people were super new to Crowley material. We had a hot tub party where everyone got together having written down, which was bad in a hot tub, not a good example, but don't write it down and take it in the hot tub. But where we would talk about, okay, here is my take on what my character's experiencing and what the evolution of that is in this play, so that we could talk about that and tweak it and kind of fine-tune, like, well, what is my motivation when I've only got this block of lines and no real explanation of where we're headed. So.
And it was fun, and basically the party was set up so that we called them hot tub tickets. You couldn't actually get in the hot tub until you delivered your little short speech.
Yeah, at which point Kegel winged something off the top of his head.
Because he's like, I showed up, but I didn't have anything written.
Kegel never did his homework.
And that was the satyr's motivation.
Yes.
Exactly. It was very apt.
Not going to argue with you on that.
You did a fine job with that crayon on an envelope.
Yep. Well, and that's, some characters don't do their homework.
Do we have...
That's what makes them
What's
fair.
our time, and do we have another question?
Oh, we've got more questions, but we should probably start the next episode.
Okay.
Let's do that.
I have to go and fill this up and hit the facilities.
All right. Well, we'll get started without
you. should talk without me.
Okay, that could happen.
Okay. Someone can take my chair. Hey, look, I'm standing in front of the thing.
Well,
And Papyrus.
Teresa.
I'm sorry.
Papyrus was ubiquitous for a while. I was like, how did we start this again?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
I have to say that this is still one of those ones that stick with me, even after all the years go by. It's just a beautiful opening that y'all have.
Yeah, so the LBX. Kind of like how we ended the last one. We're all like, it's soul time.
This is the one where we got the prop manager on stage for a change.
I know.
Yes.
Another opportunity. Last time it was Tehran doing lights and acting, and this time it was prop master Marcos, which nearly killed him.
Yes, it did.
I was going to say, except for the day that I filled in for you because you were,
in the hospital.
Unrelated, mostly.
That really messed with the continuity, Marcos.
Well, that's the soldier team.
Yes.
Marcos in, Marcos out.
Marcos in, Marcos out.
That's why I wore my hair in similar fashion and have the same sort of a shirt as he did.
It was a very noble effort.
Yes.
It was.
Now this is
I grew
the
my hair
show.
special.
This is the show where I still see favorite shots from the show going around on Facebook. People hit them up all the time.
This was a colorful one. This was definitely our
The shot
JC
of
superstar
Angela
during her back
poses.
thing.
Yeah.
Another example of excited friend who wants to be involved, not particularly into the singing part, but she does some damn fine yoga. So we're like, how can we use her? Carolyn.
Hey, Carolyn. Oh, she's
I hope we get
gorgeous
her
in
back.
that green, and then it's
It was
gold,
gold.
not green.
It's
gold.
just it was gold.
The dress is gorgeous. That's my favorite.
Yeah, she's so pretty and talented. She took
Beautiful
good
voice.
time off for family stuff during Mars, but I hope to lure her back. If you're out there, Carolyn.
Carolyn, we love you.
Yes.
Meanwhile, I'm backstage.
Is she on the recording for Rite of Mercury, doing other parts than she
Mercury
actually
or
said?
Mars?
Mercury.
Mercury. I don't remember.
She wouldn't have
In the opening of Thoth, there's a duet with you.
I think it was.
It was on stage.
I'm pretty sure it was.
Okay.
Apparently, yeah.
It's been so long.
I know. That's one of the songs I listen to
All this
often.
happiness.
I never got to
Only
see this.
takes
I'm
it.
backstage peeking through the curtains, trying desperately to see something. And back there for like 20 minutes before I ever get to come out.
I still have that dress.
I still have my little outfit that I made.
I don't have my go-go boots anymore, though.
Oh, they were cool.
They
But,
kind of were cheap. They fell apart.
oh no. Well,
But they featured
They did what they
prominently
needed.
in the ominette.
Yes, they do.
Look, it's Soul. Soul has no lines. He just sits up there all like awesome and stuff.
Well, at this point, I have no head either. So.
Yeah, that's true.
Grooving around the marketplace. Oh, that prominent one-shouldered look that we've got.
I know,
Several
we were
people.
totally into the one shoulder thing. So
Yeah, I think 4 of us with one shoulder.
it was
I like it.
And this was the Plague Exchange.
The Plague Exchange.
Hello. Nice to meet you, Victor Vector. Hello. Oh, you're green. I'm just standing next to you.
Look, it's a rainbow.
Rainbow. That got
Wow,
your sleeve.
that looks so cool.
Yeah, so good.
It's too bad it covers Carolyn's face, but it does look cool.
I remember you struggled like so hard to come up with your costume. It turned
Yeah.
out so well.
Oh, thank you.
No, the black has rhinestone wings on the back of the shirt.
Yeah.
They're so great.
Well, the fact that it's an extra tight shirt too.
It doesn't hurt.
No,
no.
that doesn't hurt at all.
No.
He can wear that all day.
Black Cat, if you're watching.
Yeah, look at us. Huddle, watermelon, rutabaga.
Yes.
Watermelon.
We talk here, and then we go over here.
This is how you talk without talking. Yeah. I'm trying to
It was a good length.
I remember that.
Really nice. Can't be.
and without the bag. That's not what I
Look at those boots.
The boots are awesome.
Yes.
We're ready to do something.
It's building and You needed to say that louder, I think. It's awesome being his backup dancers.
This thing's working great. Except for the occasional drop out. Life.
I mean, you're quiet. Because it's a sign of silence. You've got to be quiet because it's a sign of silence.
How long are we silent? How long do we have to be silent?
For a while.
Everybody's still being silent, right?
Well, I think John's making noise back there. Oh, it's sleepy time. There's a lot of sleeping in Seoul.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, so now we're all going to lay on this dirty stage.
Oh yeah. I think someone's texting me.
Oh, is that what that noise is?
I'm like, why?
Wow, now you can really see the set piece now that we've moved aside. Look at that. That was gorgeous.
Ziggurat.
Oh,
Son of a.
you and your coat.
Here.
Party phallus Maximus.
Spill her energy drink. She will lose all her energy now.
What's up?
That explains why the internet kind of went away a little while ago.
Oh?
Because you apparently hit your cap on the
Doe!
Oh.
broadband.
Uh-oh.
But we're also going off of your wife's phone.
Yes.
Cool.
My phone's saving the
If
day.
anyone wants to donate their phone bandwidth to uploading our uplink, you're welcome to do so.
Ah.
That's directed at anyone in the room.
Yeah.
Not all y'all out there.
Yeah, although, anyone out there, it would be no good at all unless you were in this room with us. And you know you want to be.
Oh, here she comes. There's Angela. She's like,
Flying
come and
her
show me.
movement wears.
Look at me.
I'm going to
The dancing girl.
She was,
Do some yoga.
she was basically, she came to the audition and we said, can you do a movement piece? And she just did a bunch of really amazing yoga poses, and we're like, we can totally use that as solar adorations. That'll be awesome.
Yep.
And then she met the sound guy, and they got married.
That's right.
Yeah.
Talk about how the rites change lives.
Woo! That's great.
So yeah.
Hey.
Andrew.
Oh, one of these poses is, I think, one of the shots that I keep seeing. It's her doing that side bend.
Now, I have to say, this long piece of music basically came about because I wanted to write
Now everyone's doing Rush. Look,
Yep.
it's time for Rush.
solar adorations for the various parts of the day, and so it's basically an exploration of the solar energies. It's divided into 4 parts representing the 4 parts of the day, because I'm a nerd.
Great shot of that dress.
So everybody had to like stop what they were doing and
Yep.
Enjoy the sun.
Awesome little side booths and wonderful prop
Yeah, the
furniture
marketplace.
Yeah.
invention.
The Junk Jug
Those
is
were
now sitting
fun.
on.
So there's huge amounts of ridiculous symbolism going on here that if you're paying attention, you're like, oh wow. So I'm at the marketplace and I'm buying this thing, this offering, and I'm putting it right in front of the thing that's my sign.
Dun, 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 dun.
That corresponds to the color of the outfit that I'm wearing.
Dun, 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 dun.
Because matchy matchy, that's what correspondences are.
Oh, Tim.
Yep.
Tim.
Tim's wonderful. Have we seen much of Cat yet?
We
Just up
saw
on
him
top.
sitting on
There he
there
is.
he
There's
is,
his
yeah.
feet.
The feet of Cat. He had basically his head up by the stage lights the whole time.
Burning
baking
hot.
his little brain.
Oh, no.
Creepy people here. Who are these
It's gonna be
people?
interesting.
What?
She's not wearing any colors. It
Prophet.
must be suspicious.
Yes. We're all wearing corresponding colors. She's wearing white.
I have to tell one story I found in my Facebook on this day, memories. I was working on that dress, ripping up the hem, you know, like you do, downstairs in the green room, and I heard this massive crash upstairs, and John yells, "I am Spartacus!" I have no idea what happened, but it was pretty awesome.
I honestly cannot
I like
remember
how you
that
linked
moment.
that to your dress.
It was the dress made me remember.
Why would I shout, I am Spartacus?
I don't know.
Why do you do anything?
I'm pretty sure you've done it a few times.
It's time for Resh.
Oh, yeah.
I scared everyone away, and then Marco was like, "Come on, guys, come on, we got to do this."
This day goes by super fast.
Yep.
Yes,
Marco!
Yay! Look at
Nice flames. The flames.
It's a great shirt.
Oh, better put your offering down. Everybody else has already done theirs.
Timing fail.
And a little bit of slow-mo action going on there.
Yeah, it does feel like it.
That's because it is a little bit of slow-mo, because the music was a little longer than the way it was cut together. This is,
It was post-production
Sure.
magic.
yep,
Fix it in post.
yeah, we did a lot of different things. Again, this was one of those where the videographer came to me and said, you all did different things every night.
Oh.
We try to do continuity.
Yeah.
We learned in the first show that we did that, you know, to tell everybody your hairstyle cannot change from one night to the next.
Yep, there's
So that, because that's the right of Luna drinking game. It's when Jackie's hair is up, Jackie's hair is down, Jackie's hair is up.
yep, drink every time Jackie's hairstyle changes, and you die of alcohol poisoning before the end of the ride.
Like my horn.
You look
I
great.
love it.
You look great.
You do look a little peaked though.
Well,
You did eventually end up in the hospital during
that's
this
true.
ride.
There were issues.
Yeah.
Yep. Such fun.
Yeah, pretty much straight from the cast party to the ER.
Yeah,
Aw.
that can happen. Sorry.
Sorry.
Next time we won't involve you
Yeah.
with evil satanic rites that make you ill and die and go to the hospital. Or we will. Let's be real. Oh, yep. I loved
Look
that.
how quickly they clear. That's awesome.
That was fun. Those were neat little prop pieces. They came together pretty easy.
Those were some epic ruffles on that shirt.
Yeah.
That is museum quality replicas, because apparently at some point in history everyone wore those shirts. that is not just a thing that I'm wearing there. That was everybody was wearing those.
So it's canon.
I convinced myself that the big sleeves, it was a Leo thing where like those are my big lion paws.
Yeah, all
There
right.
you go.
That's all symbolic.
There's
And then-
justification right there.
yeah.
Oh,
and then
careful.
the ruffles were on my mane. See.
Ah.
You'll note the necklace I'm wearing there matches my tattoo.
I saw that. Very nice. Oh, things are beginning.
Yeah. I'm singing before the beginning of years.
Oh, we're creating our awesome triangle.
Yeah. There we go.
It's the rest of the stuff that I never got to see. It's like I come out for 5 minutes, 2 minutes, and I go backstage for another 20.
Yep.
I loved the face paint that the officers have, the officer characters have.
Yep.
This is really the first time you did that.
Yeah, our makeup artist was terrific. Sadly, she's no longer with us.
It's true.
But she was very sweet, and she was terrific to work with.
Your time.
Yep.
It's very somber.
Yep.
Very serious creating life.
I'm Shauna. It's supposed to be Shu holding up the world or something. Or it's like, what?
We did pretty good at keeping straight faces.
Yep.
So straight. Not always easy.
Stop.
In the name of
Is
love.
that a we were missing Marco's shot?
I think that might be.
It was.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was in
Yep.
that crew.
That was the night that yeah.
Hang tight off the
Good
back.
night,
Yeah.
It won't be long.
Yes, the Marcos drinking game is some nights he's there, some nights he's not. Because Marcos fell very ill during production, and we missed him.
And he survived, and we're glad.
Yes,
Yeah.
yay! And
Let's make her live.
this was very fun to block.
Awesome
It was. I was just
abs.
thinking about
Yes, yeah. The whole thing that happens right now.
Tim's shoes are very superhero.
Yes.
Are so good.
Now that I know him a little better, that totally makes sense to me.
Yes. Yes, Tim is a superhero unto himself.
Yes, he is.
Melissa's boots, on the other hand, are, oh my god.
They did their job.
Yep.
They have moved on.
I like that.
Really
There was a great
beautiful,
still from that
beautiful ritual.
Cookie's back!
There it is.
Hey, just in time, just when we need him.
He's gone. Nope, he's
Not
back.
yet.
It's funny. Well, there's only. I think this is a one-camera shoot. So if he's in one scene and the next scene is from another angle, the chances might have been a two-camera shoot one night, but I think it's mostly one camera. But we did 5 or 6 performances, so
This
Yeah.
is why when I do these sorts of things, I usually bring 7 or 8 cameras.
yes. Well, multi-camera shoots are great. On the other hand, if you only shoot one night and somebody makes a mistake, that mistake's forever.
Yeah.
So when Bob did it, he shot with 3 to 4 cameras for Mars and then shot 5 nights. And then he's like, I have 20 angles on this scene. Ah!
Now he learned something.
Yes, it's way more than anybody needs. That was fun.
Rehearsal we did for this.
Oh my god, that was a long. This was.
Getting the timing. Angela as the symbol of mankind being buffeted about by.
But the way you solved it was so genius. Like suddenly you came into rehearsal and said, I know! And you showed us what to do. We did it. It's great.
Those sorts of enemies are my favorite part.
Yes, yes
Yep.
indeed.
Well, that's the thing is when you're doing original musical theater, even though all the music's original, obviously. Well, so is all the
Wow,
blocking.
I'm short.
And so you have that moment where you're like, we don't know what we're going to do. There's really limited stage directions. And so coming up with blocking and symbolic movement and whatnot for the whole production that's part of the reason that we spend as long in rehearsal as we do, is because we're developing it as we go.
And as we write the music, and we may be thinking about, well, this is a general thing I want to convey, and I have this motion and that motion in mind. But at the time that I'm thinking of those things, I don't know who I'm working with. I don't know what the cast is going to be comprised of, what they're, like we say, we use the talents and the skills that come together. Oh, trust drop.
Very well.
But part of the, and then you have an idea. Oh, this shouldn't be hard. We actually tried to lift during this number. That I thought, oh, if she touches her body and we get strong people doing this, that, the other thing, lifts are not hard. Not so. It was very, we went through several tries in different ways of doing a lift, and then it was like, no,
Let's just not do it.
we're just gonna do this.
Well, I like that sort of mind foreshadowing of ultimately it becomes the sacrifice of soul later. Not that I'm ruining it for anyone.
I think people might figure it out.
Oh, here comes.
Yeah.
Look at those spears.
Now we're gonna knock.
Knocks are the other thing that's sometimes tricky to incorporate.
Yeah.
This was
We
smart.
actually
again.
have those spears.
Yeah, right over there.
They're in the room.
Yep, we got them here with
We can
us.
show them at our next break.
Yeah.
They flank our fireplace now. The new
Nice.
apartment.
Awesome.
Love
Great.
Everybody needs some oversized PVC spears. they really bring the room together.
Nope.
Spears make excellent home decor.
Oh, look at her.
Yes, Kristen, amazing.
I remember Lon
Lon
Ducat
Ducat.
came to town for this to do the pre-lecture, and he's like, "She's my favorite."
Yeah, actually, Richard Kaczynski said the same thing about her in Mars.
Somehow becomes everybody's favorite. I don't know.
He's like, I kind of have a crush on her.
Yeah, so
Well,
do
she's
we all.
kind of trustworthy. Our
Sorry, look.
We're all crushing on her.
It's time for nap time.
Oh, this is fun. This is our Bez character in this one.
Oh, what's happening?
What's that?
Oh.
Hello.
Thank you.
We have
Menu popped up.
We're good.
Okay.
all fine.
That's product placement.
Thank you.
We're
Microsoft got
gonna,
a
we're gonna charge them $1 billion.
Cool. It's gonna be
So
a great production.
Yep.
I really like the Aries and Leo pair, like the way they
Yeah.
interact.
Well, it's funny because that interaction is very closely based on an interaction between two guards in Salome's Last Dance by Oscar Wilde, who clearly influenced Crowley. And so I've always, when I see that scene, to me, it's always supposed to be comedy. The will there be rain, that sort of thing.
Oh,
there it is again.
again.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Technocro, difficulties.
Now,
Bar in
Yeah.
the middle drawers.
what you may not be noticing, and again, this is beautifully lit for theater. It's kind of harder to see on
she is.
screen.
There we go.
Tierney is so amazing in this.
Tyranny, in her youth, was more full-on contortionist. She's super bendy, and she's super talented. She does firework with an Ignition Fire Troop. She's a founding member. She's done a ton of performance in her life. In this particular show, I'll point out that she was working with the biggest back problem ever.
Yep.
Like in the first week, she was in severe, I should be walking with a walker kind of pain. And through better living through chemistry and just sheer force of professionalism,
Yep.
she did this.
Yep.
Are we filming?
No, that's the
she
scene.
just does
She holds
that
a
scene.
pose for a bit.
I haven't seen this one in a while. So I'm like, okay. Oh, she's
Yeah.
moving. I see
Yeah,
her.
there's a music change here.
Yeah. So, props to Charity, who
Yeah.
spent many a time in the green room crying about whether or not she could do this. But
This is 2012?
Yes.
yes.
Yeah. And yeah,
Bez, historically, is a dwarfish Egyptian god who is one of the only gods shown instead of profile is shown face on, and he's a patron of like prostitutes and childbearing.
but also closely related to the hearth gods, which brings us
Yes.
to the whole Eucharistic nature of the pastos.
Yes. And disco tribal with it.
Yep.
Get tap into that.
Well, yeah, this was another one of those pieces where Newberg was supposed to come in and just dance till he collapsed, and so it's like, well, let's do a dance number here that we have all of our people sleeping, and then they get up in the middle of the night to do midnight resh, and they don't see the figure there that's frozen among them, and then it goes back to this beautiful interpretive moment.
So perhaps even linking the symbolism to Kefra in a sense. The
Yeah.
night energy.
I left her pants for this costume.
I know.
Epic.
She's like, what did my costume be? I'm like, I've seen some of your costumes. I think you can figure it out. Out of your closet. Throw some feathers on that.
Oh,
Oh,
there's-
yeah.
Ah, yes.
Light
Light
up.
up to wake
I
up,
love that
everybody.
ziggurat. Is that our alarm clock? What it
Yeah.
I don't think I knew it did that.
Well, and it's doing the knocks of soul.
Oh, see.
So soul does knocks, and so we had the ziggurat light up in that pattern.
And then we wake everybody up. Yep.
Oh, I'm so sleepy. I wake up this way. I just woke
You
up
do
this
wake up that way. That's what I believe. Don't blow my belief here.
Yep. And there's a number here, and then we go into the 963. Is that how it goes?
Yeah.
Yep. We were on stage for a long time. That's what
Yes,
I
we
recall.
Well, the whole motif we were trying to create was this tribal. There was everyone making offerings to Soul. Did you all talk about this when I was out of the room?
No.
Okay, cool. Well, good. Then I can talk about it now. So basically, we had this ziggurat constructed, and everyone would come and make their offerings. And it was sort of this early agricultural idea where people would come for like a yearly festival, and so we were trying to make time go by quickly, and they were all doing their shopping in the marketplace and getting their offerings, and then they spent the night there in front of the temple, and they get up in the morning and they prepare to do their adorations, and then some people show up to make offerings that are they're not material, they're more ephemeral,
Spiritual.
and we don't agree.
Bag it. Hi. Oh, no, you didn't.
This might be funnier without the sound.
I would have to agree.
Well, you're welcome to make mashups with other music, I suppose, but
Yeah.
please buy the original video first.
That's right. Well, you have to buy the original video.
There you
We're
go.
not listening to sound because
Because it feeds back in the room.
other people can hear music.
Yeah, they're out. They can hear it somewhere. They're like, oh, hey, let's twist again. That was so much fun.
That's right, I remember what this section was. I remember this.
You got a mean air guitar.
I love that.
That was. I'm trying to sing and not lose my breath while I dance the whole time, and I don't dance very well.
We're going a little bit. Pulp Fiction.
Oh yes, that's true.
We just want to see you in the pants.
I remember
Doesn't
I remember this part got great audience reaction, and I'm backstage going, I want to sing! I was so excited when we did the DVD release, I actually got to see this scene for the first time. So great.
Look at these fun people. That airbrush makeup too. You just
Yep.
it's like, hi, this is my friend's skull.
Tell us, Brother Leo, tell us.
That open 70s shirt.
Yeah.
Shirt. Like, look at my chest. Yeah.
I do that all the time, though.
I know.
Doesn't have to be just on stage.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be on stage. I just walk around looking like that. I put on a shitload of makeup, walk down the street. Worked for David Bowie.
Hey.
We seem to mention him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
David Bowie and Freddie Mercury.
Patron saints.
Yep, the patron saints.
Full of honest Frenchman.
Oh, there's everybody.
Groovin'.
Jazz hands.
We're still standing in a rainbow.
Yep, that's because we're doing the 963.
And we're a refraction of the sun's glory.
Yep. Yep, way too much thought went into all of this. It's amazing.
I love it.
Me too.
That's some good lipstick, John.
It really
It is. Big eyes.
Evil art. Toss it there. Oh, 963.
Ooh.
What are you talking about in your head?
Everything. I was just talking about everything.
All the fun things.
Oh my goodness.
There are a lot of words I have
Yeah.
to say.
Yep.
Good job.
Kelly.
Kelly's awesome. He was like, I'm gonna kind of half wrap this. Yes, you are. Because there was, a lot of the issue with Crowley is that there are so many words in the poems. They don't always stand properly. You have
Yes.
really long, wordy verses, and then you have a really short one, and they're supposed to be the same.
He never met a 15-syllable word he didn't like.
choose of the ruffled on the side of your dress.
I dig it. It looks great on you, that whole outfit.
Oh, Andrew. He was so wild.
Wearing my genie pants. Those are my belly dance pants. And that's my blouse as well.
He just rated your comment.
Yep.
Whatever blouse.
Whoa.
That was fun.
Probably my necklace too.
Laura.
I do like that.
She's very
dress.
sparkly.
Yep.
We had some fun.
Yep.
She wore the go-go boots well.
She
She
did.
did.
I don't remember how we decided to do the ribbons to cover the bra straps, but it was a brilliant idea.
Well, I
Yes.
know that there was some frustration over wardrobe malfunction, and we came to that. It's like, because you can buy those
Short
little
your teen hair is. Oh my gosh.
Too short for me.
awesome. So serious.
I always loved his verse.
He's so earnest.
I never remembered his verse.
I don't remember anybody's verse now, but I remember enjoying his quite a bit.
Well, it's funny because his verse is about a mirror, and that was also his offering. Just
Yes, yes. Oh, then everybody fell in love with Kristen again.
I could just get past the first line.
Yes, that was my issue too.
Now, ironically, the nights that Marcos was out, Angela actually stepped in and sang this part.
Oh, wow.
And we don't have any footage of it, but she did a nice job.
Yeah, for
Right on, Angela.
And one of the nights, because of my cold, I sung it an octave lower than I had to. So Barry White visited briefly.
Yes, oh yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that at all.
this is probably one of the cleanest renditions of a 9/16 we've ever done. Right? It's like each verse is distinctly one person.
Yep,
There's no cacophonous mumbo jumbo.
yep. We don't layer everybody on top of each other. And the verses are very short for this particular one, too, which is
True.
helpful.
True.
So
Some
writing
of
a
them
piece of music that was succinct, I mean, this is probably the shortest 963 we ever did, and I think it clocked in at only like 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah.
And the 963 for the Rite of Luna is almost 20 minutes long.
Right.
Yes.
Well, what about Mercury? That's pretty
Mercury
long.
was like 17 minutes.
Yes, Mercury was like
The
17
Luna
minutes.
one modulated on every verse.
Yeah, it goes up a
The
half.
half step. OMG. Oh my god.
Hey, the cigarette
cigarette is opening.
It's opening. It's opening.
It's
You see it?
opening.
Opening behind you. Big do you see?
It's going to eat you.
Oh, we're gonna take our stuff.
Soul wants your offerings. And that's
I'm
also,
told to want my offerings.
yeah,
Friends also do something.
Nah.
yes, that's also how Angela ends up getting stuffed inside the zip wrap.
Because she is the version.
She gets to be an offering.
That's what it does.
Wow.
Like, wait, I didn't sign up for
Change
this.
You were signed up.
Yep. This is the unison verse of the 963.
Number 13.
Yeah, again, this one's pretty straightforward. The storyline is less confusing or convoluted than some of the others that we've developed, but that's partially because the iconography that this one is built around is such a part of our Western culture already. I mean, everybody knows the crucifixion stories from a variety of cultural
Everyone
backgrounds.
you talk to knows.
Okay. The bulk of people in Western culture at least know the story of Jesus being crucified.
Sure.
There she goes.
Oh no! That's not what I meant when I said I want to be his forever.
He went from hitting on her in the first scene to like, now we're going to
Give
sacrifice
her
her
your
to God.
presents. It's like, I'm just preparing you to.
Like,
And there
There he is.
Oh, in all his glory.
Soul has no lines in this entire rite, so
One of these nights, the wheels didn't work.
Oh dear.
They leave it ajar
yep, you have to leave it open a little bit for the last rays of the sun to shine into the shrine.
because is it time?
Mm-hmm.
Is it go-go
It's
dancing time?
I like this scene.
Yeah,
Not just
whole
yet.
scene
Go-go
is
dancing in a
great.
second.
This is one of my
Scene
favorite.
is good.
One of my
Yeah,
favorite
It's like,
scenes.
oh, I'm here to make
Don't throw to the sacred crocodile.
Oh no! We did Rite of Soul for fun at a camp out, and
Yeah.
that was what Draven
Raven,
said.
one of our friends, Noah, his little son was there playing during a rehearsal, and there's a line, "Throw her to the sacred crocodile," and he wasn't paying any attention to us other than when that line was said to say, "Jump her to the crocodile."
So great.
That's cute. Like, hey, you gonna let me in? She's like, nope.
Hey, what are you bringing to offer? You got money? Frankincense?
Kind of late for an offering.
We got some girls in there. We got, what you got? What you got that we don't already got?
It's like,
I bring myself in this tattered dress.
it's like, well now.
You don't have anything.
Your offering is yourself. Well,
I don't know about that. No one's ever done that before.
Very happy with it.
I like that we keep getting a step closer to her. As we talk about the ways in which we're going to sacrifice her. Oh, really now? Let's get a little closer.
I don't know that I noticed that.
We're so happy with the idea. Like, oh yeah, that'll be fun. We'll invite everyone out with a barbecue.
It does
Like
remind me of
you do.
some like trickster mythologies, though.
Yeah.
Like trickster is talking to someone, someone's like, "I should just eat you," and she's like, "No, this is why you shouldn't eat me." Yeah,
Don't throw me in that burger pan.
Yeah. It's a nice exchange. And again, following the progress of Scorpio through the rites is really interesting, just in terms of the role as in some ways the institutor of change throughout the thread of all of the rites. And so it's definitely worth study to just watch how that character develops.
In a way, she kind of runs the show from behind the scenes and kind of
Yeah,
subtly.
she's sort of a beautiful puppet master, and you don't really realize it.
So, like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What just happened?
For instance, in Jupiter, how will we see that?
Oh.
She's the Sphinx.
Da-da-da.
Yeah.
And I haven't actually found a citation for something that I read, so I'm not really putting a ton of emphasis on it. But I read on the internet somewhere that the Sphinx, to some, is considered to be like a Maenad plus.
Yeah.
Like she's taken that religious frenzy to a crazy art form with her riddling and the asphyxiation, the constricting of her victims. So we're kind of playing with the idea that she's the den mother to the pack of Maenads in Jupiter.
Now, if I remember this piece correctly, I was really struggling with it in the initial composing phases, and Marcos stepped in and gave me some amazing help with it. So he does music as well as props.
Yes. And I've got to say, this, in terms of the compositions, this is a piece of music where I just handed you background music and said, play whatever you want.
And I got somewhere and I went, ah,
Well,
I'm stuck.
it has become a gorgeous piece. It really
Turned out
worked
so well. I
well.
was really happy with it in the end.
But in Jupiter, back to Tamara's question, Typhon and Hermimus turn to the Sphinx to seek advice on how to approach the centaur, CICT. It's presumed, based on her relationship to him, that she has the secret. But she plays it close to the vest, as it were.
And she answers her questions with music, which confuses the shit out of them. Like would happen.
Yeah, right. Because, she's a riddling thing.
Yeah, like,
This pose here at the end, this is my favorite, and this is one of those shots that keeps showing up on Facebook, and it looks so cool.
It's
Oh, yeah.
party. Look at that, beautiful.
which is funny because when Leo, toward the end of this rite, converts over to the worship of Venus,
See, just look at
similar pose.
that. It's awesome.
So beautiful. Look what you made. You made that.
And they're like, all right, we're
What
not.
do they say about this?
I don't like it. No. Boo hiss.
sacrifice is not accepted.
Is not accepted. That's what I got. You gonna take it or not?
We're going to chase you out of here now because we're mean. And then you're going to
With
come
our
back with...
plastic spears. We'll get you. We'll get you.
And then you'll come back with your friends and be
Yeah,
mean to us.
you throw me out, I'll show you.
Well then.
All right.
Thought it was just Happy Hippie Valley, and it's not.
We're very selective who we let into Happy Valley.
Here we go!
Go, John.
Man.
This is the most fun to put together.
Hey,
Yeah,
he was
John-
creepy.
John created this music without the backup stuff and didn't know what to do. He was like, what do you think? What does it need something? And I was
Yeah,
just
it's like, I like the structure, but it needs something. And
I listened to it through once, maybe twice. This is what it needs. So we went go.
It needs go-go.
Yeah.
And we started playing with that even at auditions.
Yeah, it's true.
Which
Yeah.
is great.
That was fun.
Oh, yeah.
This was also, thank you, YouTube. Not a sponsor. But in terms of go-go dancing tutorials, they were my friends.
I have to say, when Melissa worked out the blocking for this, she had me shoot her doing it with a camera in our house
Oh, I've seen this video.
so that it could be sent
It
to
could
the
be taught
Omanettes,
to the
as we called them. And I have this video still. I've never posted it to the internet, mainly because
Oh,
she's
Lord.
not wearing a bra. And it's awesome.
It is.
But I'm saving it for myself. You guys don't get to see it.
I don't know.
But anybody who donates $500,
We'll have the additional add-on.
Sure.
yep, I'll send you a link to that video,
Braless go-go dancing.
which is the bomb.
Makes the scene very different to watch now.
You're welcome.
Imagine that. You're welcome.
But I love the interaction between the two there, too.
It is the most comedic moment.
Now, on the soundtrack, the Kristen's part was sung by Esther Utley.
Right?
And,
Oh, that's right.
And a great mezzo.
Yep, she does a great job on it as well, and she did a lot of the characterization. Really fun working with her on that.
We'll see Esther in the next one.
Yeah.
Yes, we
she
will.
is on the stage for Mercury.
She's so frustrated. It's like, nope, I'm not closing the shrine.
Watch it. Nope.
This is my. That's my beeper moment. I'm like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck is going on?
We're gonna swim about you.
And Kristen's like, they're on my side, so I don't care.
Of course she has a back. Stop. And then they wind right up.
I know.
In my heart is fidelity.
Fidelity. Woo. Look at that.
That's such a good move, Melissa. It looks so great.
And then the folly. That hurt my ear. Dude. There will be no more sacrifice.
Omanettes are equal up to you. We'll back up for either one of you.
Yep, this was the scene that's totally lifted out of Salome's Last Dance, or Oscar Wilde's Salome.
It looks like rain. We can't do it. That's rain.
They're just a tiny bit Rosencrantz and Guildenstern.
Yeah. And now we're done. Goodbye.
There are other
Awesomeness
islands for us to
Norway.
see.
It's one of those things that's like, we're hanging out at the shrine, and suddenly there are backup dancers. It's very confusing, but we're just going to go with it, because this is what happens when you're hanging out at the Temple of Soul.
Oh, and hey, we should grab our spears because we're guarding this thing, right?
Yep. She totally wants to close her shrine. He's like, no, the sun hasn't set yet. No. Yeah.
But we should really
This
do it.
might-
Dude, listen to her. The creepy people are coming.
Yeah.
You want to close the shrine.
Close it.
Come on.
Close it.
If she'd been right.
Rules are meant to be.
Oh,
What's happening now?
it's all too late
She's
now.
like, I told you.
Got real. She got real.
Yeah,
I got some friends with
I don't
this guy.
I don't know if you see her face, but she is looking at me like you fucked up. Totally fucked up. Nah, there are people here.
Instead, he's like, see, brought my friend.
Yeah.
I
man.
love her as Bez. It's so much fun.
Tyranny
There's a
is like-
great rehearsal video actually on YouTube
Yep.
of Tyranny doing the dance I think that's coming up,
Yeah.
Yep.
and I'm playing the viola along with it. And at the very end, I bop her on the head with the bow.
Yep.
On accident, completely on accident.
Don't you cut her head at some point?
Huh?
No, I think you
Yeah,
did right
later.
here.
Yeah, I do. She's like my little puppy,
Yep.
or my guard dog.
Sexy, sexy guard dog.
I should, yeah.
We're here to sacrifice. The shine's still open.
great
You
game.
can't deny
Dancing and music. Silence. And he's just gonna sit there and be silent. But look creepy. That was a very smooth.
He worked hard.
Yeah.
I practiced that a lot.
Yeah. Now this is the one where you watch the rehearsal video and
And I whack her in the head. I really tried hard not to do it ever again.
You
I
did-
kept watching where she was.
this is a fun piece. I have to go ahead and admit, at one point, this is called Enter Satan Typhon, and I basically based it around some very simple chord structures. And there was a song by Metallica called Enter Sandman. And at one point, it apparently came on the radio, and Kristen heard it, and she's like, "Is this something new John wrote?" And he's like, Marcus was like, no, this was around before. And it was not an intentional homage to anything Metallica ever did, but yeah, there is actually a pretty strong similarity there. I will own it and say, yeah, that was not intentional, but I can totally hear it.
Well, there's a lot of that in all of our work. I mean, we certainly have had rehearsals where we're like, go back to the Floyd part. And everybody
And then
knows.
replies, which Floyd part?
Yeah.
The part where the acid kicks in.
Oh,
The Queen moment.
yeah, the
Favorite
Queen
thing
moment.
about her costume are those feathers she put in her hair.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I mean, the costume is awesome. But
yeah,
that's
the
cool
makeup
thing.
was amazing. Really, this, in terms of a lot of the production value, this one was really very, very pretty. And again, an accessible story in our culture, so I'm glad that a lot of people got to see it.
Hey.
No, Satan Typhon. No.
Alright, now I'm gonna try. La 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 la. They'll never see this coming.
Especially the first time.
It's totally a cat, like a kitty moment. Just
Like,
like,
I meant to do
no,
that.
I'm wasn't going here. That's what I'm talking about.
You don't see.
I meant
It's my brother. Let me go
Who he
see my
is.
brother.
We're gonna just hang out and be tight.
We're gonna catch up. Mom has a message for him. It'll be
Tight, 'cause,
fine.
we gotta get a right in there.
Yeah, that's right. What could possibly go wrong?
Said everyone follows you.
You said. Yeah.
This is another beautiful lighting job by Tehran.
Yep.
I should mention that Tehran really helped us pull the ziggurat together, make it light up. We built it at the house.
It was sitting in our
It was,
duck in the back for like
Yeah.
half a year.
but he would come to the house, like even when we weren't home, and work on it. I would like come home and he would have been out there and he's like, I put in different lights and I tested it in the outside outlets and it lights up like 30% more now. It's way better.
Because that's true.
Because that's Tehran.
Yep.
It's a creepy moment.
Yeah, it was a creepy moment. It's like, hey, you sure I can't just go in there for just a second? Really?
Just for a minute. I swear
Just the tip.
nothing will be wrong.
I like the reflection on that spear point.
I know,
That
it's just
is
drawing
awesome.
me in. Like, wow.
Electronic device.
I like that Kristen and I had matching hair.
Yeah. And matching sleeves.
Yep, matching
Yes.
sleeves. We basically were like, we will have matchy outfits. We will be matchy. We'll be girlfriends.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. He doesn't have horns. They're just painted on his
Right.
forehead.
It's the airbrush.
But I have. It's hard for me to tell unless you get them just at the right angle. I'm like, oh yeah, those are just painted on. We do have
I
others
wouldn't
where people have
known
horns.
if you hadn't said it.
It's true.
I forgot.
And he gets this last section here is just so quiet. It was really hard to pick up in the microphones.
Very, very quiet.
Oh, the solar tragedy. The sun rises, the sun sets.
Oh, but Soul said, let him in.
Yeah. He bonged with his light up bong.
But there's a
Totally different idea I have now.
light up bomb.
It's legal now.
It's a thing.
Of course, but I don't have a light up on.
You gotta be careful with electricity.
So what you don't know is happening behind the scenes is that every strong guy on the cast is behind the track trying to lift the pieces.
Well, they don't
Or is
lift
that after?
that's after. They don't lift the top off of the cross yet.
No, that's after.
But
That's
yeah,
right.
they,
It's later.
first there's the crucifixion, but then they have to try and dismantle that, and it's ridiculously heavy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because he sits on top of it.
It had to be super strong.
Yeah, because the ziggurat opens and closes, there was nothing for him to sit on, so we made the top of the cross really, really strong. It's built out of 2x4s and plywood, but it's friggin' heavy. Fortunately, we had strong stage ninjas.
Thank you.
Beautiful and comfortable.
I still wear them. They're
Awesome.
great sandals.
But never after Labor Day.
No. Follow your silly fashion conventions.
As if he does.
He's wearing pants today.
If
so I
I'm
don't know what to
wearing black shoes, I'm wearing a black belt. If I'm wearing brown shoes, I'm wearing a brown belt. That's my rule.
Are you supposed to do that?
Yes.
Men's fashion rules. He's not wearing pants, but he's got a belt on. Yes.
Yes. Even without pants, I'm wearing a belt.
Even with a shirt that's not tucked in, there must be a belt.
I'm wearing a belt. I lived with a gay man. He taught me to dress. This is how it is.
Raised by his
Fair enough.
gay uncle.
Yep.
So now, let's see what happens with your legs.
And then I'm going to go over here and sing the "What Could Possibly Go Wrong" song.
Chris and I are going to sing together.
Yes, their backing vocals on this are so pretty. This was such a fun song to record, and I ended up shooting like a little music video for it when the soundtrack first came out, and it's basically just like weird scenes of a Freeway Park waterfall and me singing in my backyard with uncut grass, which I think embarrassed Melissa.
Aww.
She's like, grass needed to be cut. But yeah,
No one
it's
knows.
just,
Only a few people knew that was our backyard.
yeah.
Now everybody knows.
It's not our house anymore.
Ah, there you go.
Somebody else's problem.
The song that starts out, Lord Never Lived the Story.
I
And
know.
Kristen and I are like,
Yeah. The way that you all kind of pop out of the dark background here is really lovely. It reminds me of those, Fowler portraits, high school. You're kind of faded in one corner, and then but they, was achieved with pretty simple editing. I think looks good.
Yeah, it came together nicely. I'm really, like I said, pleased with this song. Kat really likes it. Kat, who played Soul, enjoys
Who
it.
has no lines?
Who has no lines, because this was his cue to get ready to die. And so when the line says catastrophe, he always thinks it refers to himself.
Of course. Catastrophe.
Exactly. And then I'm just going to put my hand on here and be sad. because we know something is going on inside it. Foreshadowing. Something's going on inside that ziggurat.
Oh, there's plenty of foreshadowing, aft-shadowing.
Yeah.
That's right. There's a lot of shadow.
There's a lot of shadowing
Mostly
in this,
shadow
right?
and not much light. But yeah.
Shiny corset. You can always see.
course.
It's true.
It's a good look, though.
We approve.
I like with the lighting, it looks like people are just like coming out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like the flag over leaf. We just kind of came out of nowhere. And it was like, oh,
She appears and she disappears.
Yeah, it should be noted that the room in which we're watching this, because there are cameras on us that occasionally are on when we're not watching videos, there's just huge bright lights in our face, and so we're watching this on a screen with big bright lights on either side, so it's kind of washed out from where we're sitting.
Yeah, there's a lot we can't actually see.
So if
We
we're
know
not
it's
talking,
there.
if there's like subtle things happening on stage, we're not seeing them.
What are they talking about? There's all that stuff over there.
Seeing just big light.
Yeah, so what do you
Big
mean
lights
things
and
are coming
dots.
out of the dark? Nothing's dark. This is the creepy music.
Oh, here. Here they come.
Hey, why don't we bring in a coffin? What could be creepy about that?
Not a fridge.
I don't know what you want that for.
It does look like a fridge.
Wow, it looks really nice, though.
Yeah.
I know it was in plywood, basically.
It was very sturdy though.
Yeah, it's plywood, and it's actually covered with shelf paper. There's a painting on the inside. Tim Brunn did that because as we were getting close to production time, he's like, there needs to be a painting on the inside of this coffin lid. And I'm like, well, that's great. I don't have time to do one, do you? And he's like, okay, I will. And I was like, awesome! It hangs in my house.
Oh, marvelous.
She's so creepy.
I love it.
She did. Now the soundtrack, a woman named Otter did the vocal parts, and for this piece, and so the stylizations actually came from Otter's vocal tracks, and she's also very awesome. She may want to be involved in the next one to do makeup.
Ooh.
So,
Draft him early.
yep, draft him.
Draft them off.
Yep. She's living down in Portland now. Although she.
Oh.
Oh, look at that!
That's amazing.
Yes. Black cat.
Yep. Black cat covered.
Wow.
Now here's where it gets kind of interesting. Elbow sex. Elbow sex. He's got to stab him in the side. Oh.
I could never see this, so I'm very excited.
But yeah.
Oh.
Now the blocking that goes on here is based on the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn's portal grade, where again there's
There it is.
there's the painting we were talking about. The candidate goes through a faux crucifixion, and then
There.
Black and white.
yep,
Thematic.
yeah. And here's Tim.
This is to cover over the fact that I'm filling in for Marco.
It also foreshadows those moments in Mars.
Yep.
Unintentionally, but great.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
just noticing that.
Tim the strong man.
Yep, Tim carries in Cat. Cat goes into the box. There's a whole Schrodinger's cat joke. Is Cat there? Is Cat not there? Well, what's funny is we originally blocked it all so that the shrine would be closed for a little bit so Cat could get out of the box. And then he chose to stay in it every night
He
during the
wanted to
performance.
stay in it.
So basically, he stays in the sarcophagus throughout the rest of the rite and pops out at the end to take a bow.
And he loved it. He said
Yeah.
it was a really awesome
Yeah, now this blocking right here is from the Golden Dawn ceremony.
That's terrific. I've never seen it except on
So if you're an initiate in the audience, you are thinking of Soul as being initiated rather than being murdered, which is one of those weird multiple entendre things that Crowley did pretty much everywhere.
And then
love
Bez
story.
gets to dance.
And then dancing on, yes, and of course,
On the coffin.
Bez is married. The character playing Bez is Tierney, who is married to Kat. So she's basically dancing on her husband's coffin.
That's true.
Get that out of the way.
And
I
again,
guess, you
while
know?
she's doing all these acrobatics, this woman could barely walk, and yet pulled it out for this every night.
She did such a beautiful job. And I don't know if you can see in the lighting, but right behind the cross on the screen that's projected there is a red rim of a solar eclipse.
Oh.
I can't really see it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't see it from where we're at. I think maybe at home they can. I have no idea for sure though.
Leave Jonathan dancing. One of our favorite stories from days gone by is that when our friend Vandermeer was doing the rites, he was Soul. He was in the coffin. Grady McMurtry was in the role of Bez. A big guy dancing, who normally wore combat boots, although in the video I've seen he wasn't wearing them. But their coffin was just a flimsy box made of plywood, and Vandermeer thought he was going to die. He thought that one of Grady's combat boots was going to come through the top of the coffin and right into his chest.
That was a nice dance number.
Yes.
And then we carry the
1, 2, 3.
carry the coffin back. And close the shrine.
And now,
What happens now that Soul is
gone.
in the coffin?
Now that the sun has died, nature comes to mourn him.
And the necrophilia.
Yes.
That's what
Necrophilia.
Hot
Oh,
necrophilia.
hey, that's my.
Yeah.
I was backstage frantically getting my costume changed.
Yep. Like you do. Now
But
this.
look at all
You
the
guys had more time
shiny.
to change
That's
costumes
right.
at
We
least.
did.
Yes.
Although, so I was sitting down through a lot of costume changing because I was dancing on a badly infected foot.
Oh.
It was not a fun game.
I just danced in this outfit that you borrowed to wear
Yeah.
in this show. I wore it last night to perform.
Oh.
Belly dance.
Yay.
It was the rite of pain and affliction.
Aww.
Now this is a neat because of course this is foreshadowing the Rite of Venus, which comes next,
This is the
and so we've
Isis.
got. Yeah, this is based on Isis MI, isn't it?
Similar,
It is.
yeah.
Yep.
It actually,
For those of you listening at home, we can't hear the.
I think that it actually may have been the Isis MI melody with not very much embellishment at all.
There you go.
So I'm going to bring back the question that our fan asked earlier. So if all of Mars was the Thunderstruck Tower, how did Soul impact your life? And you know I'm going to ask it for the next one too.
Oh,
Yes.
that one's the best stories I ever got.
Venus was the best stories. Soul was actually a very nice period of change and growth. I mean, Soul was actually just a pretty good time. Frankly, I think when we're done with all the rites, we should just do Soul again. Just so I can, the rest of my life can be a lot more of that, because that was pretty smooth.
Yeah, it was a pretty nice story.
Wear that costume.
Yes. I wear that costume again.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Did I get that?
It's the pulsating feminine pulchritude.
Like-
I just like that it reminds me of snakeskin.
And these
Yes, very snaky.
Yes.
Very.
Thank you.
Also,
Return to me.
I have
Return
some
to me.
orange,
Hypnotic.
a fabric now with orange fabric like that.
Nice.
The fans. I remember working those fans.
Oh,
don't
yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah. Well, we did a lot of that sort of cloth work in Venus too, and so again, it was just sort of as we're going through another paradigm shift, much as we did with the last one, where our solar deity arrived and dropped acid with everyone. Here, our Venus goddess deity arrives and brings everyone into a warm, wet sensuousness of yummy. I mean, it probably goes over the top and becomes debauched, but it's not there yet. Now it's just yummy.
This is another example too of where we have 4 lovely dancers, and they all come with varying degrees. Like I took a belly dance class once, or I perform and teach every week. You know, from this wide variety, and with Javara's skilled tutelage and just a really nice critical eye towards what can we do to make this look awesome. We find a playing field where we can just have fun and make things look cool.
Yeah, everyone can work together.
It felt fun doing this piece, doing that dance piece for sure.
I'm sorry.
All right, there we go. Now the necrophilia scene.
So we're standing in front of a lit coffin.
And there's a body in it.
Yeah.
And we're having a moment of somberness. And then we're coming forward.
That painting is lovely.
That is a beautiful painting.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
We need to get a frame for it still. It's on my list.
Yeah, it's hard to see, but I believe that she goes to the coffin and takes his lance out.
I think we'll see that. Though.
Yeah.
There she goes.
The embrace.
It wasn't nearly as necrophiliac as it had originally been.
Oh, you know we like to exaggerate.
I know. Originally been described, let's say.
Yes, there was a moment where there have been a couple times throughout the rites where I've said to Sunny, "Oh, by the way, there's a necrophilia scene about halfway through the rehearsal run," or "Oh, and this is the scene where your brother puts the moves on you."
The Geminis.
Yes, the Geminis and Mercury. That's not the least bit creepy. Yeah.
Well,
It's like, oh, by the way, did I mention that? Oh, I'm sorry.
I know why I'm not really familiar with this scene, because we politely turn away.
Right.
you are guarding the scene.
We're guarding what's going
There
on.
are the acolytes attending
We're guards.
by not.
We're guards.
Yeah, we really are.
We're guards.
So, in a more graphic version of this scene, Isis would be on top of Osiris,
Yes.
whereas that would be very difficult.
Well, she
to
would
do.
have reassembled his body from
Yeah.
the 13 pieces missing, and the last piece was his feet.
Yep.
His spirit?
She just took.
She
did.
Yeah.
She just took the last piece.
That's it. She's got the last piece, and she's holding it fondly.
Yes.
Oh.
See, also
I shall cradle it in my arms.
I have the last piece.
I
That's
have
just
the
the
love
tip.
of God,
Oh
and
god.
I think I will use it to my own devices.
Like you do.
I love how the sparkles show up in the dark.
Yes.
So happy. Sparkles
Put
in
a
the
lid on it.
Yeah.
And then she'll use it as a throne. No. Not a throne, that kind of finger.
Hey, see, this is where we're closing this, and Kat could have gotten out, but nah.
Oh, this is the best scene. The best songs.
Yet to come. It's true.
I had to learn the lyrics to this, and I would basically walk from work to rehearsal, and I had headphones in and would sing it out loud. And so if you basically saw a 6'2" blonde man walking down Bourne Avenue on Monday afternoons singing really loudly, and then pulling a piece of paper out of his pocket and looking at it and then singing some more, that was me.
I just love
In
the
2010.
three parts of this part comes together. Oh, so cool.
Yeah, this one
Do
works
some
well.
hips. Do figure eights.
It's 2012? It was 2012, yes.
2012.
Yes, 2010 was Mercury. Yeah.
Yeah, that was me in 2010. I could sing the 963 3 times on my drive to work.
It's a long commute.
It was.
Oh, nice hips.
Love that.
Yeah.
Hips.
Tried the brow belt on yesterday and decided not to wear them last night because I wore the one that Sean is wearing.
Which is also beautiful.
Yes. Everybody looks great. Everybody looks
The
great.
spirit.
Yeah, I
Shiny, shiny.
I liked how this piece came
The
together.
Venus roll. Yeah.
It was one of those last minute kind of, we don't really know how this is going to be. And then when we got us together and we had learned the music and we had our costumes, it just sort of worked.
Yeah. We had a lot of that. That's pardon me.
I know. But I don't.
I would appreciate it if you would pardon me.
Don't remember that big coat of yours.
Ooh, fade out.
Yeah, just gotta get Kristen.
Not so far. That bra and belt that Tamara's wearing are going to receive a Venus costume.
The illusion outfit with that amazing coat. The peacock coat.
That's right.
Oh my gosh.
Peacock coat. Amazing. No, no, no. to have things to say on this list.
Well, I just always laugh because the Rite of Soul was the first one I ever saw back in Salt Lake City, back with Horus Oasis. And it was, a bunch of people sitting around in black t-shirts reading out of books.
Right.
And I'm like, we're going to do rock operas based off this. I'm like, we're going to sit around and sing songs and wear black t-shirts.
The rites have an interesting history. They were done in Arabs very traditionally.
I suppose.
And then they have been done people just reading off of scripts in the living room, and they've been done in super elaborate plays done just with speech, and they've been done. I've heard of a hybrid of Jesus Christ Super Soul was done in Southern California a few years back. I have video evidence of this. And that was pretty awesome because they actually put the lyrics that we're using to Jesus Christ Superstar.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Is your documentary on the rites available?
It has not been released. We did do a documentary, John and I, a few years ago of the history of the rites in early OTO, West Coast. I know there are lots of people in Texas and other areas that have done them that have since said, you should interview us. When we do part 2, we'll get to y'all.
Yeah.
It is property of OTO. We did it for them. And we haven't yet received instruction or sanction for distribution. So it's kind of a archival piece. When there was a centennial of the Rites of Eleusis, Sorolita down in Southern California was collecting video of various bodies, including the Eleusyve stuff, as a kind of a catalog of the way the rites have been done through the years. And I believe she has a copy for that archive, but that has not. We would love to remaster, do a different sound track to that because the sound's a little all over the place. But it's a fun and interesting piece. It got shown at Noticon in Detroit, and that was well received and enjoyed, but it does not have a distribution at this point.
Sure. Well,
we have showed it at Horizon.
That's true.
There are people who have seen it. It does exist.
I thought it was very enjoyable, but I understand if it's not all out there for everybody. But
not
it's there.
ours to distribute, truly. So.
But if we ask nicely, we might be able to swing that.
Cool.
We haven't bugged anybody about it recently.
Well, mainly because there's some post-production work that needs to happen on it, and time being what it is.
Yeah.
So if one of the people who's streaming and listening in is the OTO lawyers, we could use it solitaire.
We know who to talk to.
Right now.
We know who to talk to. I know who the public information officer is.
I'm enjoying the light.
He may be
of
one
the
of
scene.
the people listening.
Oh yeah! That's your shell.
Yes.
Venus's shell. I don't know that I could really perceive that when I was right on stage.
It was hard to see
There's subtle.
from
Drawing
right up
a
on
lot
it.
of that.
Yeah.
That was why we had to take the top off of the cross, is so that they could
Show
do the
that.
projection behind it. And
I saw that we were singing just now. I don't know what we sang.
this is the one that I would walk down the street singing. I remember all the words.
Yeah, because this was your patented long song at the end of the
long
run.
song at the end.
Because Crowley likes to hear himself talk.
Yes, patent pending.
Shock.
You have a lot of things to say. We want to hear them, so it's all good.
Yep. I wrote some of the original music for this while camping with Melissa's parents.
They didn't know that.
They did not know that.
They do now?
I'm sure they're listening today.
I'm sure they're not.
No? All right.
They're like my parents. My parents invited my mother to my priest ordination, and then several years later she invited me to a family event, and I said, I'm sorry, I'm doing a wedding that weekend. And she said, oh, you can do that? I said, yes, I'm an ordained priest. And she said, you are? No, she didn't. No, she didn't show up.
She didn't come. But yeah, the way they register these parents.
It's just like I'm the kid who sometimes gets remembered. I'm okay with that.
It's really okay.
We remember you all the time.
I don't know. I might have been aunt or cousin tuning in at some point.
We're an entire flock of black sheep.
Yes, we are the flock of black sheep.
You're the spotted goats.
Yeah.
No, I know what they do to goats in this tradition. No,
Yeah. On a good day. Oh, did that sound naughty? Good, because that's what I was going for.
From 960 for Jupiter. Tearing the heart of a black kid.
Yep.
Sexy. But the maenads get to see.
Yeah. Maenads like to tear hearts out of black kids.
We can destroy.
Oh, yeah. We recorded a version of that last night.
Ooh!
So, with any luck, we may even share that later today as part of this same broadcast if you stay tuned.
Tease.
I am all about the
We'll have
teasing.
to plan that and have it queued up and ready at some point. Do that.
Well, I've already talked to Kevin about it.
Good.
Kevin's on it.
Ooh, thank you, Kevin.
And in case I haven't said it earlier, Kevin Wiley is the shit.
Thank you, Kevin.
So I'm keeping all these plates spinning for you all.
Yes, we're just here talking and drinking. He's working.
He's working his
Okay. Now we gotta bring him in.
Now she looks confused and
She's
concerned.
so lost.
Oh, what happened?
And he's like, I've crossed over and I like the Venus energy now. And she's like, what? I don't know if I can get into girls. Never mind.
It's a whole of enough.
And making hand gestures and mouth sounds.
Over the years, John has developed more hand gestures. Initially, he had like 3. And I would be like, come on, honey. Do more than that. His repertoire of hand gestures has
The closed fist, the open fist.
you feel like hand, open palm. Or this one.
The pouncing. Playing the keyboard. Playing with my hair. That's what I do.
We're gonna do you in business.
Why are you following me with the camera? This makes no sense. Okay, that's better.
Here we go. Tracks to be the blood. That's
This is-
not a space. That's not a movie.
And again, this is where suddenly, of course, Aries is totally down with the girls.
Okay. Alright.
So hands go together
I think
and a nod away.
So as we continue to watch, we'll see John's hand gestures get more and more limited.
Oh, so we go backwards in
Spirit
time.
fingers.
Spirit fingers.
We all get 10 years younger.
That's
Yes,
true.
I get younger.
We all get younger.
And a lot of my blocking in Luna was very fun because I went completely nuts with that.
See, it's the same necklace.
Yep.
That's right.
Done.
So it is.
She still looks concerned.
She is.
It's okay.
Well, that's because she knows the punchline that love includes death as well. So,
Yeah.
you know, oh, remember we did the waltzing.
Oh, right. Yeah, waltzing. Because
Which
that
is-
comes in Venus.
That also shows from Venus.
I like
Oh no, the bad people are here.
You tricked me.
But we'll get along with them anyway because that's what we do.
It's like it's a whole new world, honey. You gotta get over it.
Not a sponsor.
Not sponsored.
There's his little twirl.
But they could be.
Every show has to have Richard jump around the world.
Yay!
Should be patented, not patented. Ooh, intense.
Intense.
Now-
Like the
Super
length
shiny.
of this makeup
Very
is like,
super
whoa.
I just can see my cleavage floating in the corner.
Yes, you can. I might have noticed that as well.
Oh, Marcos is in there. Right. Look over
Everybody-
there. Straight.
Everybody,
Nope, I'm just looking at me.
Oh, that's right. These movement forms that people did. That was so cool.
vaguely remember this song. For the time that goes by.
Yay!
Yay!
What am I gonna do? Yeah.
Oh yeah, ominous.
Ellen gave me the goofiest smile just then. I was doing the kiss on the forehead for everybody, and Kellen's like, "This is the craziest thing." It was very fitting.
Oh, we're doing our Knox signs
Oh yes.
because we're going from the Luke signs to the Knox signs.
And it's your food yet.
You saw it faster than I did. I guess you get to drink, or I have to drink.
Yes.
Something like that.
I'm very focused.
Everybody gets to drink.
Oh yes, okay. And this was such a great finish. You bring it all together with these wonderful postures.
Here he's just getting all of it.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Because when she commits, she commits. Indeed.
We're with you.
We think you're the bomb. I think we sparkled menacingly. I think
Yes,
that
that's
makes me
great.
happy.
Sparkle.
And the sparkle.
I'm sure that the mayonnaise will
I'm
sparkle
beginning-
menacingly.
That's
we will.
sparkles with me.
I'm beginning to doubt your commitment to sparkle motion.
It's on the screen right there.
All right.
Say it.
What about you at home? Are you committed to sparkle motion? Go to Indiegogo.
I'm committed to sparkle motion.
And we need you fully committed to sparkle motion.
Bring the man out of the box.
That's right.
Oh no.
Oh, she lives again!
Yes, that's right.
Yay.
Yay, Angela's not dead!
We just sacrificed
That's right, we don't get cat out of the box until the credits.
Not until
Until the credits.
He might be. You don't know.
Yeah, he's Schrodinger's cat.
Look at the flirt on that lady. Oh my gosh, she just checked you out up and down and inside out, I think.
Now it's time for John and Sunny Flirt.
Okay.
Again.
This is about,
Canoodle.
we're going to need to practice this scene over and over. We've already done it right. We should still practice it again.
darn.
Oh, terrible.
They are divided for love's sake.
Yeah.
And she's kind of, he goes walkabout. I'm going to split off from you. And he goes on these adventures and she just follows him around and reminds him periodically what he's missing and that union is the ultimate goal.
Oh, yes. It's a metaphor. Make it sound
I don't know. I was
Sure it is.
a little bit great.
And the cuddle pile is starting at that side of the stage.
That's right.
Yep.
Do one of those bendy poses, honey. Do one of those bendy poses. Rawr.
I remember the practice where they went upstairs
Oh,
Oh my
God.
gosh.
Hit her head.
and he did a lift with her and she smacked her head. We already had low beams at that time in that lodge. And she was, like,
Clocked herself a good one.
don't concuss my actors.
And we got the dance going on this side of her
They're getting down.
Oh, I think
Yeah.
it just wasn't as visible because she's got a darker costume.
Yep.
But yeah, they're just as hot on that side of the stage.
There's a lot of hotness going on.
It's a job requirement, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. We will bring out your hotness.
It is.
Yeah.
And there they go. Oh, swoop.
See, the beauty of this is I don't have to be a very good dancer. Really good people can dance around me. I can just walk very nicely. It's like we're going to look really stylish and cool, and other people will look great.
Yep.
Here's the cuddle pile.
Oh, yeah.
I was actually a little concerned about sitting on the box after I got my costume together because the overdress, the green part, is all lace. And I was thinking, oh man, it's gonna snag on this thing and think about it, and it's too late now. It's actually fine, so it came through okay.
Oh, good.
I'm pleased.
Well, I think that, again, I wrapped most of that box in shelf paper rather
Yeah,
than
it wasn't
painting
just-
it.
it
So
wasn't
it's,
like a
it's
plywood
nice and slick.
Finish, yeah, it was pretty good.
It looks
If I
like
You also have to worry about dancer
Looks
feet.
like a real top in
we would
it.
have had sprawls.
Yeah, that looked really nice. And it didn't snag my gauzy skirt either.
So that was a long number.
Yeah.
He's still singing.
Still singing. This is why John drinks flat diet.
Yes, this is why the flat diet Coke happens.
Because he has to sing forever.
Yep. Not a sponsor.
But they could be.
Oh, they could be.
We would be okay with that.
Brought to you by Flat Diet Coke, aspartame, and
Sounds like a... That was Cass's word.
Yeah.
Like, I want to be in the puppy pie too. I'll take your
You
seat.
will be king of the puppy pile. For now.
I think that last shot just now, like, was one of the nights where my eyeliner got way out of control. And I was like, what's happening?
It looks
Okay,
great,
I'm going
though.
with it.
I think it looks great.
It's turning one eye actually. Yeah, well, it was just more than I had been doing the other nights. That's what happened.
you look good.
Yeah, you definitely do.
Your hair still looks the same though, as opposed to.
Yes, as opposed to Jackie.
Oh.
It's been hard to make my hair look different on stage.
Oh, heavens no. There's always a way. I'm here to help.
There's the part where I wish we could do
I just remember this being the time where it was like, wow, it's really almost over.
Yeah.
It seems like it goes by so fast.
I remember thinking, ow, my knee, we're almost done.
yeah.
Yes, Soul goes by quickly, and we actually added an additional song because Liber Resh at the beginning is not part of the script,
No.
and we included it basically because Soul actually was relatively short compared to some of the other rites, and because it would be really fun to write music for Liber Resh, and because there was a day where I was drunk and hanging out with someone who made a comment to me that they were really needing music for Liber Resh.
Thank you, David.
Yep, and then I said, great, now I won't sleep tonight.
It's like my
You
whole
weren't planning to
career
sleep that night anyway.
That's true. Oh, that was a nice, when the lights come up and you can suddenly see Tyranny there, that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
Boo! Bess was there the whole time.
And we're standing up because we need to knock.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, I believe that our videographer had the good sense to just edit the knocks out at the end because we had tried to time them with musical cues and it didn't work very well, and the end was the worst.
Yeah, it always is a little...
It was always just a little off and a little scene, and it made the audience titter, and so it was.
Oh,
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's good that she just cut him, and it's like that's for the best. And I'm in the dark now.
Light feel.
no. Oh, really? Oh, dear.
It's okay. I don't mind being in the dark.
I know.
Secret.
Is that a joke about a cult?
Yes. Because
Beautiful. I just like us sitting there. It's such a good moment. I mean, I wish you could see everybody, but
I did
I think
not
we
a
lost
little
Mark.
selection of people is great.
It was a danger.
Yeah, we've lost Marcus again.
Yeah.
The puppy
There I
pile.
am again. Or would be.
oh, there's the
Yeah.
knocks that I was trying to avoid.
Oh,
Well, the audience cleared.
no. That's right.
That's a recurring theme.
That's right. I can see the looks in your little brows like,
I'm counting. Crap.
Oh, that was so gorgeous. Yeah.
I'm tired.
Yay! Yay! He made it out for great call.
What was the song for this one?
Sky Consort or Bone Poets. I want to say it's Strange World.
I remember. Those people at home.
Shimmy, shimmy, shimmy.
It'll be in the credits.
Yeah.
As opposed to when we...
We used a different one when we actually did it.
Oh, well, truthfully, we use other songs for the live performances.
Yes, for the live performances, we
This
tend to use
was-
music that everybody has heard before because it's a grounding thing.
Back
And
to reality.
yeah, and this was Personal Jesus,
Yes.
or was that for Mars?
No, that was
No.
Mars.
That was for Mars.
Really?
Was it?
Yeah.
This
Oh, because
was-
we're going to Sol.
Yes.
Right.
Going to Venus. I remember it, but I can't remember what it is. I remember how excited we were to hear it.
I remember advocating for Love is a Battlefield.
don't let the
Yeah.
ziggurat kill Angela. Carry up.
And boom.
There it is. The cat is alive in the box. This resolved.
There's our
Backstage.
Yay. The booth. People.
Okay.
Oh, that was awesome.
Fun times. And there we are. We got
And they all lived happily ever after.
Yes.
Until next time.
Until Venus.
When they don't live.
I'm excited to see Venus. It was super intense. Every time I've watched it since, it's been super intense. So, woohoo.
Died twice each show.
Yeah,
Yep.
too much.
That's where all moms
People. Sunny
Do-do.
Marcus, Black Cat, Carolyn, Javaka.
Yeah.
Yeah, trying to get enough people to do one for every sign of the zodiac was
That
fun.
was tricky.
And I think, Melissa, you hadn't been planning on being on stage
I was
on that one?
trying. That was the last
Yeah.
one where I was like, okay, I'll do it one more time. But it's really not great to direct and be on stage at the same time.
Yeah.
It's very difficult, in fact.
That's right, Strange World.
Sean,
That's a good song.
Yep.
That's where they met, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Angela and Sean met in Seoul.
Oh, and those, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
but-
Arun!
Yes.
Thank you to everyone who's supported us all through.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yay!
2012.
Which brings us back to...
Yes, your name could be here.
Yes, your name could be there as
Or Jupiter, we will pitch your name in the credits.
Then we'll know your commitment to Sparkle Motion.
yes.
That's right.
There would be no question. of
Here we
it.
are again, guys. Oh, no! Look, our room is full
So
of
let's see.
people.
Open,
Oh,
closed. These are the choices, right? And then you had
Oh, there's also
fingers. You had, you know, a couple of
John's
those
hand
things.
gestures.
yes, my dramatic hand gestures while
And
singing.
facial expressions that go with it.
Keith Giuseppe will be in Bollywood in no time.
That's right. I'll be the villain because, you know, that's what I do.
Well, you got the mustache now, right?
I've grown a goatee. It makes me look evil.
Is there a way of finding out if there have been more questions?
Ah,
There were some outstanding questions we hadn't gotten to.
Yeah, we
I
have
don't
some
think I had got
questions.
answered.
Ooh.
What's the time? How much time we have?
We lost our question asker.
8:35.
So we have like 25 minutes?
yeah, and we have some of our supporters
Yeah.
who we want to run some clips for them too, so we can actually we can be off for a minute. But why don't we answer a question first, and
Let's
then
answer some questions first.
and then we'll go to the bathroom.
One of the supporters, for the people who are online, don't go away because one of the supporters has provided a music video.
Yay!
Hopefully I will be able to download the other music videos that were also provided, but I'm having difficulty downloading things while I'm uploading the stream.
Gotcha.
Funny how that works.
Go figure.
Gotcha.
We can tether in another point if we have another one to add.
Well, I have another one. It's
Okay.
just it's a matter of the logistics of getting the thing onto the right computer because the computer that has the permissions is the one that's doing the streaming.
Oh.
Getting the permissions on the other computer is
It's
taking more attention than I currently have. I'm still looking up a question though.
Okay.
Have you ever thought about performing any of Crowley's other dramatic works?
We have put the question, what happens when these are all done?
Sure.
I've thought about it. I haven't planned on it.
Right.
Specifically, the ship is something that came to mind, but some of the symbolism that is frequently inculcated within the ship would be very difficult
It
to
has
adapt.
some issues of racism and such that would be difficult to handle.
Your fave is problematic.
Yeah.
Okay.
That being said, you know, there will be a time when we have to decide what to do next, and other than redoing all of these.
I would really love to write orchestral scores for all of these, because I really feel that if it was performed by a full symphony orchestra with lots of operatic performers, that I could reach out and torture a much larger group of people with my key changes and my signature changes. Many more musicians would weep. And that is really my goal.
If we were able to cast our net a little wider, I would love to see these done sequentially.
Yes.
Yep, that would be fantastic.
In a live
A
performance.
live performance over a shorter period of time to get the full effect.
And to actually have continuity amongst the figures in them. So that, you know, the person who plays Ares is the same person who plays Ares in back-to-back rites, and yeah, you have continuity of character. And that would be really cool, and making it sort of a weekend or a week-long kind of thing.
Yeah. Oh. There is one continuity. The continuity breach that would be difficult to do is that Venus is not actually the violin role.
Nope.
Venus. There's Luna plays the violin.
It's like
and Luna plays the violin in Luna as well.
It's like when Venus becomes goddess, she stops playing music when she gets in charge, because you're the king then, and you're busy.
Right.
And you have people that
other
play music
things
for
to
you.
do,
Yeah,
and other
people
people
do that
play
for you,
music
right?
for you.
True.
Exactly.
It's true.
And so it's one of those. It's like I like to think of it as the Gemini / Luna role, the Sora Gemini / Luna role as Hebe in Jupiter, and so the Sphinx role basically goes through the rites as Sphinx, and then as Scorpio, and then as Venus, and begins as Mater Coeli, and then when she ascends the throne, the sort of Hebe, her handmaid, becomes her musician, her protege, as it were, and that's the role that basically eventually becomes Luna, and that also ties in with Crowley's Kabbalistic understanding of the knights, queens, princes, and princesses as they correspond to the four Kabbalistic worlds. It gets very esoteric, and I could go on at great length about that.
I love that stuff. Nerd. I love it.
Yep.
Nerd.
Are there other questions?
Well, we'll ask the other questions after we do this quick.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
I'm going to be providing commentary a little bit on the next set, but I think this one will probably handle itself on its own. And I hope that this automatic playlist thing works. We're going to find out.
Yay!
So this is of course SJ Tucker.
It started long years ago. Weekends, weeknights when the lights are low. The word goes around to those in the know. The D&D game is going down. Time set aside to play it hook or crook. Millions of gamers are heading for their books. Gather round, lads, forget the funny looks. Everyone's dungeon bound. Said everyone's dungeon bound. Come bards from the north, elves off the moor, gamers off work, get down to the store. Scratch your neighbor, what's underneath? A wizard or a cleric or a thief. Generation since Gygax, rolling their initiative and scarfing down a snack. It's fun to fill the form, and if you roll some awesome stats, you can always earn a couple more. Oh, next week coming back for more. Come gnomes from the north, orcs off the moor, freaks and geeks, get down to the store. Scratch your neighbor, what's underneath? A paladin, a fighter, or a thief. 5 and 20 halflings, silent in the field, never held for ransom, never made to yield. Half-elven lady known to be a spy, rolling her charisma while the gentlemen go by. Yeah. Ooh, your neighbor what's underneath. A wizard or a cleric or a thief, a human half-orc, play the one you like. Bust a couple heads instead of studying for psych. Long sword, short sword, scimitar, a bow. Everyone's a gamer, don't you know? Bards from the north, elves off the moor. Freaks and gamer geeks, get down to the store. Scratch your neighbor, what's underneath? A wizard or a cleric or a thief. A paladin, a fighter or a thief. A wizard, a cleric, a thief. Playing D&D.
Tails late.
Flynn pulls a Lazarus. And goblins. The goblins surround Daphne. Joanna?
Hold my action.
Cass?
Move to assist Daphne. Twice. I'm here to protect you.
My hero.
Because apparently you need to be prepared to have it.
And we're
And
back.
I'm all by myself, as all my people have decided it's time to use the bathroom or eat food or whatever. But I'm back to entertain you. Are there any questions coming?
Oh, let me see if there's a question that I can actually throw in your direction.
That would be super, because I have no script. Hey, there's scrambling.
This is actually a question for probably you and John.
Okay.
What are your inspirations what inspirations did you have for these performances besides Crowley? Where did you draw that inspiration from besides the raw scripts?
Besides the raw scripts, well, we both have a background in other esoteric fields. I started in Wicca and doing magic through public forums in that regard. But musically, we have a lot of different. There's obviously some influences from Queen, from lots of prog rock like Yes and Dream Theater. But we have a few favorite musicals. Jesus Christ Superstar, for one, is something that we watch frequently. I'm a huge fan of Flame Biz, and I often have done a lot of study in those types of productions in terms of how they use themes and layering of parts for cacophonies. And yeah, don't walk in front of me. Stand next to me. Did you hear the question?
No, what's the
question? The question is, other than Crowley, what do we draw from? What's our inspiration? I've mentioned prog rock.
Yeah, everything. Basically, everything is influence or inspiration. Some of it inspires what you don't want to do. We have not really done anything that resembles Cats in any way that I'm aware of.
Well, there are moments.
Maybe Bez.
Have you ever seen Cats?
I have seen Cats.
Okay, good. You do Cats.
I'm not just going to mock them without having seen them.
Okay, good. Yeah, when I attend a theatrical production of any sort, I enjoy the story, but I'm also looking at, I see what they did there, and how to use the stage and break it up and use levels. And my challenge is, as a director, not trained in theater so much as having participated in earlier in life, is to figure out how to communicate that to my cast. And sometimes it's a struggle. Be like, I have a vision, and this is what that vision is, and let's figure out how to make you understand what I'm talking about. And that can be tricky.
We have done things where we were blocking out scenes, and I literally did stop motion animation with a bunch of different pepper shakers and stuff to show where people would go on stage.
Mm-hmm. And then there were the football.
Yeah, the football
I
drawings.
think that's kind of a director's thing, though. I've read about it since. I was like, I came up with that without knowing it was a thing. But this is you, and you're going this way.
And then they're going downfield, and then you pass.
I was going to punt. Yeah. So yeah, we try to draw from everything in life. Whether it's theater or just, inspirational, hearing people talk about their personal relationships to the deities, as there's a lot of different ways of interacting with material, can often lead us to a moment.
Well, and we're also completely immersed in our modern culture, and so a lot of times what we'll end up doing is we will, the joke from Mars was how you could basically put the MASH music over the top of it, and it looks like an episode of MASH. We literally did that in one of the trailers for fun, because we drew upon something that, as a culture, people would understand. We took a symbol set that everybody has, and we incorporated it in a different way.
Being raised on MASH and all of that, it was like there were certain things that were obvious to us that I think would strike a chord with people of our age.
Not a sponsor.
No, not a sponsor. Other questions? Do you have anything you want to say?
There was one. There was something that somebody in the lines kept repeating was 93S. Does that have a meaning?
93s.
Yeah.
That's the shorthand for love and will, and it is a thelemic greeting. So 93s, right back at him.
Yep.
And
do what thou wilt. Shall be the whole of the law.
That was
Love
the
is law. Love under will.
I have to say it in that voice, apparently.
Chipmunk suddenly show up. Love under will.
All right.
I love my life.
The last question I have here is, what kinds of practices did you perform to prepare for these performances?
Oh, goodness. Well, we would draw the rituals contained within the rituals, like the hexagram rituals and the LBRPs. We would teach that to the entire group and encourage them to do that.
In terms of personal work, there's just a great deal of personal devotion. You study the material, you study the mythology, you study the Golden Dawn material or what have you, if it relates to those particular degrees. There's a lot of references. Again, Crowley is brilliant at putting in a one-line reference to something that if you get that reference, that makes great sense. The next scene makes perfect sense. And if that reference slips by you, if somebody mumbles and you don't hear it, perform the dance of Syrinx and Pan. Well, if you don't know who Syrinx and Pan were, or if you know who Pan is but not Syrinx, and you don't understand the dance of Syrinx and Pan, you're like, well, what the hell's happening on the stage now? It means something. It's a dance. It's pretty, but there's obviously some deeper meaning. It's being referenced to something, and if you don't get it, so you do that research, and it allows you to incorporate symbolisms into, say, the blocking of the dance that actually communicates the mythology associated. So there's that type of work, and then there's just the devotional work where you spend time getting close to the energy that's associated with it, and talismanic work, incense. Again, because this is a musical exploration for me, a lot of it really has to do with Kabbalistic tonal correspondence and working with those as they associate with the god names and the specific sephirot or paths on the tree of life, depending on if we're talking astrological or planetary.
Yeah, utilizing all the wonderful tables of correspondence that are available, 777. We're about to watch Venus, and I spent a lot of time making sure I built the bra and belts for the costume and hand sewed all of the copper spangly jingly bits onto it as an exercise in bringing that associated metal into the costume. And it's a peacock design in the quasi coat, which peacock, what's that? What does that to do? And the alchemical peacock phase where everything is brightly colored and it fools the practitioner into believing the work is done.
Yep.
And I drew on that because it felt appropriate to the idea that we'll get into more when people said, "Oh, you get to be Venus, you lucky thing." maybe not. That the brightly colored beauty of something can often be a foil, a mirage, as it were, to something darker beneath the surface. So a lot of research and making connections. And John and I, whenever we go on a road trip, we just did on Thanksgiving just 2 days ago, we were talking through parts of the Jupiter script and making connections and figuring out how that fits in the story and how will this character react to that. And it's a huge exercise into drawing on everything you ever thought you knew and trying to make it fit in some way into this story.
It's a synthesis.
You shouldn't forget the layer you have in having been to manage all of the actors and designers and people who collaborated, because some people come from strong ritual backgrounds. Some people have been involved with you in other projects and are already, know kind of the work that's done. And some people came in through theater or through their musical interests, and helping us all come from our disparate areas into this one project was really just another level of
it's a different process than, say, if you are specifically on doing ritual, for instance, for our holy days for Horizon. We'll do a ritual for winter solstice. It has a particular meaning. It's done on this one day. We gather and rehearse it, and then we do it, and then we're done. And the person who's directing it says, this is what we're doing, and they've picked it out. But when you have this group, and you're doing it as musical theater, so you've got people with musical skills, and people with theatrical skills, and people with magical, esoteric knowledge, and you have to have a convergence of that is peaceful to a degree. Well,
to a degree.
Peaceful, to a degree. But getting the hard edge of magic being this precise thing. Music is a precise thing of its own, and theater has its own science. And getting the ritual to be meaningful and real. If we're really doing it, we're really working the energy. We're not pretending to do an LBRP, we're doing an LBRP. But we're doing it within the context of a musical and theatrical moment that requires a bit of it needs to meld a little into that. It can't be like, well, I always do it just like this. It needs to synthesize with the music and with the theatrical part in order to become another thing entirely.
Yeah.
So
very well said.
Yeah.
That's why we're so proud of you. It's amazing.
It's fun.
Yeah,
it made my hair turn gray, but it's fun.
Was it really that made your hair turn gray?
That and my stepson.
Yes. He's good at that.
Yep.
That was a really powerful answer for a fairly straightforward question.
Hey, that's what we do.
Yep. Ask me a simple question and I'll give you a complex and thought-provoking answer.
Citations.
Yes, I believe a friend of mine once said that you always answer the question that you wanted them to ask.
It's true.
So, go ahead and ask me anything. I'll answer the question I want to answer.
Have you guys done any, what sorts of promotional efforts have you guys put into this thus far, so far as the overall campaign is concerned?
Gosh, well, we have a few podcasts that have promoted us, and we had some airplay on the radio.
Yep.
A little bit. And Facebook, we have our Facebook and our Twitter accounts. We've done a few speaking engagements for some pagan events around the town.
Yep, we've traveled, done some lecturing. It just seems like we do a little bit of everything. We're busy all the time. It's such a niche in terms of what we do that it's always kind of a lot of running around to just gather enough support to make it happen at the level that we do. And someday again, the real hope is that it gets to a larger level, and you can help. Just go to the Indiegogo campaign and drop a donation of $5, and you'll get some cool stuff, or $50, you get some really cool stuff, or $150, and I'll get some cool stuff.
Helping us widen the circle, going to our Facebook pages and sharing interesting things.
There's someone just about an hour ago that was trying to donate on the Facebook page, so.
That's good.
Yay!
Awesome!
Thank you!
Donation! Awesome.
Yes. If everybody who has gone to the Indiegogo page donated $5, we could totally pay for this.
Everything.
Pay for everything. If everybody donated $20, we could do the really huge production we'd like to do. And if everybody donated $100, I could quit my day job and be a full-time composer. Just putting that out there.
Nice.
You got vocalize.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we have some new viewers that didn't hear about the special things that you were talking about.
Oh my goodness!
Hi, new viewers. So, I think that we should allow Kate and Melissa to discuss this. I will go get the items.
Oh, you're going to
The items.
So, Kate, what was your idea?
Oh, well,
That's right, take a slug.
Swig, it'll help.
I spent a great deal of the last production covered in blood, so since that seems to be everybody's favorite part, we decided to offer as a reward for all of you a little entertainment
should we reach a certain level of funding, and I believe we agreed that our price is 10,000.
Yes, yes. For 10,000 in the coffers, we will do naked blood wrestling.
That's right.
Naked blood.
Well, it might be, I don't know,
Live.
strings or whatever. But we've got the tarp, and we've got
A special blend.
Special blend of blood.
special blend of blood ready to. We will maybe start mixing it up if we hit 9,000.
Yeah, 7:45 tonight. That's the
deadline.
That's the deadline.
And I just want to let you know it's really cold in here.
So you'll have to like wrestle close.
And it'll be a very thick, gooey blood. Nice.
So please go to the website and give.
Make us put our actions where our mouth is, so to speak.
Now, don't you want to donate, really?
Yeah, you do. You really do. Make me do it. Make me do it.
I like that idea.
How much is on our credit card? Not enough. You guys get us close. Get us close. I've got booze here. I can make
Here's
this
the
happen.
thing, though, is you don't need to necessarily have it happen here.
Right.
Oh.
We can promise it in a future day.
But I've got it here, and really.
Well, this is just to prove we're.
But I'm really in the
you could
mood
buy it
today,
yourself directly
so-
later.
But $10,000 would put her in the mood.
Oh man.
When I could give $10 grand in this show.
That carousel alone.
The carousel
Exciting.
would be the
Right.
bomb.
Yeah,
What are some
I
of
need
the
to
other
have
things?
money to give my prop guys. Marcos needs a budget.
Yes, please.
What are some of the interesting props that are needed?
Well, we need, let's see, a sphinx and a baboon and a crocodile.
Carousel
large
animals.
enough, carousel animals that our actors can ride on. So they need to be able, and they need to be able to last like a 2-week run. We need our thirst eye, which I imagine will look a lot like these awesome spears that are right here. This is some of Marcus' work. Very cool.
Yeah.
But they'll have jingly pine cones on top because they're sun. What else? The
kill suits.
The kill suits.
Yes, we need kill suits for our main
For our
ads.
man ads. And we need a lot more of this if we're going to have
Yes.
the blood we need.
So much.
Yes,
Nice.
so much blood for the main
So
ads.
much blood.
We need a wheelhouse for our merry-go-round. We need costumes. There's the hope that we will be able to have more performers doing aerial
Specialty
work, and
performers.
that will involve some stipends and some general. And then there's costuming, and then there's just paying for the rental of the space for rehearsal, and there's paying for the theater
A couple
rental.
$1,000
and
bucks just to rehearse
Yep.
as much as we want to. So
and so it adds up quick, and then
marketing.
Yeah, we need a budget for
And all
marketing,
those
or we don't sell any tickets. And if we don't sell any tickets, that's really sad.
We'll sell tickets.
We will sell
I have no doubt we'll sell tickets.
Definitely
It's just
sell
a matter
tickets.
of having the thing.
But there's the money that has to be spent before you get to the production.
Right.
Before tickets
Right.
can be sold.
Deposits on theater space and getting everything that people need to rehearse with and early, and there's just a lot. There's a long list.
So we're getting up to 4 o'clock here.
Okay.
I want to do a 30-second bit talking about our sponsors, the people who are helping you fit the bill for today's stream.
Yes.
We love our sponsors. Thank you.
Yay.
We do have corporate sponsors.
These are our sponsors.
I have some slides here that I will be rolling through. First off, we've got Betsy Tinney. I help her run that, and Molly Lewis. I'm helping both of them run their Patreon campaigns, as well as Saturus. Go check them out. Buy music, back their Patreon campaigns, and help us, of course, fund everyone's career. And of course, if you buy a copy of the Orcish English Dictionary, that money goes to me. And Lost Scrolls Pirate Academy shirts are back in stock at fansupported.net. Go ahead and check one out. And this is my web streaming company.
Yay!
Nice. Yay! Thank you, sponsors.
So, we of course are ready to go back to the stream anytime we like. Is there anything else you guys would like to say before we do that?
Venus.
Venus.
I think we just want to jump in because Venus is awesome.
It is.
Yep.
So I think we'll go back to the stream and beginning now.
So Alex Riemann did the videography for this, and she also appears on stage.
Yeah, she's one of the acolytes.
Yes.
In that wonderful dance line right there.
Yep.
And Nicole, now Bliss.
Yep.
Who, yeah, we had
Wow.
God, this is so good.
Yep. This is a pretty scene.
And this performance space is also the same as the other two that we've seen so far today, right? All in the
Yes.
Hugo House.
All of them at the Hugo House. The theater there, I believe, is no more. So that's one of the reasons that we need more money is because
That's
our
right.
lost our
Yeah,
theater.
this theater was so great to work with and so reasonably priced, and they were so wonderful. And we missed the fact that their new building, good for them, won't have a theater. So
Yep.
that's too bad for us.
But it'll have condos.
They will.
Okay.
On Cap Hill, just
On
what
Cap
Cap Hill
Hill.
needs more of.
That's what Capital needs, more condos.
Tiffany. I see
Tiffany, that's right. She's still a hot belly dancer out in town.
That's right. Carolyn Sterling.
Yes,
girl
she
kissing.
is as well.
This was a fun ride.
I still have all those. Well, I had those sparkly.
Glittery veil, 3/4 veil. I've still got that.
This was so much fun. I remember how we practiced at Dakini's apartment.
Oh, right,
That-
a little special
That
room.
room at her. We had a good time.
Yeah. Ah, the lights come up, and there's Venus and all
And
the
my
splendor.
knocks were the zills of my ladies.
Yep. And Peter and the Wolf style, each of the principal officers, they of course have their knocks, but they're each played on a different instrument. So I believe-
Nerd.
Yes, I know.
The Venus costume.
You look tremendous.
That shell too. My God.
Yes.
That was so much fun to build. We took that down to Portland and we did a performance
One touring show, yeah.
in Portland and actually hung the lights in a day, got the whole thing set up.
Kristen Holsather, who
Kristen Holsather
became
did that.
Aries,
Yeah, she was
lights it out for lights.
Yep.
And that round bed that some friends were getting rid of.
Oh my God, I'm 10 years younger.
Why?
You are 10 years
Practically.
younger.
Yeah.
That's
8
right.
years younger. 8 years younger, but significantly, both of us. And those, oh my gosh, that round bed.
That cuddle bed was awesome.
Oh yes, we utilized it greatly. That,
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah?
yes, we did.
It's not just a stage piece. Heard
There's
us say this is a true,
sleeping in this one
true
too.
ritual. We invested all of this.
We were very invested.
And I got you guys holding their arms up like that the whole time.
For several years, July 7th was the date where members of the cast would get together and have drinks,
Yep.
just as an ongoing thing.
So we had the 7707 show.
Yeah.
That was so like, woo. And that big party at
Yeah.
the Red Studio.
Oh, that was awesome.
That was amazing.
Your cast parties are the
Crowley
best. That's why you should get involved with Eleusyve. Cast parties alone
Seriously.
are enough.
We take our cast parties as seriously as we take our rock opera ritual.
At
More
least.
so, actually.
Yeah, I think a little more so.
And if you
It's easier
donate
to
at the
define the cast
$5,000
party.
level, you can come.
You can attend.
That's right.
I was convinced.
There's that costume.
And that fall of hair. Amy Phillips made that fall for me after Lycion for Portland took 3 hours to curl my hair to look like that naturally. And it was like, there's just no way that we're going to be able to do that every night. So the fall was commissioned.
Yep. The Portland show was fun, but really challenging.
Well, there are some challenges coming up ahead. This video will reveal some very whacked mistakes, follies,
Yep.
hairpiece
I was going to
fails.
say, follies. So you're talking about your hair?
My hair follies.
There's the hair folly,
But
there's the props falling apart, there's the...
Spoiler alert, my hair does fall off in this video.
I don't think it does in this one.
Well, you'll notice
Well,
it
there's
missing in
scenes
at
that
least
I'm
one
not
shot.
missing it.
Yeah.
You're missing
Well,
it. But you
there's
don't
the
see
gag
that.
reel.
The gag reel.
Actually, is
Yeah.
got the
He
actual
puts his hand up.
things
The
falling
gag
off.
reel.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, this is the only one that has a gag.
Well, and We'll get there.
This is where I'm sad because I'm surrounded by beautiful women.
I remember.
Very hard for me.
Oh no.
Your life is suffering, John.
Yes, that's what my face says.
Bliss is in a different color because she's understudying Pisces.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Dakini was Pisces and had a voice problem. And so Bliss stepped up to cover.
She was awesome.
Like 3 hours ahead of time.
3 hours in
She was
advance.
really, really awesome.
And she did an amazing job.
Now, ironically, this was the show that we had like a couple of weekend shows that we shot. We did have cameras for. Dakini performed the second weekend in the Pisces role, and Bliss was in one
Her
of the acolyte role
costume.
And we have, as a special feature, you can see Dakini's performance in the dance solo. But the one that we
The one
captured
that made the cut for the performance had
Bliss in it because that was where we had most of the cameras. So.
Yep.
Timing is everything.
Timing is everything.
I must be out of the shot because I think that's Lynn there. I must be in the shadow. Like, where am I on this lineup? That's not me.
I think you're at the far right.
On some far edge somewhere, but I'm sure not there.
Were you actually?
No, I don't think you were on stage.
You weren't on the stage.
No? Okay.
No.
Because I remember you
choreographed.
choreographed, but you didn't.
You had another thing. That was
Oh,
going
I
on
just
at the
did
same
it in
time.
Portland, maybe?
Yeah, you must have
Okay.
done it in Portland because I remember we talked to you about stepping in
That's right, that's right.
when we needed the understudy, but it didn't work out. And then giving me flowers because that's my girl.
Red ones.
Yep.
That's right. Very important. I remember Andrew directed, and he kept adding all this stuff in, and I was like, it's getting too cluttered. But it ended up working out just fine. No, it was just like.
Well, there's a whole layer of symbolism that we incorporated insofar as everyone is giving Venus ephemeral things because love obviously is an attachment to things that will change and pass away. And so when Libra makes her something that is more permanent and tries to give it to her, that it actually shifts the paradigm. And when Taurus eventually does give it to her, so to speak. Phrasing.
Well, and then you have the red roses of the people who are experienced of Venus, as it were, and then the white roses of these earthly creatures who don't really know what they're getting into.
They really don't.
They really don't.
Yep.
I was gonna say, dead.
Yes.
Spoiler. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we also kill a lot of people in this one, which
It was a very
isn't
sad one.
called for in the original script, but darn it, it's just so much fun.
I had to be able
We
to
were
do
longing
something.
for Caser blood.
Yeah.
Didn't have it yet, so we had to fake it.
I'm here in spirit. So coming around on his right is Paula, who's done. We've mentioned her having written many of our.
And Dan.
And Dan, they
got
okay.
together.
We're talking about how doing the rites affects you on a personal level.
Yeah.
Dan and Paula, also known as Thea, they met at auditions.
Yes.
And they hit it off super strong, and they were going the same direction. I think he drove her home, or vice versa, from that audition. And they were inseparable from that point forward. And like 2 years later, we performed their hand fasting, and they have been married together since, have a son together.
Moved cross country.
Yeah.
Moved from place to place, but they still stay in contact, and they both have contributed music to the rites. Dan did some really great bass work on the soundtrack for the Rite of Mercury, and Thea helped write the first half of the Invocation of Thoth.
Terrific.
Yeah, there were a lot. I won't go into too many more details because not all of the stories associated with this are happy ones. So many relationship changes. As well as
This was a heavy show.
Some went really well.
If anyone in the room who has details about any of that wants to share, let me know. But I won't go there now.
Yeah. Let's just say that dying and having your partner not die
Might be
Might have had
dependent.
some kind of influence on you. Oh, look, Daniel's getting some schooling.
But he's like,
I'm going to take away your right rose and give you a red rose.
but
You want a red
makes me
rose.
feel funny in my belly.
And she's like, yeah,
Come on.
Bring him over
doing
here.
my bidding. Bring him to me.
Had him washed and brought to my tent.
To me.
And boom.
No, I choose too much. Scary love lady. She's like, oh, whatever. These people.
This opening song is like 20 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
it's
is,
20-minute songs in the show.
this is a feat of just memorization beyond all reason. But it's all about how you got to get down with the lovin'. And if you don't get the lovin', then you don't get the lovin'.
No.
That's why I don't write the lyrics.
Oh, he wrote them and he wrote enough.
There's Heather back there being Luna. Jeff is Taurus.
Another last minute fill-in.
Yes, Taurus
Great.
was a difficult role to keep filled in
We
this
have
one. We had four
4 tori.
Four
Oh my.
Tauri. Jeff stuck it out.
Yes.
There you are,
Shauna.
23.
Aww.
She's such a baby.
You are adorable.
What? That was only what?
Jesus, I look like a
8 years
kid.
ago.
We all look super young.
37.
8+ years ago. 8.5 almost.
Tiffany is looking in the background like, I am so much more than any. She's just always got that regal look about her.
Yep.
Carolyn.
Carolyn, and we saw her in Soul, and she will also be in Mercury as well.
Yeah.
Love the tattoo.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Something's gonna happen.
Oh, here they
Here
come.
we go. It's your turn to get some love in action.
Look at Carolyn's face.
She has such a wonderful look.
Oh no. Beautiful ladies.
This is the
I am not
waltzing.
sure what to do.
Smart.
Oh, yeah.
Oh noes. Alex.
Again, she's just amazing. She's like, I don't know how to belly dance, but I gotta learn it. Let's do it. And she was right there.
It's tough. Take it till you make it.
She just did it. She just did it. I was very impressed by her ability.
Everybody's mad now.
Petulant
That's
girl.
the way love goes.
They're like, we put
What-
the moves
what
on
happened?
you. And
You can't handle the moves.
You can't handle the moves.
And what happens?
It's very, very dark.
Then
Is
there's
this the
some-
sleeping scene, I think?
No, this is still singing in the dark. It's just.
Love song.
The reality check is John still
Lighting.
singing yes.
No,
We had to
as
power
our
down for a
video
minute.
quality has improved over time,
Oh, there it
we'll
is.
go back in time and watch it get
Yep.
a little grainier and
Well, but back in 2005, I mean, we had what, 4 props?
Yeah.
Maybe 5?
But a
And a
big,
big rock. Yeah,
The
and
rock.
a really big rock.
We'll talk about that later. The rock.
But each one of them gets bigger and bigger and more expensive and
Right.
more props and bigger costumes.
And this was actually the second Rite that we produced in 2007. And it was a lot of fun and really challenging in a lot of ways. Mostly from the emotional roller coaster standpoint.
Yeah, we jumped order because I had a piece of music in my head that wouldn't go away. And I was like, oh, this has to be for something of the rites. So I sat down with all of the scripts and just read poetry until I found a poem with a meter that would fit the music in my head. Which is the Isis MI piece.
Oh, wonderful.
And so I was like, all right, this is what we're doing next.
Yep.
That's awesome.
Well, originally when we started doing Luna, it was a one-off. I had done Jupiter in 2001, and the idea was, we did that in 2001. It's like, okay, can we do this? And we did it in like 4 months. And so the next plan was, well, let's see how well we can do it. So we spent 3 years developing Luna for 2005. And then from there, by the time we were done with Luna, it was like, okay, we're doing all of them. That's it. We have to because this is amazing. This one was.
Courtney was like, "We're done now." We're like, "Nope,
we're just beginning." We've only just begun.
Can't we take a break? Nope.
Nope.
I had already completed the overture for the Rite of Venus the week before we did the Rite of Luna release party.
Wow.
We were listening to the overture to the Rite of Venus when the Rite of Luna was being shown on the screen at Henrik and Joanna's house.
Waking up from the nap.
Wake up from our napping naps."
Yep. This is still the opening number.
Yep.
I like the Venusian schedule for napping and sexy time. I think it's a pretty good schedule.
We get a lot of sleep, and we get some red light district going on. And
yeah, this was described to me as a play about poly people and the serial killer. A musical play about poly people and a serial killer.
yeah, kind of accurate. Well, was the serial killer, was that Venus or was that Saturn?
Can't it be both?
There's the little death and then there's the big death.
True.
And on a good day?
Both.
That's right. I could see you in there. I'm sort of
As long as it's in the right order.
kind of John-shaped
Yep.
blue thing.
Well, again, is John still singing? Yes.
This is one of the first theater things I ever did that wasn't like a church play.
But it was.
It is a church
I did those too. It was big fun.
For who?
For the Presbyterian Church.
For Pastor Steve. For the original Pastor Steve.
Yay!
Oh!
Shake it, Bliss.
She had the
Shake it,
optional
girls.
hinge installed.
The optional hinge, yes.
Petra. I'm trying to remember some of these people's
That's right.
names.
Petra, Stephanie. I don't know what she goes by these days.
Do you ever see her?
No, we didn't really. Our relationship did not survive this show.
I see.
Yeah. She wishes me well, and I the same for her.
Nice.
We're just not a fit anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Hey, honey, I had a nice nap. Who shall we kill?
Let's sing a jazz duet.
Now, during the time that we were working on this, I was in school for audio engineering, and so I was still learning. And Luna, I hadn't even gone to school for it yet, so I basically was just making it up as I went.
Wow.
So there were things in here that I felt like I did really well, and then there are other things I listen to it now and I go, good God, that's terrible.
You were young and you needed the money.
Yep. Actually, there are moments in Mercury where I'm like, oh my God, I just wish I could re-record this one part.
You can.
Yep. But I can't go back in time and
Oh, we get to spoon now.
Aww.
Spooning.
we duetted.
We did.
In public.
About
People
7
pay to watch.
attractive women watched on. I know.
Yeah.
7 of the dancing girls.
Thank you. Full church.
That's right. This was fun.
Nice.
Oh, split screen and everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who did video work for Venus?
This was
She did it all. She had a team. Like she had some other people filming too.
She must have. This was. Well, this right here is static cam from the back, and then she must have had someone holding camera. 'Cause she's
I
obviously on
think
stage.
her husband held camera on a couple of occasions, and then she had somebody else come in as well.
Was it this one where there was the guy named Al Lester, or was
No,
that
that's
that was just
Luna.
Okay.
Yes.
And there's a great story behind that too. finding Alex Riemann actually had to do with finding Al Lester, because we didn't have anyone to edit Luna, and so I literally just put an ad on Craigslist looking for an editor, and said there'd be a small stipend and I wanted somebody to help me edit a rock opera. And I got 3 people who contacted me about it. One of them was Al Lester, which I thought was funny, and he ended up doing the editing for the Rite of Luna. And then one of them was Alex Riemann, and I saved her demo reel, and then when it came time to do Venus, I contacted her.
Right on. Okay.
Station blocking where it's still everyone standing around her.
Yeah.
Isn't he special? Look at him, and they're all looking at me like, you're too awesome.
Whatever you say is terrific. Say it again.
It's all iconography and cleavage.
Yes.
Iconography and cleavage is my next band name.
Yep.
Those fishy eyes. That eye makeup that Tiffany designed for this.
I'm still working in the corner somewhere.
Yeah, the detail that went into that costume with regard to the hand making of it was just quite something.
Yeah, I owe that to Carolyn Sterling helping me build that bra and belt.
Mm-hmm.
It was a near thing we suffered greatly over.
Whereas I just borrowed that shirt.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, can I borrow this green shirt?
Blingy
Awesome.
copper breasts. It's the best.
That shirt belongs to Andre Freeman, wherever he is. I believe he still owns it.
Pittsburgh.
Pennsylvania somewhere.
Yep.
I think they're Pittsburgh.
I'm sorry.
Well, they made their choice.
Well, I think it was more like his employment made their choice. They followed the work.
Yep. I like Delane.
Yes.
She was very sweet and so quiet. It was one of those, I really like her. She almost never says anything.
She came back from Mercury, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oh,
Talking up.
to the peoples. That moment was
I
good.
liked the blocking of that part.
Yeah. That part was good.
And we're almost to the end of the opening number.
I know. I think one of the reviewers who came was like, based just sheerly on the feat of memorization, this is not to be missed.
Yeah, we got some really good reviews for this. This was the first time. I remember because it was like 4th of July is when the paper came out. It was in the weekly, and we got a really positive review, and I about cried. I was just like, oh my god, somebody said something nice about us.
Yay!
Oh my god.
Has it happened since?
Yes,
Yeah.
we've had a few since then. But the first one's the one you remember. Hasn't happened since.
Ooh, here
Cut me
comes
to the quick.
Yeah, we're moving,
Here
moving those
comes
pillars
the
out.
veils coming out.
Okay.
This is an interesting device.
Yes, this was both awesome and very frightening most of the time.
Vaguely
because
terrifying.
you're like,
Luckily, none of the actors really were aware of how
Close they came to
bailing
getting,
wire it was. Yeah.
how close they came to getting flattened by an obelisk.
Yeah.
nappy time.
Yep.
Shine.
And now,
Back when our
Stalker
girls were
comes
literal
out and
girls.
sings the Night Stalker song.
Yeah, this is the
Creepy
Libra is a little bit obsessed with Venus, and he wants to make her something nice and sing to her while she sleeps in a creepy manner. Which
I
is
can't think of a
intentional.
way that that's not creepy.
Stalker Libra.
Stop.
Well, it's kind of like when you they've interviewed Sting about Every Breath You Take, and he's like, this is an album that was about mental illness, synchronicity, and this was a song about obsession. And when I would meet people who said we played this at our wedding, I would be horrified. This was not meant to be a love song.
It's like Bruce Springsteen in Born in the USA. You hear it every 4th of July, and you're like, wait.
Yeah.
This is a horrible song.
Yeah.
You didn't actually listen to the song.
Yes.
Well, I read the title of the song. Doesn't that count?
Doesn't that count?
Chorus.
No.
Chorus makes all the difference.
But yeah, this, again,
Get the altar.
the
and-
subtle symbolism here where he's making something permanent and giving it to a goddess who is worshipped through the ephemeral.
Yeah.
Breaking the paradigm.
Breaking the law.
Don't cross the streams, dude.
Crossing
Yeah,
the stream.
totally.
This is an interesting poem because it basically follows the correspondences from 777 for Netzach really closely. I mean, all the things he mentions are like the various animals and birds and whatnot that are sacred to Venus. And it's almost like a laundry list.
So what you're saying is Crowley took a book that he wrote and went, this, that, this, that, this, that.
Close. He didn't write a lot of that. That comes from Alan Bennett's Golden Dawn diaries.
Oh, that's right.
777 is not all original Crowley stuff. He cribbed it. He added
called
stuff
research.
to it. Yeah, and published it.
That's what it is.
And he removed the tonal correspondences that later show up in the BOTA material that I use so heavily when writing this material, but they come from the same source material as a lot of 777. Now you've had your nerd moment. You're welcome.
This is why people are tuning into the stream.
This is the more
This
nerd
exact
you know.
thing.
Yep, to hear the
nerd you
nerd
know.
talk. Such nerd talk.
Such nerdity. Much wow.
Yep.
I just realized that an appropriate song from Broadway to go with this show would be "The more you love someone, the more you want to kill them."
That's true.
Ooh.
That is true.
So that happened in my brain.
Yep.
I thought you might like to know.
I appreciate that. What show is that from?
Avenue Q.
Ah. I've seen Avenue Q, and yet I don't remember that because, well, I can't remember all of it. And once I saw Book of Mormon, a lot of it was replaced.
Someone, the more you want to hear them. It's that one.
Ooh.
Light.
Oh, yes.
Yes, because we're gonna go stocky.
Yep, we had to have enough light.
I have to kill somebody soon, don't I?
You don't kill somebody for a little while yet. We have one more nappy time before you go killing spree.
And yet, if I had had a nap, you think I might not have killed people?
Maybe.
That was one of
You
the
are
things
the way you are, Saturn.
Yep.
Zen
No kill today, kill tomorrow.
Yeah. Creepy. Oh, right. Not creepy. Sorry.
Saturn in Libra.
K-I-S.
Sitting in a tank.
Well,
That's a good moment.
It is. It's really
Super
good.
hot moment.
Carrie Christensen helped with the choreography of that
she did.
tango.
That was beautiful. Yep, she also performed at the
Oh, that's
777
right. The big
event.
event.
Yep.
Yeah, what is it? Erotica.
Yep.
Whatever the numbers were.
I don't know. That sounds right.
It was Erotica, like
She had a number with her
It
name.
was a-
Veronica.
357 or something.
I don't remember. It's so fun.
I'm sure that the folks at home can see better.
Yes,
I
probably.
hope the folks at home can see it.
So,
I look at her now. They see a lot more than me.
But yeah, this is a nice shot. It basically goes from the altar and then all the way up.
It's a little washed out even in the video.
Yep. Well,
That's the nature of the medium.
Yeah.
yep. And frankly, the technology has come
There she's going with the necklace.
such a long way since we started.
Yeah.
When we shot the first few of these, it's basically camcorder
That
at
was all on
best.
tape.
Yeah, it was all on tape. And now, the last few you see are HD digital, and it's only been 10, 12 years.
And the idea
Amazing.
of doing color correction without hiring somebody out for $6,000 a day.
Yep.
very new.
Yeah, we have come a long way, and we've been very fortunate to work with some really talented people. So one of the interesting things about working in theater in Seattle is that it's very difficult for anyone to make a living in theater in Seattle. Everybody basically has a day job, and they also do theater because they love it. Now, this is hard because, again, artists are hungry and it's challenging, and you never have enough time to do all the things you want to do. But it makes it nice for us in the sense that we don't tend to have a huge budget, but we are drawing from the same pool of talent that's not getting paid as the Fifth Avenue Theater is. So all we have to do is throw a better cast party. And we do.
And how much does it cost to join the cast party?
What? No, 5,000.
5,000. You can be at our next cast party.
Yep.
Or come learn 30 minutes of song.
Yes, yeah. Or
become a part of the cast.
Or you be a part of the cast, yeah. And at that point, you can come for free and be our guest, and we would love to have you.
It's not free.
Oh, it's not free.
It's not free.
Blood, sweat, and tears. And especially a lot of
You will
fake
pay
blood,
for it with sweat and tears. And blood. Ask Kate. Much blood.
Oh, that orange is really just like, hello, I am orange.
Yes. Yeah, Jeff does. Jeff does kind of stand up.
I don't know. I can see. It's coming up. It's coming up. It's morning time.
We're all getting out of bed and singing Awake and Rejoice.
How shall we rejoice?
Is this Awake and Rejoice?
Like it.
I'm going to do a thing. Maybe make your guys' lives a little easier.
Ooh. Protect your eyeballs.
Oh. Look at that. We can actually see a little better.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Thank you.
Our floods are down.
Everybody at home now, in case you're wondering what that sound was, that was the sound of the bright lights that are on us for the camera purposes being brought down just enough so that we're all going, oh, I can see what's happening on the screen now.
Oh, I can see 2 inches in front of me.
My retinas are now able to heal like bleeding.
We don't really need those lights right now.
Yeah.
No, we have an hour. All I have to do is remember to turn them back up again before the show's over.
This is a good scene.
Yeah, this was good.
It was a good show.
Yeah, we had a fine time.
What was that?
They're doing my knocks for me with their zillies again.
Oh, right.
Ting, 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 ting.
Speaking of lights, this was the show. Kristen Holsather also helped direct lights with this one as well. But she was also working on another show at the time, so Marcos had to work the light board for a little bit. There was some time where she was actually calling in light cues to me before the show to do while we're going that I'm entering in by hand on the board.
Crazy.
Oh my gosh.
And then she's like, well, you can mess with it a little bit if you want to, adjust here or there. And I'm like, yeah. Let's see.
No.
Well, and much of the lighting for this is really set for theater rather than for video.
Yeah.
We got better at that too, getting a better balance.
Yeah.
But it's all been so much fun.
Commence waltzing. It's the Venusian waltz.
It was fun writing the music with all the different tribal beats, the time signatures. The music for this, Melissa had wanted to do a techno/tribal thing, and so I borrowed a CD of traditional belly dance beats, and then I programmed them all one beat at a time into a drum machine, and then made more of a techno sound out of it and used those as the backbeat for a lot of the songs. And so a lot of the music that you actually hear in this is traditional belly dance beats being played through techno stuff.
Smart.
Yeah.
Yep.
Ah, yes.
The first to go.
The markings
Oh,
have
yep.
begun.
Yep.
The blue paint of doom.
Yeah, this is where they
are gonna get marked.
Everyone who gets marked thinks they're getting some whack blessing.
Yes, and basically they're all being marked for death.
Because love means death.
Yep.
Why did I dance up to her? Why did I do that? They didn't
We
drive
were
me.
excited.
Why did I do that?
You thought it was the coolest thing ever.
That's right.
You got into the line.
I want the
Stuff.
Blue Cross of Doom
That
on
sure
my
was a
forehead.
choice I made.
Yeah. The other interesting thing is that it's all the people who run away when they're offered affection early on. It's basically they're the ones who get marked. It's the people who fear love and run from it. They lose it first. Because fear is the mind killer. Or something like that.
Fear is the mind killer.
Love each other.
In hot is the hour of love.
There it is.
Love and the light. Oh, hello, love, love hour.
Let's all have sexy pals on the floor. Yeah.
Okay. We're all feeling it now. Oh, the quasi.
Oh, yes.
And there's
Come on, Neil, let's
Libra.
canoodle.
Yay.
Yeah, Libra is
And
a
I'm
little bit.
still sitting in the corner.
Well, you're waiting for your opportunity.
Yes.
We'll give you your present.
You're
Next.
opportunistic. You're gonna steal one off.
We're too
Pick one off
excited.
somewhere.
You can steal one up by the end of the scene.
Yes.
I remember because I had the light for it.
Yeah, being
I
in the
think
middle.
that's the one where that's where I come in and turn it.
Oh
That
yeah.
doesn't suck.
Everything's beautiful. Let's all cuddle
What was
affectionately.
that?
I don't know.
That was frightening.
Now we're having post-coital snuggle piles. Like, oh, that was tiring.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Did I freeze?
We froze.
Oh, now
there we go.
we're back.
And now, dum, dum, dum.
There we go.
Here he comes.
There he is.
I love that mask.
Yeah.
Got him.
I want to say we picked that up
She
for
goes
$3.
lovingly into death's
Oh.
embrace.
Yes, I did.
That is a really cool scene there. Why is it giving us little signs? Oh, I don't know.
What's that? What's that?
We're
It's
getting
got little words on the left
on the
side.
left. There was a little
Title of the video.
Okay.
Okay, but it's back now.
Wakey time.
Anything special?
I don't know. I got that one. A displayed costume.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was dirt cheap too.
Yep.
There is thing. Yeah, it's time to get up.
And everyone doesn't notice that one of their people is missing.
Yeah, there's no morning.
Well,
or
a couple of us noticed.
But not for long.
Now this is the awake and rejoice song.
Nobody really takes a 10
Now
minutes.
Libra's like, I want to give you this necklace I made you. Hi Pisces, you're cute. Oh, there was a script that went out to the cast early on.
Oh, this was funny. It's like, be careful when you Google something that you're getting what you Googled.
See, I Googled a script for the Rite of Venus.
No.
The problem is, and it was Crowley's Rite of Venus, the problem is the version I found was an adaptation that had been done by another OTO body or some other group somewhere that was all done in fetish gear.
Oh.
As one does.
And so,
Pisces was a footstool.
yeah, and so I sent it out to the cast,
Not reading.
not reading it, just seeing, there was like the same type font and same characters. I'm like, oh, here's a link to the script. And the cast was like, what? What? I have to wear what? I'm like, oh god, not that one.
What's equine gear?
It says here Pisces has a beard and is wearing lingerie. I'm like, no, this is not the... Which is not to say I would not have loved to have seen that presentation.
Oh, yes.
Like, but wait, Venus. He's like, no,
Oh, no, she's trying to break up the fight. The boy fight. Don't do it.
Just one.
Don't do it.
No.
Oh, we're done with you.
Boy fight.
Yep.
How shall we rejoice, boys? Snarl, snarl,
Silky,
snarl.
threatening glitter. I like that.
And I love how Luna is just kind of randomly dancing around through all this screen. Yep.
Wherein shall we rejoice?
And she just kind of spins through, like, you're having an argument, but I'm just gonna dance.
As one does.
Yep.
Roses are the way to love.
It's like, no, jewelry is the way to love.
Diamonds are girls.
It's what Our Lady wants. No. what you will.
Yep, this was fun. This was fun layering stuff. And then when he says, "Thy will, Our Lady, and not ours be done," Libra is offended. Offended. Shocked and offended. It's almost as though Thelemic principles have something to do with the way that this is being presented.
Says it.
Shocked! That was my shock look.
Oh my god! Oh no, you didn't!
Oh my god, I love that expression so much.
And then,
And then it's.
Hey?
I don't care about those boys, honey.
let's just have a sexy next time.
You show me what the adorations really look like.
Oh yeah. Now,
Okay.
I love this song for so many reasons. One is because the scene is beautiful, but the main reason is because I forgot this line.
And the reason that we have an entire song dedicated to the line, Mr.
What, the adorations?
Adorations be performed, is because he forgot it, and we had to.
And it didn't fit into any of the songs, and so we wrote a single piece of music just with
for
that
line.
line.
I love it. It's so great too.
Yeah, and it came out really well, and it was this sort of beautiful scene. But I was like, yeah, I just forgot to put that line in the other
Pisces is
songs.
supposed to say this thing. And it gave Pisces the opportunity.
To have a very hot moment.
Yes. Which I enjoyed a lot.
Me
So
too.
your suffering is duly noted.
You'll see how hard I suffered over that.
What a difficult life.
Yeah, that's a rough scene.
It's like, ha 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 ha. Too
Well, I think the chemistry that you have with Bliss here is really great, but with Dakini, I don't know. There was something steamy about her.
We both had,
no matter what.
different relationships. Both
Yes, very
Bliss
true.
and Dakini. It was both were good. It's just something different.
Something about Bliss makes one's toes curl. I'll just say that. She has that ability to curl one's toes.
And again with the flyby of Luna. Well, this part is pretty low key, and I know that Heather was like, "I want to do more," and I was like, "Fine, just dance around."
Orbiting like the moon.
Because there was maybe one line for her to sing, and then the violin work. And the challenge being that Heather has a severe hearing loss and has hearing aids, and so sometimes her hearing, tuning in with the music going on around her, was a little hit and miss. She did an excellent job, though.
Well, yeah, this was the first one where we worked with Sonny, and Sonny actually composed the original music for this, for all the viola pieces, and then Heather Freeman got the sheet music and performed them. And we had a couple people who we were talking to about the part. Heather was the one who basically, see, that's the toe curling part I was talking about. Heather was the one who basically showed up to the audition having learned all the music and just said, I'm already on
I already know it.
Yep.
And we're like, okay,
Amazing.
that's it.
Sold!
I'm so proud of my dancers there. And their perfect postures.
They're so
Their arms
good.
perfect. Yay.
Is this the Sparkle Party we're coming up to?
Yeah,
or
this
There's
is
a big sparkle
Salutation of
party.
Hathor.
Oh my god, this song is stuck in my head all the time.
I love this dance. I really
It is.
do.
This one, we
Looks
have
so
some great
Now-
still photos with the skirt twirling.
Oh, cool.
Again, in terms of the symbology, he finds the necklace that Libra made, and now, even though he was saying before we should only give her flowers, he's going to give her the necklace.
Because he's
It's all coming down.
The throat corresponds to that chakra, corresponds to Venus too. Because nerd.
Nerd.
holy cow!
Steve.
This song was fun to write, and it has a little bit of Van Halen's pantomime in it. Just a little.
It totally does.
Yep.
And there's this hand waving, skirt twirling thing. It's just like spectacle. It's a
Yeah.
spectacle.
And that's what it was all about when Bryce was planning this scene. You know, that was all it was. Spectacle. I remember practicing it upstage at Northwest Actors Studio. I think we had a couple days to rehearse there. It was a really tight fit, especially with all the bodies and all of the costume pieces that had to move. But it really turned out
She's
well.
like back there grooving. I'm the holy cow. They're talking about me.
What do you mean that?
Pass the rose, everybody. Pass the rose.
That's what the kids are calling it these days.
This is a type of, Netflix and chill moment.
Yep.
The presents!
Yes.
It's time for presents!
Presents!
Yay!
And once he's broken the paradigm and offered something tangible,
She
now
can start
everyone-
having other, and we had invited audience members to contribute offerings to Venus, which were in this chest. So some of them were pre-planted, so we knew we would have enough. But there were things in the box that we didn't know what they would be because they were directly from audience members that we would hand out amongst the girls. Like, look at all my shinies. People gave her cool stuff, which I thought was nice. So we got to people could say, "Oh, I gave her that."
Libra is offstage brooding still.
Yeah, he's sad.
Brooding / pouting.
Being angry, filled with his Libra anger.
He's like, I
Look at my shine.
I have a shiny for you.
Yeah. Libra's
I'll take it.
Because we've never seen that look off of you.
It's method acting. Method acting. It's like, you have a present for me. Hello.
Oh.
Hello, sexy. It's like,
Hey,
And
everybody
and
wants
the-
some.
The acolytes, being an extension of my will, are all like, let's work.
Yeah.
It occurs to me the acolytes are kind of like tentacles.
Yep.
Yeah.
They are.
Very oceanic.
Yeah, my Ursula extension. Like, look what's this, matches my outfit and everything. look.
Ah, squeak!
And they pass it around.
Squeak, squeak!
Yes, this is the stop shirt.
It's so shiny.
Pay no attention to the murder weapon.
What's that under your shirt?
Ooh, this is like,
We've never seen these
this is
before.
a premonition of Maynard behavior.
Yes, I think so. I think study this closely.
So imagine that the necklace is viscera.
And there,
Right.
yeah, and there's blood dripping off of everything.
Right.
Like that. Orange like blood.
She's like, I have shiny. It's shiny.
She's looking around and she's like,
Hey, where's Lyra?
Where's that other dude?
That other guy didn't bring me a present.
Sister, at that point, Jeff and I we would walk around Green Lake once a week. And he's just like, I've got to learn how to sing. Like, yes, you do.
He's not a singer?
He's
No.
not a natural singer.
He was not.
He's great.
Yeah, he did a great
I'm
job.
very impressed. I had no idea.
He got some lessons into him, and he did a phenomenal job.
Yes.
See, in our work, attitude and willingness is like 90%.
Yeah.
Yep.
you show up and you care and you want to do it.
Yep.
And teach you skills.
Yep.
I would rather work with somebody who shows up to every rehearsal with a great attitude and wants to do it.
Than a diva who makes me jump through hoops to be in that presence.
I was like, yeah, that's okay. You go work with somebody else and have a great time.
Now a diva who will take my direction, I can live with that too.
Yep.
Now this scene. We have
boat. I love this.
Now this isn't boat.
Oh, not yet.
This isn't boat. This is
This is where I'm off stage singing for 20 minutes.
Oh, and she's got the lovely veil.
yes. This is a
Ice's
12-minute
wings.
scene in which I thought it would not be a big problem to figure out something to do in all of it, and I was half the time like making it up and feeling really out of my element. And she's kind of like,
I think it puts you in the right space for what Venus is going through, though, at the moment.
Yeah.
So, as awkward as it was personally, it
it was
delivers.
personally awkward, but what Alex did with it in terms of those overlays
Oh,
was pretty cool.
right.
I mean, she's having mixed feelings.
Yep.
Yeah.
Several nights from the static camera, and she basically layered them in interesting ways. But it was a long space of time to fill.
Right.
It is. Stage time
And at some
is
point,
very
you'll see
different.
that my hair is gone.
Get ready to drink.
Oh, so sweet.
Love those wings.
Yeah, now the cut-in where we have Saturn and Venus dancing together, it's not in the original stage production. We didn't do it that way, but it's one of those things where afterward it's like, you know what, that would have been really cool when it cuts to the waltz time, and to have him come back in and have just a moment with her would have been really neat. And so it sort of became
It's a thing that we look back on, and we should have established more of a relationship between Venus and Saturn, because he's almost non sequitur.
Yeah.
In the way that it's presented. But, you learn.
Yeah, less so in the video, more so in the stage production. But, you get better at it as you go.
Ah, brooding.
Brooding Libra.
Brooding with the moon.
And there's the Saturn looking all sexy.
There we go. Get those Isis wings going.
She's got
we can watch all your copper shimmer in the dim light. It's amazing.
It is pretty amazing. The copper turned out really nice.
I was looking at your cleavage.
Of course you were. Well, that's kind of what they're designed for.
Look here is what those shiny things say. Look over here.
The opposite of saying, eyes up here.
That's right.
It's like that. My boobs are down here.
And my hips are down here.
Yeah, lots of long pieces.
Yeah, this was an interesting piece of music to write. Again, I was convalescing after surgery when I wrote this piano bit.
So he's on a lot of drugs.
I was on a lot of drugs.
Here we go.
Whoa.
We did this at Alex's place.
Oh, to add.
When we added it in later. As this kind of
dream sequence.
Yeah,
I think I have that veil now. That blue veil.
Very likely. Oh, sexy.
There's Saturn. Sexy Saturn.
How's it sit on my arm?
Yeah, it almost feels like a flashback.
Oh, that white rose is very nice.
I wonder what that's symbolic of.
Dancer, dancer. And up here, he's gonna do the twirl, and the there's a dip in here somewhere where my hairpiece falls off.
No.
Only it's not here; it's in the outtakes.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny though, because it had actually happened during the show. So.
There's a continuity to the hairpiece falling off. Yeah, my recollection is by the time we shot this, you'd actually cut off a lot of your hair.
Yes, so it was a good thing I had the fall.
Yep. Daniel's goatee is also cut differently.
That's okay. Flashback, flash forward.
Yep.
I think he's dreamy.
Bum, bum, bum.
The evil legends and pattern. Give me some children and I will gnaw upon them.
God, I forgot about this. This was back when we did the commercial, wasn't it?
No, this was what we shot in post.
After, in post, to fill in some of that dance scene that was kind of lengthy. That was a nice transition.
Yes.
And the dance gets a little bit. She's like, what?
I'm not so sure anymore. You're still my friend.
Bad touches. Still kind of alluring.
Yet slightly hard.
Oh, it's kind of like a magic trick almost.
She disappeared. She is gone. Back.
Nicely done, Alex.
Good job, Alex.
Nice.
Woo. And now we're doing
This, I love
the
this.
boat stuff.
With the big veils that came up with the petals that fell down to
yes.
the ground, and just such beautiful imagery for the dancers. It was fun.
Yep. Because along with this really long singing bit, there's also long instrumental bits in there. It's just like playing the guitar, because that's what I do.
Well, now she's in the ocean, and she's. Ooh, hello, smiley face.
Right there. It is a smiley face.
Makes me smile.
Makes a lot of us smile.
She's in the ocean, and since she was born in the ocean, you'd think it would be not traumatic, but apparently it's a challenging day in the ocean.
The choreography is very pretty.
Yes.
Nicely done, Jabbar.
Thank you.
Yeah, when we first talked about doing this scene, describing the boat in the water, and we were using these brown veils, and I was like, I did not see it. I could not see it in my mind's eye.
But we made it work.
And then when it happened, I was like, holy shit, that really works.
There was one night where we almost missed our cue.
Oh no!
To come out, like we heard the line, we were like, "Oh shit!" and we ran up the stairs quietly, and grabbed the veils and hit our entrance like perfectly. But dang, that was
Dang near.
That is not something I want to ever repeat. Kind of get that close.
Now, I liked all these solo dances, and it was challenging because the lighting was not good for some of them, or they were not caught by the camera, and that's too bad because some of them were really neat. Now, of course, I didn't get to see any of this because I was off stage singing.
Still singing. Yeah.
Yes, this is one of those pieces we didn't pre-record any of my vocal parts. I had a microphone backstage, and I sang every performance. But that was hard.
Yeah, it was.
I think that is what kept the integrity of the ritual aspect, though, and I'm sure that's part of the reason why you chose that. And it certainly was experienced by the performers and the audience.
It needed to be more live because that makes it, the energy's different.
Mm-hmm.
Undulating on the floor like it did.
I'm curious if anyone on the internet has questions for us.
He stepped away. Yes.
Yep.
Do we have more questions? Do you have any questions?
I don't see any more questions on the feed.
Okay.
All right.
We have 9 people watching. So you should ask the people who are watching to ask some freaking questions. Because
ask some questions.
In the chat.
If you're one of the 9 people who are watching right now.
Hi, 9.
Hi, 9.
Hi, 9.
Are you wearing pants? Wait, never mind.
No, they're supposed to
ask us questions. Ooh, yeah. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them.
And ask them in the chat.
Ask them in the chat. Oh, that's how that works. See,
right.
There you go.
And if you didn't know there was a chat,
there's
a chat.
Surprise. And in the chat, you can ask questions. We've answered some interesting questions earlier.
Indeed.
And we'll answer them again if you didn't hear.
Again if you didn't hear.
In the meantime, you should tell them a little bit about your the project because they might be a little different.
Yes, you might be different people than the people who were here before.
And this is, of course, different. They're expecting us to plug it because that's what this is.
Right, that's true.
It's kind of like a PBS thing.
Yes, this is like a PBS funding drive where we watch Red Dwarf back to back, except that we don't. Although I totally would.
Rites of Eleusis.
The Rites of Eleusis back to back. And we talk about it over the top of it because if you want to see them without the talkie bits, you can go to the Vimeo page and you can you can stream all of them on the Vimeo page. They're relatively inexpensive. We'll let you stream Mars, the latest one we've done, for free if you sign up for our mailing list. And we're doing this because we're coming toward the end of our funding campaign for the Rite of Jupiter. and we're hoping to get some financial support from our friends and people who like what we do in order to continue doing this stuff, because it's awesome and really, really fun for our community, a really great artistic thing to do, and because I have to finish 2 more so I can get a t-shirt that says "In Your Face Wagner," and that's really my goal, because it took Wagner like 27 years to write the Ring Cycle, and I think these will be done in 17 for me, so that'd be like 10 years faster.
Woohoo! That's right.
And totally in his face. So yes, Indiegogo, Crowley's Rite of Jupiter. It was going to be Aleister Crowley's Rite of Jupiter, but we ran out of characters. Jupiter has just a few too many letters, so I had to truncate it. So as a result, it's not Ned Crowley, it is Aleister Crowley, just so you know.
And an update on the Indiegogo.
Yes.
Hey!
We've had 3 new backers.
Hey!
Yay! Thank you, 3 new backers.
2 of them, one of them is anonymous. One of them is from Jim Luceno.
Jim!
And Shen Alchemy, the one who was asking all the questions earlier.
Shen!
But Shen has unfortunately gone to bed because Shen is apparently
somewhere away,
someplace where it's very late.
In a different time zone.
I imagine, based on when Shen went to bed, it was like 3 o'clock. Shen's probably in England or something.
Yes.
All right.
We have some friends in Ireland, and
that could be.
Oh, hey, look, it's us. We're dead.
The dead ones have come back.
Yep.
But now you have fancy white outfits.
Well, now we have to dress.
and you're on the boat.
They're on the boat.
Take a good hard
It
look.
is true.
And Alex is the prow of the ship.
She does it perfectly.
This scene was so much fun because it's like we don't have a fancy set. We have 2 pieces of fabric and someone leaning back and forth, and suddenly it's a boat.
That's right. That's right.
Because imagination.
I always dream of doing stage sets like this, so it was nice to put it in the choreography.
Trying to figure out what we were gonna do was a really interestingly awkward conversation. Like, it's not in a bad way, just in a. So we're standing up here, swaying. How do we make this look like a disaster?
Just think William Shatner.
Well, it's kind of ultimately
Are we crossing the river Styx? What's going on?
The waves are still calm right now.
Oh, yeah?
When you're ready for them.
Sure.
Oh, hi, Internet.
All right. I'll give you the easy one first. When do you plan to hold auditions for Jupiter?
Oh, that's a good question. Probably around sometime late spring of next year.
Our announcements will be out by April. How's that?
The announcements will be out by April.
Yep.
We're hoping that we start our rehearsal schedule sometime in July, so we'll be trying to firm up who's in the cast by June-ish. So we'll backfill from there.
And the rehearsals will actually begin
after July 4th.
Yeah.
And did we discuss this time
twice a week?
Twice a week instead of once a week.
Our tradition has been once a week for 6 months. We're going to try twice a week for 3. At the request of several cast members.
Obviously, as you can tell, the actual process is much longer since you are working on it now.
We're already in pre-production. We're already recording audio for it. We actually have a file if we managed to rip that.
Oh, right. That was the thing I was doing.
Well,
what was the other question? The other question is much harder.
Okay. Embrace
what is the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything?
42.
No, they said, what is the question?
Oh, what is the question?
This one is smart. They saw that one coming.
That's enough one. What is the question?
Isn't the question what the answer is?
The answer is the question.
What is 6 times 8 base 13?
Exactly.
I'm going to go with, have you ever seen a grown man naked? Have you ever been in the cockpit of a plane before?
Nerd.
Nerd as well.
I forgot about this.
Do you like
they're like in the ocean now. They're dying.
No. Wait, so Venus is being surrounded by ghosts.
That's right. And she's like, no!
Just like Capricornus was.
Yeah.
Time on for the
Dun, dun, dun.
Parallels.
That didn't occur to me until just now.
Sometimes that doesn't occur to us until
No, totally planned it.
Which track?
The second one's the best.
Second one is the best.
Yep.
So, and all of that was sort of her dream, right?
Yeah,
Dream.
this was her dream as she's fretting
Nightmare.
over the fact that Libra has stopped being affectionate.
Yeah,
That
he's
was
off
her-
stage saying mean things to her.
Yeah.
You don't bring me necklaces anymore.
And then oh my God, the method acting coming up is embarrassing.
This is the bruise on my shoulder.
Yes, this is the bruise on your shoulder.
It's coming.
Yeah.
The bruise on your
Oh.
I'll explain it when we get there.
Physically involved. All right.
Well, there's this confrontation coming up.
Yes. Libra has some pent up emotional frustration.
Which might have paralleled some of John's
pent up emotional childhood frustration, what have you.
with the whole, I don't know, maybe it was a mommy thing, I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers to it, but this is an appeal to Venus as mother and how she leaves all of her children to die, and it's very dark and very and there's
He's like,
wearing the necklace.
You're wearing the necklace that I told off you. What?
That
right there, that little shoulder tap was so physically real that after a few days I had to say, honey, can you dial it back just a little bit because I'm getting a hematoma.
I was doing it with my fingertips instead of with my hand, like you see in
It was
that
like,
scene.
zoink!
And I literally put a bruise. And when I realized I'd done it, I was so embarrassed and
like,
so shocked. I had no idea I was doing it. I felt so shitty. So
Acting is a powerful thing.
Yep.
Method acting is method acting.
Yep, there was a lot of very angry, angsty going on there.
And she's like, oh dear, I don't like these words that you are saying to me.
There's also a lot of sweeping that goes on after the show, as you can tell.
Yes.
A lot of sweet. There's a lot of
Remember
glitter
you gave
involved
me,
with
I know
Venus.
you made this for me.
We know how glitter behaves.
That's ultimately actually why they changed venues. They couldn't get the glitter out.
Yeah.
So they cleaned it up, we went back.
The glitter destroyed the theater.
And see how ugly my hair is there because the fall fell off. So that's what was underneath the scraggly reality.
And it's back again.
And then it's back.
Which is also method acting, really.
So it's like another drinking game. Is the fall present? Is it not present?
Now she's mad and she says, now you're going to come back.
I am going to stick my acolytes on
My
you.
acolytes are coming for you.
This is a great song.
So
I
John's
really
gonna be
like it.
surrounded by 7 people.
I know, this is another
Yes, but he
scene
has
where
to
I'm
pretend to
surrounded
be
by
upset
hot
about it
girls
this
and I have to pretend to not like it. The most difficult acting I've ever done.
I was gonna say that's not a method.
No, well.
Here I am pretending not to like the hot girls.
I kind of like how you use your Isis wings like a lizard would use its frill.
It's true.
I get you now.
I made myself look
armor.
big.
So good at it.
The snaky arms.
We love it.
Awesome arms, ladies.
Does anyone else ever get this stuck in their heads?
Yes, all the time.
All the time.
I kind of like it. I kind of like
And now I match it up with Loyal.
Yes, I love that you've done that.
Oh, I think it's time for me to grab a beer. Does anybody want anything?
No, thank you.
Which one do you want, John?
Well, I have to use the electric too, so.
You can't do that part for him.
No. I'm not gonna do that for you.
Oh, those combinations of joy.
And up and down. I mean, Tiffany is all over it there. Tiffany. And there we all start getting up and down. Woo! And Carolyn gets in.
Yeah,
That's really.
we're building up some momentum.
Mm-hmm. And then we will
I'm
unleash it
not
on Libra.
listening.
You are
I'm
the
not
target.
listening. Isn't he though?
Really paying attention.
Still works.
Yeah, it's okay.
Pouty Libra, yes.
She's like, let me flip my hair, it's my power. Like, I'm not listening, I'm not listening, I'm not listening.
You're not my real mom.
Alright, girls. It's time.
Go get him.
Fat
Send her tentacles after him.
The intensity on my girls.
Yes.
Not to be matched. We like the sparklies in this one. Attracted to you,
So this is more like a horror film with the sound.
It is.
Totally.
Come on.
All the cool kids are doing it.
Why not you love our administration?
Are the tentacles making you uncomfortable?
You didn't mind yesterday.
Like I can't escape your tentacling goodness.
Widdershin's here too.
While I
think
was
they had
going
to turn-
Jeshel outside, so it was inside and outside.
Nice. I like it.
Trapping it.
It's not a sad day.
Yeah.
Did I see this? Did I miss the dance solo?
No. You mean the Pisces? No, that's happening next.
Now that, I think, is probably one of the biggest departures we made from the original script.
What's that?
Is that the script calls for the dance solo to take place after this song, and we actually put it in a bridge in the middle of it. But in terms of deviations, I don't think that's...
I don't think it's huge.
Nope.
Pisces is kind of, she's confused. She's on the fence. She sees what Venus is about to do. And if you were paying attention earlier, you know that is the pot of blue doomy paint in her hands.
And then when people get marked with that blue doomy paint,
we know what happens
they
to them.
Die.
Yeah. So Pisces is like, but Libra.
When Mr. Bigglesworth gets angry.
I learned the hard way that blue stuff doesn't come out of white fabric.
No.
Yeah, that was harsh.
Luckily, it wasn't on any of the visible bits.
When we were done with the whole run, I ceremonially shattered that piece.
Nice.
Yep. You're like, and we need to banish that energy.
Yeah.
Good call.
That was way too potent. It still affects I knew from that show that I don't know now.
Nope.
Now they're just some people that you used to.
Exactly.
Precisely.
Look at your beautiful arms, dancers. I love you.
Return to me.
There she is.
She's waiting for her moment.
She's
like, don't do it! Don't do it!
You're gonna regret it. No, look over here.
Look at me! Look at me! Look at distraction!
I would be a distraction.
Okay, I'm glad she being a distraction. Okay.
Why,
I
yes.
retreat.
I accept. Oh, God. A couple of really great drummers came over and did these tracks in the studio with me. They were so much fun to work with. And if I could remember their names now, I would totally plug them.
Oh, you might remember. It's, what's the woman, Sarah's mom.
Oh, I know.
Or Laura Rose's mom. Delilah's
Oh, Eric Brown.
Eric Brown.
He's
Brown. He was
still
one
a
of the
very
drummers.
successful big drummer in this area.
Yep.
Look him up. House of Tarab.
Yep. Great job.
Still working with Delilah.
Yeah. He's great. I couldn't remember his name, and I couldn't remember
It's
Delilah.
cool.
How could I forget
It's all
Delilah's
good.
name?
And as a reminder, she put this together in, what, 3 hours?
Yes.
Yes.
She pretty much did.
She basically, this whole solo thing was a freestyle for her.
Yep. She had heard the music before.
Yes, and probably thought about, because she knew she was the understudy, she probably figured something out in advance, but we didn't really practice her. Understudies with us are kind of...
We haven't done them all the time. I'm so glad we did in that case.
Yeah.
We needed it.
Yeah.
Yep.
We've done them in particular cases, but people have enough to learn. Not learning double.
Well, we had somebody understudy me for this one, which fascinated me. I didn't need it. I was okay with that. But it's not something that we usually do, and I'm like, yeah.
We don't have a long run that we would feature an understudy like they do in large professional productions.
But if we raised enough money... Well, I've noticed that there are a lot of people who want to be in these productions, and what we need is enough money to pay for the production. So if you want to be in the production, and you're willing to kick in a couple bucks to pay for the production, it's more likely to happen, especially on a big enough level to need understudies.
Right.
Exactly.
See how I came full circle there? That was not completely obvious, was it?
Yeah. So Pisces has whipped herself into a frenzy.
She collapses as if dead.
As if dead. It's the theme going on.
Yes.
Except it wasn't Victor Newberg.
Yes. Although that was probably his role.
Probably, yes.
Probably would have looked great in a bedless set.
But it didn't work.
Did it work? We'll find. We haven't found out yet.
Dun dun dun. No spoilers.
Will she do it? We're all on
We're
tenterhooks.
all waiting. Tell us.
Decide.
The tentacles are holding their breath.
Collective.
Oh, you look so sweet.
Is your love so, Libra? This is retribution for this hematoma on my shoulder. We can make up later.
When I'm a corpse and cold and dead?
Well, you know, everyone's got their thing.
Don't judge.
Oh, you know, she does that in Soul, so there you go.
There you go, yeah.
She likes a little necrophilia action.
Boom.
Oh. Hi, these
Boom.
Oh, no!
The acolyte
she does it with
tentacles
attitude,
are upset.
She was neutral before, but now she's like, take that! I
Shock
have the power.
Yeah.
Oh, but
Not
we like
happy.
Libra. Our tentacle action didn't help him.
I felt like if Pisces' dance had worked, he wouldn't even have made it up to her.
Yeah.
I didn't feel
Now
like
he just walks over with. I basically spend Act 2 pouting.
Yeah, it's sad panda pouty.
Act 2.
I guess she gave him a reason to be sad.
I'll give you a reason. You
my
need a
God.
reason to cry.
My childhood.
Catharsis.
But I'll make up to you. It's like, I'm sorry I killed the guy you like.
You know, you tried, and it was really valiant, but, honey, I still love you.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm gonna say, John, congratulations. You have about as long of a death scene as what's his name in the original Buffy the Vampire.
Oh, yeah, it's a good long death scene. Paul Rubens, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, hey
There you
there.
go.
Oh,
yes.
Now we're talking.
Then Saturn comes in with the ghosts to carry away Libra. Now, by the way, a lot of this is not in Crowley's original
Obviously.
writing.
He didn't
have ghosts. The dialogue comes straight out of his writing. Pisces running off comes out of his writing, but and Saturn pulling Libra off stage comes out of the writing. But like the big backing vocals with Enchanted Boat here is our own.
But Enchanted Boat is so beautiful.
Yes, this is by Shelley, Percy Shelley, and the actual name of the piece is Asia. It's from a play called Prometheus Unbound. This original viola arrangement was by Sonny Larson, performed by Heather Freeman.
This
And-
Magic Boat, I thought that was earlier.
Enchanted Boat is the funeral song. There was a boat in an earlier song. Maybe.
It not to be confused with fabric.
It's Fabric
Boat song.
which is magical.
Not Magic Boat.
Which is that priestess. Yeah,
No, that's-
I'm getting my music.
That's from
Hertha.
Well, apparently you made awesome sheet music.
Well, I tried.
I like this piece. I've told people that when I do eventually shuffle loose this mortal coil, that I want this piece of music performed at my funeral.
So everybody, we have to get enough people who can do this without falling their little heads off.
Oh no, I think
Never
that
must
I would
be
do it
still
for
alive.
John.
I was going to
If
say.
I'm still around, I would do it and not cry.
If everybody can do always look on the bright side of life for Graham Chapman, I think
Right
that
on.
I like this one. I also, speaking of crying while singing this song, Paula, the last performance we did 7 performances of the Rite of Venus, and the last performance we did, I basically, as I'm getting ready to follow Saturn off stage with all the ghosts in white to become one of them, I hug all the people who are staying behind, all the probationers who have not been snuffed. And she hugged me and she started weeping and would not let go. And got my shirt all wet and let go just in time for me to turn around and start singing. And I cried all the way through the last verse. And my voice broke and it was just like, oh my God, she just cried all over me.
it's almost as if these things have an impact on people.
Yeah, it gets a little emotionally intense from time to time.
Stay tuned. Mercury is kind of silly.
Yeah, that'll have them rolling in the aisles.
I love Mercury.
Let's talk about my death.
This
I love
There he is.
Saturn.
Mask.
They are
Mask,
like it's
spooky.
Death looming
that is
over
creepy.
the ghosts.
It's super creepy.
Oh, hair.
I'm ready. My hair is out of the way.
No, I think death qualifies as the ultimate bad hair day.
That's... I don't know. I think I could die and my hair would still look fabulous.
Yeah, I think so.
I remember when we did choral practice with this song, choral rehearsal at someone's house.
Joanna's
Joanna's
house.
house. It was at Joanna's house. I remember practicing getting our vowel sounds the same and getting the way we ended the sounds with the
closing
consonants the
consonants.
same. And that was fabulous.
It's a really beautiful piece.
Joanna.
Yes, Joanna did choral direction for this one, and she appears on stage in the next rite we're about to see, the Rite of Mercury. And just neat people. Andrew Bryce was the stage director for this, although Andre Freeman started out as the stage director. He and his wife Heather had just had a baby, and he had been explaining to us how that was not going to impact his life at all.
They're first.
So you hear where this is going.
Right. So he took the valiant path and said he would handle child duty so that Heather could participate, and stepped out.
Yep, she did a beautiful job, and he was a great daddy. So there you go.
And he still is.
Yep.
Telesterion covers this song.
Yeah?
And it's great.
Oh, thank you.
I've really enjoyed your concerts that I've been to so far, so keep it up.
Well, thanks. It's fun to do some of this live. The opportunity to perform this music with a live band is really, really exciting. And
Yeah.
who knows, maybe that'll be the direction we head after we've done all the staging of the rites. We'll
We'll get together like a choir and a band and we'll tour as a live show.
Yeah.
It'd be super fun.
that would
That'd be
super fun.
awesome.
Yep, and we'll make you all come with us.
Yes,
Be a big plus.
Prog Rock Tour? I think that sounds like a great plan.
Second, I'm fiddling with.
Fiddle, fiddle.
Boy. In case you've been watching all day,
Thanks.
thank you. I continue to drink, and I think that it's going to make me more witty, but truthfully, it's just making me more inebriated.
Are you inebriated, Tom?
No, not really.
I didn't think so.
It looks fuzzy around the edges in a happy Saturday way.
It's hard to get too sloshed when it's so cold in here.
I know. If only we had rum. We drank all the
We drank all the
All
rum.
gone.
Because we're pirates, really. Of course the rum's gone. Yar.
There'll be no living with her now.
Well, then back to death again.
Yep. What's funny, this song describes very closely near-death experiences that I've had people describe to me, which is really an interesting thing. Is
that before or after the production of this scene?
This is before.
Wow, okay.
So this is, I'd had people who I knew, and like you've read about when people describe their near-death experiences, this going to this place where all these people who are beings of light and what have you, and it's like, oh yeah, it's very closely tied in with what's being described in this piece of music.
Thank you. I like that imagery. Didn't know that.
So, no new questions.
Well, then I will answer none of them. Thank you.
Answer the question you wanted them to ask.
There you go.
There you go.
That's
You always answer the question you wanted them to ask something.
And off he goes. Oh,
goodbye.
Oh, now Saturn is calling Libra off to the afterlife.
Come with me if you want.
Come with me and you'll see.
Oh, it's about to get sexy.
Thank you.
Oh yes, gotta go say my last farewell to Venus before I'm out. This was fun because just right in your face.
Denial.
You bruised your shoulder right then.
Yeah.
Singing right at her.
The plosives of that first word, my hair went whoosh.
I don't think anyone's ever spoken to her like that.
I get that impression as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Ares told her no in the last rite. Wouldn't let her get inside the thing.
Yeah, but not like that.
No,
Not like that.
Like, you think you could just say that? Like,
hey, baby.
that was an insult.
Yep.
I'd be dead.
But of the future, no word.
Let me take that from you.
He said, well, what do you want then? He says, I want the word.
Bye-bye.
Well, your turn to be marked.
No!
Cannot be
doesn't
unmarked
work.
once
It
you're
shouldn't
marked.
work that way. You're so mean.
I got to write a tango. I took tango lessons to do this, but Daniel's a way better partner, I'll be honest. Very good.
You say incredibly kind things.
Well, in terms of
it's just
people
so
I
great,
have
the
tangoed
two
on
of
stage
you
with.
together. The two of you together look tremendous. It was a really sexy little scene.
We were able to see from the cracks in the curtains.
He's like, no, you don't get to lead.
This was a popular viewing moment.
Now what's funny
My turn.
is when we were originally doing the run through, this moment,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What did you do?
Don't do
Don't
that.
take my BF. Aw.
That kiss got longer and longer.
the funny thing is that
Funny
it started out as a
to the
joke.
And then we were like, keep it.
Yep, nope, that worked.
I got to do work for scares the shit out of me laugh from Andrew.
Yeah.
Longest my hair's been.
Oh, the ganchas. Oh my gosh. Look at this.
Oh, sexy tango.
Oh, so much tension. Right? Metal and tension.
Tension is very important for a proper tango.
Exactly.
Yes.
And without that level of tension, you don't know how to hold yourself
That's
against your
right.
partner.
It's a love is a battlefield dance.
That's
There
right.
you go.
Very much
It's all about sex and death.
Or sex with death.
Yeah, that too.
As the case may be.
Sexy death.
And off.
Deathy sex.
So yes,
Oh, and then
Saturn.
tango off into the sunset.
Saturn dragging Libar off stage is actually part of Crowley's descriptions for what's supposed to happen in the rite.
They don't tango, but
They don't tango.
Right.
It is-
John, how
yeah.
long did that costume change take?
Oh, I only have I have less than like a minute and a half for my costume change.
One of Kristen's favorite parts backstage.
I love the knowest thou not me while he's holding up that mask. Oh, I'm just being really cute. Here, let me put this necklace on you. Because the throat chakra, of course, corresponds to Venus.
And guess what else that means? Da-da-da-da-da,
You're my new favorite.
You're the only one who's left.
I
And,
love
Only
you.
one who
I
really
trust you.
understands.
hey, wait, this is a symbol of a different god. Oh no, you're gonna garrote me with my own necklace. No! Ah!
That sounds
In the
good.
beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He did this so loud every night that he blew out the recording every night. He had to have him come into the studio. What you actually hear is him in a studio singing that.
Wow.
And there's, even though it sounds like there's a bunch of rich reverb on it, it's actually just bouncing off the walls of a big room. It's natural because he just was that effing loud.
Well, that's fantastic for the live show.
Oh yeah, oh my god.
that's,
The people in the back row, their fillings hurt after he hit that.
Oh.
And once again, to hear that he didn't consider himself a singer prior, amazing, just amazing.
In his life, no one has ever told him that he needed to be louder.
I must be like just off screen, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of shots.
And then everybody comes back and they're like,
But I'm
oh,
wearing white. I'm off screen.
stuff's changed. What
There's a
happened?
new game in town.
There's a new sheriff in town.
Cool old caduceus back there.
What do we do now?
Dance.
Oh, we gotta get rid of this
Yep.
corpse.
There's me, dead, in my white outfit. 2 minutes later.
The light changes dramatically.
I like that we hang this Taurus symbols on top of the Venus symbols and they turn into Mercury symbols. Because nerd.
Nerd.
People are singing things and their mouths are moving, but I can't really see it. Oh, and then all the acolytes come in with the black veils on.
Morning Venus. But
I kind of wanted to have in Mercury, which is the next one, to have them show up almost dressed like nuns.
oh wow.
But we didn't end up going that direction. But I did like they just come in with the black veils, and I'm like, oh, we can just make them all nun-like.
But then again, I remember your description for the beginning of Mercury was, I want it to be just like the Council of Nicaea. And I'm like, who's going to get that one, John?
I had some of that. I also...
That's where this big red book that you all in internet land will see very shortly, but it's right here in front of me.
Yes, the giant caduceus behind Mercury is made out of so much weird random stuff we got from the Home Depot. and a gold or a beach ball painted gold glued on top of a piece of PVC that's in a Christmas tree stand.
Love it.
Perfect.
Yep.
That's theater.
Yep.
Really?
It's like Martha Stewart only a cult.
Yep. No, Martha Stewart's also a cult.
That's what she has her called, yeah.
She's her own.
Cult of personality.
Indeed. That's where all
On a
these
good
rites
day.
are to a certain degree.
Yep. And then we're all, and then we sing over her dead corpse as we carry it out.
So, just heart crushing in the moment. This scene was so hard to do.
I had to sit there and hold my breath too.
It's hard.
All this.
That's hard work. I gotta say, the the end of this, I do some guitar stuff where there was a moment where I was like, oh my god, I haven't put any like really ridiculously over the top blues guitar in this. So I got to do some flourishes at the end that were all blues guitar-y.
No, I don't remember that part at all. You blocked it out.
Yep.
And we all...
Big round bed. Yeah, Scott Bray helped build those sets.
The steps and the...
Oh, and the giant clamshell, which actually splits in half because we had to haul it to Portland in the back of a trailer. Oh, and this is our little...
I love the little vignette at the end here. Yeah.
Which is funny to me because I'm like, oh, that was the one moment that people came to us afterward and they're like, you fucking killed Venus. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm like, that's the play, man. Like, oh my god, you're awful people.
All Crowley's fault.
It is. But
it's like when people said, how exciting for you get to play Venus. So it's like, you don't really know what that's like.
Oh, you haven't read the play, have you?
Yeah.
Well, that and it's not. It's obviously as much about death as it is about love. Just like Mars has as much like of its motivations out of love.
Yep.
As about death and killing.
Oh, there we are, everybody.
So tell us about the probationers.
Probationers. That's Dylan and Stefan and Kayla, and they're all of our earthly people that came and learned about Venus, and the acolytes, Heather and Carolyn.
All the Venusian tentacles.
The tentacles.
With the obligatory shit at the end.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
All the peoples. Heather Freeman, our awesome Luna, Daniel, Saturn. He, Pisces. Nicole Schmidt, aka Bliss, at this time. And Jeff
Bliss
Harris.
ends.
Pagan. And there we are.
Yay!
The last one.
Much love.
Started. That was such a fun cat group. I love that.
Yay!
And all that.
It was a good show.
I'm so glad I got involved. I almost was involved with Rite of Luna because I saw the announcement and then I just didn't do it. And I was looking at the announcement for Rite of Venus, but I met Andre doing another show, and he said, we need somebody to do belly dance. And I said, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So he got me involved, and then I got Mr. Bryce involved.
Shivara.
What?
That wasn't the Marzipan, was it? Or was that something else? Where you met Andre?
Oh, it was, we were doing a show called Barely Legal.
Yes, I saw that.
Which was really crazy that my friend Mark Moser and my friend Yvette Zepfel wrote a few years ago, and we performed it at the Wet Spot. And I did costumes for them. I really wasn't too involved. But
It is now
great script.
5:40.
Okay.
We have 42 seconds of credits. I could, of course, end the credits anytime you like.
Yeah, we can let them
We
run.
want to show them. We're proud of these folks.
We could, of course, remind people that if you wanted your name to be in the credits,
Right.
Indeed.
You would do a donation to the Indiegogo campaign, and you will get credit here and thanks on the website and everywhere we can find to say thank you.
Yeah, we'll say thank you a lot, and you can give anonymously. For example, if you were the Coca-Cola Corporation and you realized that I drink flat Diet Coke, you could make a huge anonymous donation, and I would still mention. I'd still mention it.
I would all the time.
I don't drink it all the time. I would like to mention the fine people at the Elysian Brewery, and they make the men's room Original Red, which we drink all the time at band practice. And the people on the men's room at KISW were very nice and plugged our Indiegogo campaign on their GoFundMe segment. So thank you to them.
Thank you very much.
So they're not our corporate sponsors,
But they're nice
kind
people.
of are.
They're nice people.
They're as close as we get.
All right. Well, I wanted to. Do we have any? Do you have anything to stream?
Yeah, we have a couple of things. We have a music video by Betsy Tinney.
Yay!
And we also have the rough mix of Awake that we could do at any point.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Unfortunately, the people in this room won't be able to hear it unless I could pull out my iPad and we could listen to the stream.
That would be
a little meta.
It'd be very, very
It's a bit meta.
Well, why don't we do a video for
So
Betsy?
we can do the music video, and people can take a bathroom break in here while we are entertaining the people on the internet.
Right.
Hi, people on the internet.
And we just want to remind people that Betsy Tinney is one of the people for whom this is. It's
She's
a
also
bit of a
helping
sponsorship
sponsor.
thing because I make money off of her Patreon campaign, which you should check out.
And she's also awesome and talented, and we love her.
So please enjoy the music video. This is Betsy Tinney. This is the link to her Patreon campaign, patreon.com/Betsy Tinney.
Yay! Oh, I know where that is. That's not the community center that's across the road from our place.
Oh, cool.
Gracious. You're gonna go home.
Take care of yourself.
If we're ever going to be allowed to do it again.
I will. Have a good night. I'll see you soon.
We still got a spot there to work out.
Yes.
I think so.
Going northward, should we take
Thank you so much. So it's kind of fitting that I should start with that because that's the first looped piece I ever performed. And I was way more scared than I am now. I'm actually doing fine because I know all you guys are here because you like my music, so which just still blows me away.
This commentary hasn't been on the whole time.
No.
That's for the best.
Okay. And now we're going to pop back into the thing, and we're live again.
That was so cool. Betsy Tinney is awesome, and we appreciate her support in this. We got to hear her music too. I hinted to this a while ago, and Marcos is not in the building. He's run for some food. He'll be back. But one of my favorite pieces that he built as a set piece or a prop for us was the big red book for Mercury, which you will see featuring prominently in that show, which is the next one up. He did all the binding himself. It's very pretty. It's done in this kind of red and gold fashion, as if it might be made to resemble a certain holy book. Maybe. But surely, our insertion of this book into the script of Mercury was meant to encapsulate Mercury as the logos, the bringer of the word, and the word being, anybody's word, not any specific word. And part of the joke and or message of Mercury is how people get the word kind of mixed up, because below the abyss everything's inverted and jumbled and crazy and misunderstood. So you'll get to see how the book begins as it's in pieces and how its pages are assembled as a part of the show, and then at some point when the book becomes idolized more so than its intent or its meaning, and how people react when the book is destroyed. Particularly Virgo has a nice paradigm rattling moment where she sees her book
in little pieces, and she has her OCD moment of trying to put it back together again. But we love the book. It's actually available for, what was it? $666. Anyone who donates that much to that campaign, we will ship you this book. There's only one.
This is it. It's unique. And
if you don't get it from us, we're keeping it.
Yeah. And, it may yet find its way into a future show, because I have a possible idea for Saturn. But don't let that stop you. If you want this book, it can be yours.
Yep.
Do you have anything to add about
wholly magically charged?
About the use of the way that it's assembled is probably through our most complicated 963.
There are two in Mercury, and instead of doing them back to back as they're written in the script, we overlap them.
We did them one over the top of the other, which is musically interesting, but quite confusing.
It's very complex, and so you end up, and you're adding more voices as you go, so it starts with two people singing, and then more people add in, and then they're taking the pages of the book, and they're going to one side, and they're going to the other side, and then they assemble the book together, and it becomes this big, and it's almost like an argument, like, well, our version of the book is better than your version of the book, and the Mercury is like writing the sigils in the middle and passing them out to both sides, and it's like, well, no, it's all truth. That's the point. And fighting over whose truth is the better truth is really
I think we're trying to make a point with that.
Yes, it's almost as though we're trying to say something.
Mm-hmm. So. Anything else you want to say?
No, I can't think of anything else I'd like to say. Can we play the Awake clip?
Yeah, we've got the Awake clip queued up.
Yeah.
So this is
set up so that you can still be on camera.
Okay, but I can't hear it.
Do you want me to set it up so that you can be making commentary while it's playing, or do you want to let people actually listen
to it? This is a clip from the Rite of Jupiter. It's scratch tracks on the guitar and vocals, but it's really coming together. It's pretty close. Those who donated like the $5 level, $5 will get a copy of this as an MP3 when it's completed and mastered in its perfected state. But you can hear now how it's coming along, and you'll listen to this and you'll go, wow, I totally want to donate $5 to these guys just so I can have a copy of this for my very own before the soundtrack comes out. Because it's that awesome.
It is.
And it features Kristen Holsather on lead vocals, and it's really quite something. So let's play it for the people at home.
All right.
Oh, coiled and constricted and chosen, oh, tortured and twisted and twined, deep spring of my soul deep frozen, the sleep of the truth of the mind, as a bright snake curls round the vine of the world. Sleeper through dawn and through daylight, oh, sleeper through dusk and through night, oh, shifted from white light to gray light, from gray to that one black light, oh, silence and sound in the far profound.
All right. That was Awake. We hope you enjoyed it. It's one of our most rockin' tracks, and we really enjoy it. And again, $5 donation to Indiegogo. You can have your own perfected copy of that when it's ready, which will be coming shortly. And I think, is it time? Can we just hit go on Rite of Mercury?
We still have 5 minutes to fill.
Okay.
Well, then we should fill 5 minutes.
What are you going to do for 5 minutes?
Same thing we do every night.
You can
try to take over the world.
Whip out your guitar.
Oh, I have a guitar.
You have a guitar.
I can go get
Grab
a
his guitar.
So
John.
while you're getting the guitar, I can talk about the folks who are sponsoring.
Yes, do.
Let me make sure I'm pulling up the correct playlist and not playing Betsy's music video again.
As much as we love it.
Yeah. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a slideshow here talking about the various members of the fan-supported network who are helping us make this happen, because this live stream is not free.
Nope.
So first off, of course, we have Betsy Tinney. I'm helping her run her Patreon campaign, and you can support her as a musician and get monthly access to her monthly access to her cello noodles. Molly Lewis also has a Patreon campaign where people pay in per music video, and the more music videos that she makes, the better off it is. Sateros Phil Bricado is also running a Patreon campaign because he's a writer. You may remember him from Mage the Ascension, or Deliria, or The Ravens Library. S.J. Tucker is my favorite musician. I love her to death. Well, yeah. She has a couple of fantastic albums, and when you buy those, it helps support the Fan-Supported Network and me. And of course, if you buy a copy of the English Orcish English Dictionary, that money goes straight into my pocket because it is a brilliant and hilarious book that I helped manifest. Awesome. And the Law School's Pirate Academy shirts are back in stock at fansupported.net, where you can buy just about everything that we've listed so far today. And this, of course, is my media company, Rabbit Feathers Media, where I provide the live stream for live events. So we'll be coming back over to live. I believe the guitar is ready to go.
What are you going to do, honey?
I have no idea.
Okay, I'm not going to put the guitar in there.
What would be good? Excellent.
Well,
songs we know from Jupiter.
Sure.
Okay. My brain froze. I hate when that happens.
You'd
If
think
you were
we'd have
home
come prepared.
You'd think that I would have come prepared, but I didn't. I can do this one, because that sounds pretty good. This is not from Jupiter.
This is from Luna.
But I can do it on guitar by myself. Uncharmable, charmer of Bacchus and Mars, in the sounding, rebounding abyss of the stars, how virgin in armor thine arrows unsling, in the brilliant such resilient first rays of the spring. Of the fashion of love when I broke through the cloud, through the shroud, through the storm, through the smoke, to the mountain of passion, volcanic that woke. By the rage of the mage I invoke, I invoke. My saint, my maiden, my maid, by the might of the rite of the night of our fate, thy father I fled, though I tore, though I choke, by the hour of our power I invoke, I invoke. Are we ready to roll?
Yeah, we are ready to roll.
Let's do it.
All right. So here we go.
Next time, Hecate.
This is the Rite of Mercury.
The Rite of Mercury.
And in theory, we should be able to hear us talking as the thing is going through. It looks like we are getting the audio. Good.
Huzzah! So this is a rite we did in a different theater.
Yes, which was very cool in some ways, very challenging in other ways. Oh, he's such a scholarly artist. As far as he can figure something out, he's throwing it on the floor.
What's funny here was this? This was 2010, and it's interesting because the Overture to Mercury actually contains sections of the main overture themes from the rites leading up to it. And so as he's drawing the planetary sigils for each of the planets leading up to it,
there's a section of...
Yeah, there's a section of music for it.
Like, yeah, I like that one. And he's, you know...
I mean, leaves a mess all over the temple.
He needs a maid. But yeah, we're in this big theater.
I love
lots more space, and these cutouts were amazing on their big old casters. Hearing these little temple minions.
Yeah, we had a artist named Chad Schlesinger made those for us. And we basically did the design, obviously. It's pretty straightforward design.
These big old cutouts, they're certainly awesome. And the podium, that same altar, it's been through so much. Joanna, like, oh my god, he's made a messy She's our character actor comedy person.
That was Brother Gemini.
And oh, this is the first time we ever used the Great Throne of Awesome, which, oh yes, entrance of the Hermit, which is Virgo in the guise of the Hermit. So yeah, we had a lot more room to work with, this big old set.
Yep.
Same sensor, a lot of use.
All the magical weapons on the altar.
Magician Mercury. Some of the difficulty with this is that the vocals could be hard to hear because of the way the space is built.
Yep. Pose from the magician card.
Bless you.
Thank you. The music here is just so much of my prog rock background.
The violet shirt.
Yep. I got to learn to do some dance for this one. Or good as well. It was very fun.
And some stage magic.
Yep, did a little bit of stage magic.
Color your flow on right there.
And this one was interesting because we only did 2 performances. It's a much bigger theater, but we couldn't, because of the large theater, we could only do a shorter run. And it was actually harder to get people there because it's so much harder to schedule a run that's only 2 days.
Right.
And we still managed to do well in terms of attendance and all, but it was just not, it was not as satisfying for the cast.
Had about 100 seats. And it was easy to feel full. There's just so much, even the same number of people in a 300 seats, the general energy of it is different. And it was, and we found at the end of the weekend that we were like, we really are sad that we've only done this twice after all this work.
Yeah, we did many months of rehearsal and then 2 performances and that was it. Although we also did 2 performances in Portland. That was fun because we did 2 in the same day.
Well, 2 in the same day, and not only that, this is a huge theater for us, and the lodge in Portland was like a room.
Yeah.
With the people sitting in the room and us performing in the room, so it was so scaled down. Oh yes, dry ice sensor trick. So shiny then. I think it's seen better days these days. I still use it.
I love our call them probationers in this?
Yeah, we call them probationers. Yay! We're back! More people! Show me now.
I think this was the first of the rites that we did that Richard was involved in.
I think so, yes.
This is the first one I was in.
Yep, this was the first one that you were in, although you were involved in Venus as a composer.
Yes.
Richard actually attended the original Rite of...
Our elemental actors, and he is submitting them to his will.
It's interesting because, again, when we've talked about the composition employing particular tones that correspond to Hebrew letters, a lot of the music in the hexagram ritual here and in the pentagram ritual that appears in Mars, and then, of course, the pentagram and hexagram rituals both appear in Luna. The cantus firmus of the pieces actually revolves around an analysis of the keywords of the magical workings, and so the INRI, Yod, Nun, Resh, Yod, are the tonal roots of the music that you're hearing, as well as being employed in the singing of this particular piece. And the same is true for the pentagram ritual, and because there's so much more Hebrew in the pentagram ritual, it actually becomes sort of this strange atonal musical arrangement, but it's very fun.
So, and this is the first time that Kat and Tierney worked with us as members of this elemental team, and that's Carol Johnson there in the fiery position. And Co this was the only show she's worked with us on, but she was so much fun. I remember Co when she was like 12 or 14, coming up to us saying, I need to be in your show. And at that time, because of the story we'll tell you in the next show, we had determined we would only work with people of age 18 or older, incorporating that into their work. And they had their whole gig, the whole thing going on, their little group. And this is another thing I like to do when I have people I'm working with that are super talented and they know what they're doing in a way that doesn't require my micromanagement. Like there's not a lot of specific storytelling going on with this. They're just being in a certain way. I can say, this is what I want. You need to fill this music from this timestamp to that timestamp with something cool. Go do that. And they can go off on their own, have their own rehearsals, and then when it's time to integrate that with the other actors, we tweak things a little bit, make it fit. But generally I can, because I don't know how to choreograph a spin routine. I just know it's cool and I want one. So, that's how we get those. And then we worry about whether or not they're going to hit other actors in the head or...
Yeah, it's like, okay, now we've blocked too many people in that one little area.
And we figure out how we need to adjust. So we're going through all the magical things.
Talking about understudies earlier. Bree acted essentially as my understudy.
Right.
She was playing the violin. And so she learned my parts too, which came in very handy when I came down with bronchitis.
Right.
I couldn't sing. And so she sang all the 963 for me in Portland.
That's right. I remember that. I've forgotten.
She carried it mostly for opening night too, I think. I sang with her, but I didn't have to.
Yeah, like you sang super quiet at the start, and then you let yourself fall back and Bree took over as it got into more of a group.
We have a question from the internet.
Yes?
Are there any other fundraisers planned?
Well, we always have a donation button live on our website.
Yeah, if you go to Eleusyve.com, there's you can always. But in terms of what we're going to be doing, I don't know. At this point,
you're pretty focused on this one.
Yeah. I might sell a kidney later.
We should also add.
Wants one.
We should also add that our fundraising does qualify as a 501c3 donation that can be matched by corporate matching.
Yep.
If your company does that, let them know. We have all that information available.
Yep. It's tax deductible.
Tax deductible because we are working with Shun Pike to utilize their 501c3 status.
If it goes directly to us through the donate button, it's not tax deductible, but if it goes through Shun Pike, it is.
Right. So, donate button on the website is great, but if you care about tax deductibility or matching funds, you should definitely go through Shun Pike.
And if you're less worried about that and you just want us to have all the money right now, just go ahead and use those buttons on the website. Twice. Use them twice. You can also set up a subscription where basically you can say, I want Eleusyve to have $10 a month every month. And just set it up. Or 20. I mean, if you're feeling generous.
Yeah. And the number is up to you.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. 963 time.
Interesting prompt note, since of course these come out in a very specific order every single time we perform this.
And then they end up totally foobar all over the stage.
Yes, they will later, but it turns out that our lovely stage manager, Kristen, actually did some cross stitch on the very corners of every page.
Remember
You'll
that.
be able to see, and they're there.
They're numbers.
So you know what order the pages are.
I'm looking at one right now. This is page 22.
That's nice.
Because she's a smart one.
Yes.
Kristen's talents for like crafting the whip backstage became very valuable. And when I first met Kristen, she was not that kind of girl. She was kind of like quiet. And then I learned to give her a little bit of authority and tell her what to do. Make the people do this. And she's like, oh, Captain, my Captain. And she's like, and she's like trying to explain stuff. Like, look, this is Virgo. Awesome. Look at that. Look at this lesson number 16. Oh, so what does it mean when you turn sideways? It's like primer school, for magicians.
I like that they're building two completely different books.
Poor Carolyn's like, I can't see a damn thing out of the book.
Well, the original goal was to have it so that you couldn't tell the gender of Virgo.
You can tell.
Yeah, you can tell the gender of Virgo.
But she was like pregnant, wasn't she?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So her gender was becoming more obvious by the day. I think that everyone enjoyed the Cancer one the most because they could turn it sideways.
They were having a good time.
Well, the escape moves at the end. We'll get
right, that too.
First time we played through this piece of music and actually tried to sing both 963s simultaneously, which is what you're hearing now. I brought my acoustic guitar and I basically hummed the tune to her, and then I took the other tune and I sat there and played it on guitar, and she sang one part and I sang the other. And we worked on it. We did like the first verse 2 or 3 times too. I'm like, I just want to see if this works. And yeah, she sat with me and worked that out. It was very nice of her. She's not in this production. There's you. Might be, I think Dylan's hair is shorter.
Really?
I think that might be, Gian.
Maybe. We'll figure it out. Start identifying.
That's Carolyn.
She's
Catherine.
That's Catherine.
Yes, that's Catherine. I was just testing you all. That's Sunny. I've met her before. She's very nice.
You aren't wearing a necklace. Megan.
No necklace.
That's Megan. That is Jan.
Yes.
That's Jan.
Blocking this scene and getting the vocals right for this scene was, again, one of those really challenging rehearsals.
Yeah, there was a very complex plan that was very specific that no one could remember from one moment to the next. So we scrapped it in favor of a much more randomized way. And it's hard to even really get a sense of it with all these close-ups.
Which I think is intentional.
Yeah, because it was kind of crazy.
This is another one that was shot and edited by Alex Riemann. She was not on stage for this one. And Bob Jones shot some of this as well. But just a very limited amount.
So yeah, this is the crazy, the chaos that ensues when the word is communicated to the people.
Yeah, there's this whole ape of both thing going on here. Like, here's all this truth for you. Now, try and make sense of it.
We're just gonna walk around and look pictures. Coach here, like, oh, this is a watering line. It means water things.
There's so much charming. Because that's the thing is, when you just left to their devices, the interactions become much more charming.
Everyone's just getting cute with it, like a primary school, like squigglies for water.
And I had a specific timing at which point I would release each one, and I would give them each to Virgo, and then Virgo would disseminate them either to brother or sister Gemini, and then basically they each had their own retinue, as it were.
And then we swap.
Yeah, people were crossing
back and forth.
Yes, because sometimes, you start out one religion and you realize that seems kooky, and so you join the other one, because that makes perfect sense.
Slightly more sense.
There's still in.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know what this one is at all. And I got a cool tattoo.
Yes, Javar had to leave, but she was terrific in this. That was 3 years in between when we did Venus and when we did Mercury.
Which is another thing that might have slowed down our feeling of that.
Yeah. It was a longer break in between
because I took a job running a conference that interfered with
everything else.
It's Jeff Winter. That's awesome. He actually provided some of the photographs for the cover of the Rite of Soul.
That's right, because he had traveled and seen cool stuff. Sort of colors. In case the people at home don't know, each verse of the 963 is pertaining to a sign of the zodiac. So as the zodiac sign is being delivered, the lyrics are singing about that particular sign. So.
Because nerds.
Because why not?
Yes. So a lot of that is Taurus. There you go.
A long song.
Yes, it is. And it gets more complicated as it goes, which is entertaining.
I didn't think I would ever memorize all the words.
You did it.
A very near thing. Up until like the last week before we went on, I was singing them to myself all day long. Drive me to and from work.
Well, there's
the only way to do it.
There is a 963 in Jupiter, and we're kind of hoping it will help out.
Yeah, we're gonna give you duet stuff for like the middle 4, 5 verses.
As long as it's not like, 15.
No.
We can do that.
Okay.
That'll be fine.
Even then I could, as long as I start now.
Well, we've already sent you some tracks.
Yes.
But this track is not the one.
Not the one.
It's really cool though. Maniacs, they're gonna be awesome.
We totally want to see the Maniacs.
We really do.
It's fun.
Every donation, another Maniac gets their thirst.
Like, somebody take it.
Please take this from me.
funny. We have so many people who are interested in being on stage for this one. And,
That's good. We need them.
yes, but I'm really interested in paying for it.
Yeah.
The people who want to contribute in the ways that they can. There's not a lot of money going around right now.
That is so. That is so. We'll make it happen.
That's true. We always do. Nothing stopped us yet.
We're not gonna have a.
Asking for it now.
Yes.
You're begging. What you can knock on?
No.
Right behind you.
On my head.
Oh, we're near the end. We're near the end because we've got finally a solar symbol.
The solar symbols are the last verse.
The last verse is the sun. And now. Ken with the please take this from me so I can take the next one and we can have the boobs. Or the eyes, the googly eyes.
Cat's holding his away.
And you're holding yours to your breast. Yes.
There's symbols in there.
Symbolism!
That wasn't accidental. Pay attention.
For real. In my heart.
Yeah. Marcus painted all those.
How many were there?
26.
26.
Plus the planets, there's something like 9 more, 8 more. So, 35.
Yeah, about that. So, a lot of great work.
Yes.
And then all the pages, you can see those little strips on the side, those are all Velcro, they're made to go together. So you end up
We'll
with...
show you the book on the next break, so you can see how it all goes together. Now that you've actually seen it in action, it'll make
it'll
it
make
sense.
more sense than when I showed it to you beforehand. It's the great storybook. They're out of order though, I'll have to tell you.
You're gonna have to fix that before somebody buys it.
No. Well, maybe if somebody buys it, I will gladly change it.
Well, let them decide whether they want it to be back in order or in the magical order that it happens to go into.
We'll use it as a different sort of device.
Yeah.
There's my mouth.
Yeah, there's a comment in here. Oh, it's like a musical. Cool.
Thanks for tuning in.
Almost exactly like one of those.
That's awesome.
I think somebody would just kind of follow the link in because it's on Facebook without actually reading anything.
You kind of, that would happen.
That follows.
But we hope that you're enjoying it.
Indeed. We hope you like musicals.
Yep, and then this is where all the pages for the book come together. Look, 2 halves.
Oh my god!
And he was even asked.
And then the book goes away and is placed
in a safe repository.
In an Ark of the Covenant?
Perhaps it were. Or at least a very fancy holder.
Which you have in the other room. It goes with the book.
There it is.
Right.
It's very fancy. Of course you did.
So now,
His face melts off when you open it again.
if we're lucky, it'd make an effect. So now the book is on display at the edge of the stage in front of all the people.
Music is so much fun. I really enjoyed playing around with it. I was trying to like capture like a really fresh feeling to the music, and so what I ended up doing is going back to like lots of little riffs that I played with when I was 19 and 20 years old, when I was just learning how to play guitar, and that's what I built a lot of the music around, is little things that I was playing with when I was just first getting into the musical art form. So, in order to capture that sort of newness, kept me from overthinking it. Oh, you scoff. Kept me from overthinking. Nothing stops me from overthinking.
So we have a comment from Pitchfork Society.
Okay.
It's good to see Eleusyve create something inspiring.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Pitchfork. That's
And
amazing.
they have already answered the question because it was something that may as well be just asked. But just in case anybody's listening, this is the Rite of Mercury.
Yes. This is the Rite of Mercury, and it's big fun.
And we started off with
Rite of Mars, noon.
Yeah.
And at 2 o'clock we played
Rite of Soul.
Rite of Soul, and then at 4 o'clock we played Rite of Venus.
And now here we are at 6 o'clock something, 6:30, and we're playing
My
again.
goodness, Virgo is a cute girl.
Yeah, so we're 30 minutes into Rite of Mercury, and then at 8 o'clock Pacific time we will be playing the Rite of Luna.
Now at 7:45 Pacific time.
If we have reached $10,000.
If we have reached $10,000 in funding, there will be naked blood wrestling.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Kate and I have committed to that. So, you know where to donate.
Yep. If you don't know where to donate, there's probably a link.
There's a link in the description for the YouTube page.
There you go. Go to that link, donate. If we get up to 10 grand, life is good. If not, that event may still take place, but only I get to attend. You're not invited.
And he's the only one who gets to attend. That means he's the one who's going to be naked blood wrestling with yourself.
That's
That made it creepy.
I love Richard. It's our happy song.
Do a little turn on the catwalk.
Yes.
Very much.
Virgo has rebuilt her identity.
Here we go.
Oh, the inverted horse pin.
In the clapping.
It was like right on point.
This looks like a shot of the grease.
I will say that he's wearing white leather pants there, and that his husband was very irritated with me for giving him an excuse to purchase white leather pants.
To this day.
To this day, it's like, with the white leather pants. I'm like, they looked awesome on it. He says, well, he looks good in anything, but white leather pants, really?
They offended Jim Rating.
If he's married to the man, he gets to see him wearing them.
Exactly.
Or not wearing them. Crumpled up on the floor.
That's true.
Oh, I detest those. Let's take them off right now.
Those look terrible on you.
Nothing looks bad on Black Cat.
No, he looks good and everything. Yeah, that's a fun piece. Mm-hmm. Oh, now we'll be all calm and serene.
Oh, blissful.
This was pretty shortly after I got that violin.
Yeah, we were still working on some of the bugs in the studio or in the theater, as I recall.
Yeah. I bought a wireless transmitter receiver system so I didn't have to trail a cable all around the place. And some of the earliest emails I have about this are what frequency can I buy so that I won't mess up anything?
What's the frequency, kid?
Yep.
Which band did you end up going into? All of them. You play in all the bands now.
Play it all.
That's a technical question that we don't need to bother the internet audience with.
No, but I can tell you later. I just have to look it up.
Some of us still have the email posterity.
Yes.
Oh, this is a
But you still have the transmitter.
I do.
And it's like 603 megahertz.
I'm sure there may be people in internet land who are interested in such things. You never know.
Well, I imagine that if it ever becomes an issue of whether or not they're going to be overlapping frequencies with Sunny, they can ask her before she comes to the show.
That's true.
quite possible.
Well, I remember this particular venue was a place that Stone Poets played and kept getting CB radio.
Yeah.
And
It was rough.
yeah. So it was a real question.
The last time we were here, we had trouble.
I like this piece because the spinners are so much fun in it.
Well, there is.
Melissa actually composed this music, or the root chords for this, and she always teases me. She's like, "Yeah, I gave you the structure, and then I went grocery shopping, and I came home, and you had added 4 guitar parts and a bass part and the drums, and just." It went from being this chord progression in a tune to like this hugely fleshed out thing while she was at the grocery store.
It's true. It's how we roll.
When inspiration strikes.
Yep. There's a keyboard solo in the middle by Joseph Shigley, who I like very much, and I was hoping he could swing by today, but apparently doesn't seem to be making it. Sad day. So let's just talk about him when he's not here.
Speaking of people who are not here, Shona is apparently watching the stream now.
Hi, Shona.
She was commenting on how she likes your purple hair matching the lights.
Yes, that worked really well, actually.
Yeah, this was a very pretty. I mean, when you go back through the photographs from the Rites of
The colors are great.
This one is such a vibrant. And again, the lighting design in this one was Kristen Holsader, and she did a great job. Very, very talented. Worked with another guy named Ben Rutledge.
Ben Rutledge, he was our backstage god.
Yeah,
He was awesome.
did great stuff. Did a lot of the audio work on this as well, as far as the recording goes. There's Cat.
Yeah.
Before he was Soul, he was an elemental. There's Co. I didn't know what to do, and so the conducting thing just sort of was like a joke that just kept going. I was like, I will just... Yep, Carol. I'll just be a magician who conducts.
Or an egotist.
That too. Yep.
Oh, the back band's coming. Whoa, go Tierney, go Tierney. So much fun.
Remind me again what year this was?
It was 2010.
Yes.
Being very careful with that one, I don't know why.
Yep.
That's a really neat shot.
Yeah, I love that.
The way that Alex actually shot them doing some of their light up boy work with all the lights out in the theater, and then she just superimposed them from time to time when she wanted to get the additional.
Okay.
So it's
TV magic.
It's TV magic, but it's still very pretty.
Yeah.
I've ruined the illusion now. I know.
Well, this is what commentary's for.
That's right.
Ruining the
Telling
illusion.
the story.
We did commentary for the Rite of Soul with just Melissa and I drinking Psycho. So when you buy the DVD, if you want to hear the director producer commentary while Melissa and I are drunk for the Rite of Soul, that's also available. This commentary I don't think is going to be available after today unless somebody's out there recording it somewhere. Just as well, probably.
Just as well.
But when you decide to do commentary crash show next to us, just let us know.
That's true. Commentary's fun.
Commentary. So when you're watching something and you think, what were they thinking? We can tell you what they were thinking.
This is being archived onto YouTube on your channel.
So we can release it as we go.
Yeah, and what I recommend you do is because it's currently public, after the stream is over, you shift it over to private.
Yep.
And then download the MP4, and then you can rip the audio out of it as you wish.
Nice. That'll be fun. Or we can just make it a premium for people who donate over a certain amount for the next rite. We'll send you this link where you can watch all of those at your leisure.
Awesome.
Because people would love that. Or
Tag on everything.
It'll be a slightly interrupted and occasionally glitchy link.
That would be awesome. People love that. All right.
Oh, it's gonna get sparkly. It's time to get sparkly.
If you ever question my dedication to Sparkle Motion, now you know. Fully dedicated.
I'm going Fosse on ya.
I want you to know that in my mind, I look like Michael Jackson doing this. I do not look like Michael Jackson doing this.
No.
I look more like a cowboy trying to look like Michael Jackson doing this.
I also wanted to mention, and I was talking to Sunny about this recently, that Ben was up in the catwalks attempting to follow everybody with the spotlight but from his vantage point, he could not see actors on the stage.
Oh
He
dear.
was going on cues like shadows and various different things.
Oh, no.
Following people around. And he hit his mark every time.
He was brilliant.
He was fantastic.
Now, another funny side note is that based on this performance, which is silly and short and was very, very frequently rehearsed, someone tried to hire John to be a magician at a birthday party. I was like, oh no, that's not the kind of magician.
No, but I am going to get business cards that say sex magician available for lectures, presentations, and intimate private affairs.
And if you give him a few weeks a head start, he might be able to do flow on again.
This was a fun piece of music again, and the blocking here was one of those things where I got together with my 4 probationers, and we sort of worked out what we wanted to do. And so a lot of it just chasing around the stage was just things we worked out on the back deck behind our house while we joked around with each other about, what we're trying to capture is that Mercury is supposed to be doing something serious, and he's decided he's just going to fuck off instead. And you're trying to
face the God world.
Yeah. He's like, you guys have got. They're like, we're here to put on the fancy robes, and then you do your fancy robe thing. Here we are with the fancy robes, and where the fuck is he?
Where'd he go? It's time for fancy robes. Where'd he go?
He's up.
He's over there fucking off it.
Yep, and then he freezes them all.
Yeah, and then he plays Mercury games with them.
Yep. Yes.
So you are a magician. So you
Pull flowers out of people's.
Yeah, this is very good. Ridiculous.
Which is fun.
Oh, you look, I had stuff in the hat. What do you know?
Accidentally, you can tell.
Yep. It doesn't have to make sense.
It's Mercury.
It's Mercury.
He's the trickster god.
This was my idea. Watching, putting that down because I have, the huge head, and she has a very tiny head. This, on the other hand, oh no, this was just me being silly. It's like, okay. Oh yes, but this part, not my idea. I just want to go on the record and say that was Joanna's idea. And everybody break.
Awkward. I hate it when he does this.
There he is over there.
And now they're playing a massive game of God Keep Away. And he turns into a beam of light and they're chasing you around like a bunch of deranged cats.
That's exactly what we're looking for. It was fun.
It just needs to be read.
This explains Cat's voice.
Yep.
Yes.
This is basically what they were trying to be.
Ma'am, you're the maid showing.
Yep. And then they all get frozen again. This planning this scene was so much fun because we had to sell Melissa on our ability to do this.
I was so dubious. Oh, Lord have mercy, what did we do?
Yeah, they do the LBX signs, which is nice if you're paying attention.
Thank you, God, Cloudy. And Joanna just kept saying, I don't dance. And said to me, and she did.
Yep.
Slow-mo makes it all sync up.
And meanwhile, I'm just singing away.
That sparkling tailcoat is going to have to be prized in Jupiter. I don't know if it'll be Jupiter's, it's CIGT's, but it'll
No, which should probably
Typhoon?
No, Hermanus.
Okay.
Hermanus is Mercury.
That's correct.
So, Sparkmatioko, which I think Kristen Holsade would rock.
I do think, yes, she would. We'll have to make it more fitting. More fitting.
Now this scene didn't go as well as we wanted it to, but there's actually a projection of a bird flying out of my hat. And then,
and everyone's going, oh no! Gemini's no. Run away, run away!
Oh, man.
What shenanigans?
Seriously, anymore, I'm out of here. And then they start singing the 963 again. Now this, just to be more confusing, is 2 verses of the 963 plus the opening verse of this song layered over the top of it. And so, like 3 counterpoints going on simultaneously, plus me talking over the top of it on the internet. You're very welcome.
It sounded really cool. We sang it.
It's a neat trick.
Nobody's understand what we're saying.
That's okay. The point is not to understand.
It sounded cool.
Yep.
There we go. She's being very precise.
But that's the beauty of it. That's finally what gets Mercury to go, okay, you guys get it. It's everything all the time. If you can do everything all the time, I'm down with you.
Yeah, these are my people. She's so pretty. He's spinning her.
Gemini brother and sister. Oh, come on, you know me want. We're supposed to be doing serious ritual here. Now he's like, wait a minute, we're supposed to be doing serious ritual here, damn it. Not watching John dance like a cowboy.
Michael Jackson would have to be a cowboy or a cowboy.
6 of 1.
Six and a half to 1 a dozen.
Good year.
No, but serious time again, they've got their real clothes on.
Okay.
We're gonna try this again at the top.
Now, I love this number. What's really fascinating to me is of all the things we've put on the internet, this Invocation of Thought has more hits than anything else. There's like 20,000 views. It's and it's like 18 minutes long. It's not like a short, pop song that we put on the internet. We put on the full version because the DVD really captured the feel of this scene so well that we're like, let's just put the whole thing on there. And people in Brazil love it. I'm not exactly sure why, but there are people in Brazil who think this is just awesome.
It is awesome. It's just a weird thing to be focused on.
Yep, in Brazil. Because there's so many things you could be doing in Brazil, but apparently we're watching this video.
It's called Invocation of Thought on the YouTube video, right? So
Yes.
that's very searchable.
Yep.
It's the sort of thing that somebody might actually go looking for.
True.
And the piece, the ritual is also called Liber Israfel, I believe. That's just a standalone ritual. But the
It
invocation
contains
of thought.
elements of the Emerald Tablet of Hermes. That crazy
My
nemesis.
sexy nemesis. It's slightly
Crazy
askew,
nemesis.
like a cowboy trying to be Michael Jackson.
That's a nice sky blue.
Yep.
She's getting magician-y there. Very magician-y look. We were saying earlier, for those who weren't tuned in earlier, that I did the math, and between rehearsals of this and performances, we performed the Invocation of Thought in excess of 900 times. And it was quite efficacious as an invocation. It was something you didn't do right before bedtime. Unfortunately, when the rehearsals went until 10 o'clock, so it was kind of hard. We'd be like, let's end rehearsal on a less coffee-like performance. But it really felt good to do. This is pretty stuff.
stop talking.
Oh, I know.
You're supposed to be providing commentary.
I got all wrapped up in how beautiful Carolyn is. And Sunny, and Daniel in the background.
My hair, I got to the hall every day an hour and a half ahead of call just so I could get my hair done because it is completely 100% corkscrew curled. So much hairspray.
Yes. That's a shot for you. Ooh, very dramatic.
I remember one day I was doing my hair, and you spray it down with hairspray first, and you put it on the iron, and when it comes out, you spray it again. Well, it's on the iron, and Ben was walking through the dressing room, and he stopped and says, "Your hair is smoking." Like, yeah, it's supposed to.
That's what happens.
That's weird.
That's what happens. I know it's weird.
This cannot be good for you.
It really was not.
There are treatment sprays you can put on it prior to heat treatment to keep it from frying your follicles. I love this part. It's so great.
This whole piece.
So good. I know, I'm out of sync with the music, so I can't sing along. I really want to sing along. Giving your life to the earth.
Yes.
Such nice blocking.
That's right.
My dress was made by Julia.
Right. Julia Trimarco, ready to plug her.
Yes.
She made several costume pieces.
She found some really amazing black silk. That's what the neckline and the sleeves and the hanging sleeves are. It's a beautiful, soft black silk.
The sparkly vest that was in the last scene, Mercury, I did all of the... I took an old leather, suede vest. I know, largely precise. Man, I beat that into them. It's like, elbows up, parallel arms. Snappy movements, do it. I walk around in rehearsal pushing elbows up. But I was like, I made the vest all sparkly by myself, which is a trick, knowing how Kate can tell you how well I sound. Duct tape. But I was like, I don't know how to make this actually into a tailcoat, and so she added those tails. Kristen Williams made that red piece that he's wearing.
Yep, and the Nemesis.
And the Nemesis.
She put that together.
And we ran out of time and money, so those sheets that these acolytes are wearing tied on with some ribbon.
Well, those were supposed to be breakaway anyway.
That was part of it. Is that breakaway? If we had had more time and if we had known any burlesque sewing people at the time, we would have made them look really cool and breakaway. But alas, we did not.
Sure. There was also the hood, the cowl, and cape that worn by
Virgo.
By Virgo were also made by Julia.
She made the Venus costume.
Yeah.
Going back to that. What else? She's made some other things for us too.
When it comes down to costume stuff, next time if you actually do manage to pull together a budget for that, I know a lot of film costume designers.
Sweet. We always love more. Even if there's like one particular piece for Jupiter that I dream of. I dream that the Sphinx, Sunny, will have this amazing iridescent cloak with green and sparkly.
I have to say that I love springing things on Sunny.
It's so much fun. Guess what you get to do?
This is the creepy scene where your brother hits on you. Oh, did we not tell you about that?
That's coming up soon, though. That's in this one. We haven't seen it yet.
Yep. Or this is the necrophilia scene. Oh, did we not tell you about that?
Oh.
Yay.
You are so understanding. Thank you.
I think she's some joy in your life, Julia.
You do.
Here, do this with 16 key changes in 5 bars.
Well, you have to do the unexpected things at me to make it for the fact that you have to book me a year and a half in advance for you to be on stage.
There's that.
I would have been in Venus, except I didn't know about it early enough.
All right. which is when we knew
Yes.
to book her. Because you are on our calendar.
So do you know what it takes to book my calendar? And then the first time John and I recorded anything for this one, he's like, so how is October next year?
Yep.
Okay.
That same goes for Jupiter. How's October next year? Okay. Okay, baby.
Yay!
Because it has kind of a bloody theme.
That's what's it is this time.
Yeah.
Just barely.
Just barely squeaking in the middle.
Well, we have talked about it before.
That's true.
Is this where it changes over to the?
We're going campfire time.
Yes, I love this transition.
It turns kumbaya.
Oh, and the end of the scene. This makes me so happy. This whole thing.
So we've done all this. Oh, we've invoked, and now we're like, let's just chill.
I love singing this other section.
Time for some wine.
I had to tell the story behind writing the second half of this piece of music because it is. I wrote the first half with Thea, and there was this long back and forth where she and I were going to work on the rest of it, and things came up and she wasn't able to do it, and so the rest of the soundtrack was essentially done except this second half of the Invocation of Thoth. And so I got frustrated on a Friday night, and I plugged in my guitar, and I put a capo on it, like in a random location where I wanted to key change to, and I just started making up things as I went. And I would record a little bit of guitar, and then I'd record a little singing, and I would record a little guitar, and I would record a little singing, and that's how this piece of music got written. The second half of this was entirely impromptu, and we talked about it doing it with Telesterion, and that was when I realized 5 years later that I had no idea what key it was in or how to play it. And I had to sit down with the recording, and it took me weeks to figure out how to play a thing that I made up as I went along 5 years earlier, because it was just completely different and outside of what I was working on at that point.
So, Telesterion does not yet have this in rotation.
Yeah, we haven't performed it live other than at rehearsal, but we have played with it, and it is really fun to play.
You should tell the internet viewers what Telesterion is.
Telesterion's our band that formed in the last year. That features John and myself and Kat and Tyranny. Kat's our drummer, Tyranny plays keys, and
Kristen Holsader plays
Sater, who's one of our sponsors, one of his Patreons has been advertised a couple of times today. He's our bass player, and we take a lot of the more consumable tracks from Eleusyve in terms of like normal song length. We don't do the 20-minute montages, it's too much. But we play a lot of that material as well as some original music that we're developing.
And some covers.
We just purchased some studio time. Coming up in the next month or two, we'll be hitting the studio for some recordings. So in addition to our Eleusyve soundtracks and DVDs, we also got live versions and slightly different arrangements that will be done by Telesterion.
Yeah. And if we ever see that we've come in through your area and we're performing, you can be like, hey, I know some of the songs. I've seen them in the Rites of Eleusis.
That's right.
And you can come and sing along, and we'll have drinks together, and it'll be awesome, and we'll all high five.
We have a good time doing live. Someday we want to do all this live, but with all the live band and everything. But it's a layer that we have not yet managed to incorporate.
Yeah. At this point, we just want to fund this one and get it on the stage.
Right.
Then we have one more to write, and then we got to figure out how to do them. With an orchestra and as a festival.
We'll get the Seattle Rock Orchestra.
Oh, I love the Seattle Rock Orchestra. They're good people.
It'll be fun.
That would be awesome.
We'll probably write a book at some point, because when you've been doing a project that lasts 20 years, you gotta write a book about it, right?
Yeah.
It's obligatory.
And when that time comes, we'll tell all the rest of the stories that we've been polite enough not to tell.
The real stories.
We'll name the names.
We're so full of love.
Yeah, it's like, and this again, I love the symbolism of this scene where it's like the idea is that here we have Mercury, who represents the Logos, trying to bring everybody to that same level of consciousness that he is at, and lift everyone up, and it's such a nice, warm feeling, and it all goes terribly awry.
They've invoked stuff into their own little heads. And they're feeling the love. And the spitters are happy. They're doing little spinny things.
It is a thing that somebody, I think it was actually Shauna that was commenting how the commentary helps make all of this make more sense because she'd seen it live. And it was all, oh, this is very pretty, and I know it's in English, but I have no idea what the hell they're saying.
Right. Yeah, that was, we've tried, this also is one where we provided librettos.
Yep.
And it didn't help. They were like, I don't understand.
Well, it turns out the theater's dark.
Yeah.
So you're sitting there with a libretto in your hands. We could do like they do at the Opera House, and we get the reader board across the back where they have it in English.
Right.
And that would do no good at all because who can afford that shit? Oh, the Opera House. That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, but then I'll hate you.
Reader board might not be that bad. But
just a big screen and projector.
Yeah, with the timing, someone timing.
It'd have to be somebody with a bouncing
ball.
Sing along time.
Well, this would be awesome for sing along with the audience. Well, when we did this live, we had audience members doing the thought we invoked thee, sitting in their seats, doing the hand motions and chanting. It was awesome.
There was a bunch. It was Jimbo and Jill and folks that had come out to see. They came back the next day.
Yep.
And they were singing along and doing the hand motions in their chairs. It's pretty awesome.
Yep. That was neat.
The only problem with that dress is that the seams on the inside are unfinished because we ran out of time. I was supposed to take it back to Julia and she was going to do it for me, but I haven't.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's great.
It's only been 5 years.
Oh, well, you know, I've still got time.
Yeah.
I need to just put it back in a rotation on stage.
Yeah.
Great.
It's a nice dress. It doesn't have. It's a little bit better scenario than the bridesmaid.
Yes.
Right.
It's better than a bridesmaid dress.
It's also better than white leather pants. Let's be real.
But no,
pants.
like I can wear leather pants.
I would wear them a lot.
Anytime you want to see them, I would be happy.
She looks like she needs elf ears.
Yeah. I had the same pair of leather pants for the first 4 rites we did. And then I got different ones for Mars.
That's right.
I finally retired the pair that I wore in Luna.
They were a little worn out.
Mercury, Venus, and Sol. I got a new pair.
The magical pants were retired.
There were so many words for everybody to learn.
Yes, it was the wordiest thing, but I think that's appropriate.
It was good to have the whole group doing it. It was great.
So you have another
Yeah, I love this part.
That's the part where it's like, what? No,
No, don't do that. Everyone's like kneeling in supplication, and there's like, I didn't know.
No, I went to all this trouble.
No, I feel the migraine.
Now down they go.
Except for Sister Gemini, who's like, I don't kneel for nobody.
Not gonna do it. You're like,
Everyone's like, what? She's doing it wrong. Why is he mad? We're awkward.
I like the music here. This was fun.
This was so great. I love this scene. And some of the pictures that Sandy got out of this section are absolutely favorites.
I like this. And I'm looking at you.
What?
Are you mad at me because Gemini's not kneeling?
I don't understand.
Look at Gemini.
She's like,
yes,
indeed.
Who's badass?
We missed, like, out of the film, we missed my favorite part, where we're sort of doing the stare off, and then he just barely nods, and I'm like, okay.
And this is where we have the fun with the book.
Yes, it's about to get real with the book.
The prop master's gonna cry.
Oh my god,
Every night, the prop master cried.
That was the thing, is we went to all this trouble to create a book that you could build, and then we came up with the idea that, oh, well, since you can put it together, I guess you could possibly take it apart.
Totally right.
It's a good thing those pages are so durable. And numbered.
Right.
For just such an occasion.
It's like we planned it, and then we went, oh, we're going to do this now. Guess what, Marcos?
Yeah.
New pages for today.
Yeah.
There's a question from the internet.
Yes?
Do you guys ever mic up in your shows?
We wish we could.
Costs money.
We have investigated wireless, but it's hard to afford the quality that doesn't involve a lot of hissing and or radio frequency. And if you're going to do it for one, you kind of got to do it at least for all of your principals.
Right, and
which gets very expensive.
At $600 a person.
Yep.
It runs the budget up. We would love to.
And if you're talking about a 6-week run,
even a 2-week run, it's like wow.
You can do a 1-month run for $30 a person on a rental house. But you start getting to 6 weeks and there's a bump.
You're starting to get.
But you don't have to buy the wireless kits. That's what rental houses are for.
Right. Well, if we get enough donations to our highest level of budgetary dreams are involved in such expenditures.
But there's a secondary expense of having a wireless kit. You have to have a sound person who really knows what she's doing.
Right. So here's a scene where everyone's like, everything's gone to hell, we don't understand what's going on, so we can't worship him, so let's worship the book. He's gone off the rails, but the book is still here. All praise the mighty book.
It is a mighty
Takes it away from you.
He's like, no, it's not the book, it's not the point.
Rawr.
Rawr.
Now you made him mad.
Aggro, Mercury is aggro.
Now, I'm trying to remember, there's actually a name for this poem. I just called it Nameless Grave on the soundtrack, but the actual name of this poem is, I want to say it's called, I can't remember.
Then don't worry about it.
I'll look it up on the internet eventually. I'll post it later in the comments.
There you go.
Now he's going to make Virgo cry.
Yeah, Virgo's going to lose her shit.
Well, if you've ever met a Virgo,
you're making a mess.
There's a reason that she's losing her shit.
It's such a perfect thing we made. You love the way your forehead throbs.
That's my big acting moment.
That
did not look anything like a cowboy. No, that's where Marcos cries.
This is why it's
Don't break it! I kept expecting them to rip.
They sounded like they ripped when the Velcro.
Yeah, but the Velcro, that's part of the beauty of it. You can hear it.
And they're like, but don't do that. No, but our things. This is why we can't have nice things.
This is precisely how we get ants. I had a point where I wanted to throw them out into the audience, but we were afraid we wouldn't get them back.
Yeah, there would be pages missing every time.
Yeah. The whole vocal sound issue, in reference to the microphone question, I think that was, again, one of the bigger challenges with the different venues. First time we'd worked with such a large space, it was harder to fill vocally.
The solution I found for the comedy improv troupe I work with in Tacoma, I have a shotgun mic, a directional mic, that I have a person in the front row pointing at whoever it is that's talking.
Right. We've done that before.
And if you have talking parts across the room, you have to have more than one shotgun mic because each cluster of people needs to have their own mic.
Right.
And that cuts down a lot of the momentum.
We're having an initiatory moment. Sorry, Kate.
Oh, yeah.
the sun has been infused into his heart. Oh, and suddenly silence. We know. Awesome.
There's a secret there.
Secret has been.
Yeah, the thing that he was holding out from himself, that she was holding her chest, he's got it on his chest now. Ooh, symbolism. We're beating you in the head with it.
That's how we roll.
Yeah, the shotgun thing, that's an option.
I like it. The challenge, again, is just finding somebody who can sit there and have them do it.
Yeah.
But if we have a volunteer in the audience...
It's an easy job.
Yep. Pointing the shotgun.
That also, I think...
Yeah, you have to be paying attention. You have to be paying
I
very close
believe
attention.
if we are able to get the theater that I want to get, I believe they have a wireless system that maybe...
And it's something that we could include into our
contract. But we were actually all very sweaty.
I'm looking at
So we were
the
in
arms
this
there
so.
going. I must have been
Virgo
my
is
butt off.
huddling in the corner with the tragedy that the book is
She's very sad. A very sad Virgo.
Yeah, and this was totally, it was totally hot on that stage.
Yeah.
Yes.
We did this October 2nd and 3rd, so it was still pretty warm out, and it was a neat place. The Broadway Performance Hall was very cool to perform at.
Yeah. In some respects.
In others it was a little bit challenging.
It was an interesting experiment. I would I'll approach any venue now that we're not going to using
Yeah.
We'll have
we're
changing
changing
questions.
venues no matter what, unless we go down to Portland and do the Coco Theater. We've worked there before, but that's a long drive to perform from Seattle.
Yes.
That Sunny's a really good viola player.
And now she's silent.
Thank you.
And Virgo is going to stop crying.
Now, I think Mercury's going to tell her story.
The answer for the nameless grave, Bury Me in a Nameless Grave is named The Poet, by the way.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I was thinking that might be it, but I wasn't sure.
So, thanks go out to Pitchfork Society.
Yay, Pitchfork Society!
Thank you, Pitchfork Society. I've been drinking, can you tell? Yeah, I can't Google anything here because we're using our upstream, all of it. There will be no downloading, no one gets to text or phone.
Yeah, my mom's tried to call me a few times.
Oh, well, she'll get a hold of you later. You can tell
That's
her
what
it's
tomorrow's
important.
for.
Yep. They're still this sort of happy, Mercury's going to rule forever, and they're like, no. Sorry.
It's already chosen.
Join us, Virgo. It's okay.
It'll be fine.
Come on over, you'll like this. It's like hot tubbing.
Oh.
No.
No. No.
Silence.
What you gonna do?
She did such a good job.
Yes.
She played neurotic so well. I got to stamp petulantly.
Been a long day.
And now, is that quote, "Thy people will be my people, and thy God be my God," like Sarah from the Old Testament?
Yes.
That's what I thought. Because you just throw in a little Old Testament just for fun. Now she's like, what's in his hand? What the hell is that?
What did you do?
What did you say?
What? Because she's not very observant, apparently.
Well, she hasn't been looking
She's
at the floor.
super focused on Mercury.
Hang on a second.
Wait.
I've seen that before. Oh! Oh my gosh!
Sweet monkeys! You ripped up the book!
What?
Figuring out the blocking for this scene was such a moment of genius and funny because we weren't really sure what we were going to do with this number, and it was getting toward opening night. I think we were like 2 or 3 weeks out when it was like, oh, she could just lose her shit over the bind.
She's gonna try meticulously to put it back together.
And I was like, oh, that is Virgo. Was it psychotics build castles in the sky and neurotics build castles in the sky, psychotics live in them, and my mom cleans them? That's Virgo.
Really? I'm trying to tell you.
Will you not listen to me?
Got that one really tightly rolled up, John.
Yep. Well, that's because that's the important one.
Right.
That's
Keep that one.
that's the one for the invokiness.
No. Say things though.
It's like it's all not important. I get to be aggro.
He's such a mess.
Let it go.
The mess never bothered me anyway.
It's like what you don't understand is that you're looking at the map. It is not the territory. I am pointing at the moon. You're looking at my finger.
Neat and tiny once more before I die. What?
she looks so neurotic. I love this.
There are days I feel like this.
Yes. Not that I'm agreeing with you. I look just a little tarted up.
Let me give you a little more lipstick.
Okay. Yeah, I look a little bit like Trevor Rabin in a Yes video from 1984.
But you're cute. We're so young.
That is crazy talk.
Okay. You sort of.
No.
I think I was 40 when this was shot.
Yep.
Yep. Now Crowley wrote these when he was 35, but and he wrote them like over the course of the summer. But he also plagiarized his earlier work with regard to some of his earlier plays and his collected works when he pulled the poetry out. So a lot of the
Oh yeah, if you're going to use other people's poetry.
no, and his own poetry that he'd published.
Of course, it wasn't a
10
simple
years
cut
earlier.
paste job like it is now.
Yeah, it wasn't quite as easy as just pointing and clicking. But yeah, all this when he was 35. That guy was pretty smart. My librettist. Yes, it's sad that he died. Well, it was a little while ago.
It's been a bit.
We had some time to get used to it. Oh, here we go. Oh, you're looking for that one, are you?
Is this what you're looking
This is
for?
my magical initiation one. Come on over here. I've got something for you. Here it comes.
Here it
comes. We're gonna take
consent.
What? Wait a minute. It's like you will never get it. You just damn it.
That was right.
She's so pleased with herself.
Everything's neat and tidy.
I'm gonna fix it and make it all right again.
He's just gonna try and tell you one more time because that's what he does. Mercury making mouth sounds.
He's talking, ain't nobody listening. Let the light into your heart, Virgo.
The other fascinating and vaguely creepy aspect of this is that she then wants to go ahead and use force to try and make everybody stick with the book. I'm like, oh, where have we seen that culturally before? Oh, wait, never mind. Allow me to go on the record to say that I love mythology and that it's not history. I will now vacate the soapbox to make room for me on the soapbox.
A certain amount of symmetry in the fact that both mythology points toward the same issues over and over again. Oh, that guy's made him better. Look, I'll fix the book. He's all buggy now.
And a viola solo.
I don't remember what most of these sound like.
I remember this one because it goes into the fight music.
Ah, right.
Oh, that's right. We still have a fight.
Yep. That's the thing is she goes all jihadist and tries to defend her broken.
It has been a long time. It doesn't seem like 5 years is a long time.
Yep. Well, we've done a lot in the interim, like 2 other rock operas.
That's true. They all kind of blur together sometimes.
Yep. It's a good story. Oh, she looks sad with her book. Sandy Buskirk took some amazing photographs of this production.
Yes, she did.
They show up on our Facebook page and whatnot from time to time. But there is a great scene, a great photograph of Virgo with the book under the Mercury symbol, with that sort of looking at the distance look on her face. Where if you've seen the rite, you're like, oh, it's that scene.
I love this book.
I love this book so much.
I love this book. Bibliophile is what we call her.
There's a whole other layer of weird to that. I know some people who really like books, but not like really like books. Well, maybe some of them do. I can't watch them all the time.
Please don't.
Fair enough.
There are some things man was not meant to know.
And I'm trying to find them out as quick as possible.
Here we go. Something's gonna happen. Brother Gemini is
not quite yet.
got the look.
First,
He's starting to develop the look.
That's right.
He's telling her that it's time to let go of the Mercury thing, and we're going to change to a new paradigm.
Black Hat is another person who's really come far. His vocal skills have really. He's worked really hard, and he sounds great.
Oh yeah.
He puts so much spirit and so much power into his performances.
Someone got a knife.
You're going to be my second now.
Because you seem to have gotten some of this figured out.
Yes. This poor sword.
It's just hacked all to pieces.
Yeah,
she's like, oh yeah? Well, I'm going to call out my probationers. We'll just see what you got.
Yeah.
Now you made her mad.
Oh,
Wait for
Lord.
John.
It's our Silver Lame dance team's gonna kick your ass! Do. So dancing for you.
Dance battle.
You got this. You got this. This is totally a dance battle. Number 2. Arrgh!
I like the music that goes with it.
Vaguely.
Oh, took your knife. What are you going to do now, huh?
Oh no! She guess I should have used that first. Ooh, go free. She gave me a nice little elbow back.
Oh! You can actually hear the thump when she hit the stage there. Oh,
the dervish, we've seen this before.
Leaf with 2 swords.
It's a theme.
Well, he's practiced since the last time.
We never do this
Drop
thing.
him to the head.
I don't understand.
No. Nothing ever repeats.
Yep. Brother Gemini has kicked everybody's butt.
Look how cool I am.
I'm the champion.
And now he's like, you know what would be really awesome? Making out with my sister.
Yes! Because once you kick some butt, The next thing you want to do is go home someplace.
That's good. I should also.
I was like, oh my goodness.
I should also point out that the virginal dance music in this is very similar to the virginal dance music in Luna, because there is a virginal dance.
Oh, my sister. Whoa.
Let me show you my chest.
Shirt's coming off.
Fan service.
It's like, whoa.
No.
This is where Mercury kicks his butt.
By summoning his elementals.
Which, if you've read the Book of Balance, you understand that you need to be able to control elementals through balance, and that when he becomes unbalanced, the elementals he was controlling earlier are now kicking his ass.
Yay!
Libre. Look it up, folks. It's very good.
This is the semi-comical enactment.
Yes, sorry.
Down he goes.
And a spotlight on his ass.
Well,
I did say that Ben was doing really well.
Yeah.
That's right. The white leather pants make
Basically, firing based on shadow and inference.
and the glow of white leather.
Oh, sad day.
I lost the battle with my golden army. No, silver.
It is an awesome dance.
And here's, they have to canoodle now, because that's what they do.
Because that's what we do.
No, it's not so much canoodling. This is what I'm telling her, that she gets to be the boss now because I'm retiring.
Oh, there's a little snuggling going on here.
Okay.
Like, let me spoon
Just
and
a
whisper
tiny
this
bit.
in your ear.
Let me just let you know. I'm Willy Wonka. This is your chocolate factory.
Yay!
And those are your Oompa Loompas.
Yes, these are your
Summoning your chariot. This isn't Dragon Boat, but it's the closest we could get.
This is your glass elevator. Here we go.
Forgot those thrones in the background. I keep looking at. They were some old grandma chairs from the Horizon House that we spray painted black.
Yep.
And the legs on one of them.
It was falling off and screwing back on.
Had to patch it and move it over to Black Cat's side because you didn't win very much.
And he didn't sit down very much.
That's true.
And that's one of Marco's kitchen chairs.
It's still purple.
It's still purple.
Turns out.
Yeah.
We used that cart on there to move my piano. When we moved house.
Moved everything.
We moved everything on that. That cart was built to last.
That is an awesome cart.
We took the moons out.
I loved Esther saying, "I'm a pony. I'm a pony."
Yes, you are, Esther.
That's before we built the shoulder rest.
I know.
Yeah, her and Javara. Look at those heels.
Javara and those boots that just went up forever.
Flashing LED ball.
Yeah, remember the thing with the jewelry in this one was that bracelet has an onyx half moon on it, or not half moon, but a crescent moon on it, and I forgot it one night when we were filming.
Continuity, please.
I know, I'm so sorry. I remembered it every other night.
I haven't noticed.
I haven't seen it disappearing much, so I think they cut it really well.
The editor was like, "Oh shit!
Yeah.
Can't use that shot."
Damn.
That would not surprise me. Our editors are good.
We make them work hard.
We do, because continuity is not a thing that we're necessarily the best at sometimes. This is a nice shot, the panning back. Very well framed.
So it's the same person doing the shooting as the editing?
Yes.
Mostly, yeah.
This was Alex Riemann. She also did Venus, although she was on stage for Venus, so she didn't do most of the camera work. Although she did do a bunch of promotional videos for us, camera work wise.
And the violin to the person who plays it.
Yeah.
So they
Knows how to hold it.
have a book.
Which, again, if you are familiar with the High Priestess key
card.
of Tarot.
How do I hold this thing?
This is bigger than the average.
Yeah.
But yes, the priestess and her book.
Everybody off the stage. Now, we remember the Take a Bow music when we did the live version for this one. was It Can Happen by Yes.
Yes.
Which was fun. Oh.
And
it's as though he's become Pan and she's become Luna. It's almost like it's leading into the next musical.
It kind of is. And Virgo got over it.
Well, Virgo basically becomes Cancer, and Mercury becomes Taurus again, and they have their own roles to play again in the next rite.
That's right. They do.
And there's Black Cat's shirt left on.
Awesome.
And there's coming up.
Yay!
Elementals.
Cat Tierney, Carolyn Co. So cool. So they go back there and entertain themselves.
Yep.
There was only one moment in the show ever that I think Cat dropped his stick.
No, I thought it was Carol.
It was Carol?
Carol.
It was make a big with the staff,
Awesome
and it was like
So awesome.
yeah, she was pretty fierce with that. Here they are.
With the hats.
The shiny pants.
God, they were trying to change the blocking like an hour before show.
Oh my God! I had to lay the iron fist of the director down and say, "No! The house opens in 10 minutes. They're not changing it."
And by funny, I mean
That's the only time I've actually come out on stage with the violin. I don't think I've done it later ones.
Did we not have a good spot for it backstage?
We may not have, because I think Bree walked off with it.
Yeah.
And then I took it from her.
And I'm sweaty.
Look at my armpits.
Lots of bows.
Yep.
Yeah,
Even more bows.
Kristen was our stage manager for good. Marcus was props. You want some vocals?
Rob Lyselius was one of the camera operators. I forgot.
Yeah, they were awesome.
I did post-production audio. That was fun.
Yep, Gypsy Design, Julia Trimarco, the costumes. Enough creations for the incarnations. We have Mercury set panel. We talked about Chad. All of the music credits.
Oh yeah, big fun.
These are the places where I would walk up to John and poke him in the sides. Spell my name out. Over and over and over again.
Sunny with an E, Sunny with an E.
That's true. He got it right in the initial credits, the character credits.
And then Penny's for Ice Bone Poets. That was the.
Oh, Penny's for Ice.
Yep.
That was the Bone Poets term.
So is this
Here's
the
stills.
followed by the was there some outtake?
I don't know.
Because it looks like there's about 2 minutes left.
Well, let's find out.
I don't know.
That one.
There, that's the picture.
So these are the shots that Sandy Busford took.
Yes. Yes.
I love Sandy's pictures of this one.
It looked like Jeff was looking at Esther's butt in that last picture.
Probably. That shot right there.
Yep.
For the viewers on the internet, Sandy Busford now has a really nice photo studio.
She does.
That we built in her garage, which is also my garage, where I use my soundstage for video interviews and
She is quite talented, and yeah, she's done several shoots for Telesterion as well as for Eleusyve. No, good.
I need to get new performance photos that she has.
Oh,
so pretty.
So much charming.
Look at that.
I look evil in that picture.
You are evil.
I'm like, look, 69 guys.
Thank you. Action Shop Co.
I think that ended up in a magazine.
Somewhere, yeah.
Virgo was sad. That hat. I actually found it at a display and costume place, and it was one of those things where it's like, oh, winged hat, really inexpensive. We want this.
That's what display and costume is really good at.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Well, and it's one of those random. I didn't expect to find that there.
Behold, I am yesterday. date.
Oh, there's a little cast.
Yay, look at that group of people. Happy people.
And 4, 3, 2, 1, going back to the knives. Say hello to the
Now that you've seen how awesome the book was on the show, you can see how awesome it is. Right now, it is read. It comes apart. Worship the book. It's like, it's not coming together. Talk, John. Say something smart.
Something smart. Well, my work here is done. How long do we have till our next?
It is 7:34.
So we have 26 minutes because Mercury is fast.
Yeah.
Funny how that works.
Slightly shorter than the other ones.
That's, well, it is.
Yeah.
It probably would have been longer if we'd done both 963s concurrent rather than simultaneous.
Yeah.
Consecutive, not concurrent.
Concurrent. We did them concurrently.
Yes, and simultaneously.
And simultaneously.
Both simultaneous
Words are
and concurrent
cool.
at the same time.
The
My mouth
book is
sounds.
full of words.
I do have another music video by S.J. Tucker.
That would be
It also
awesome.
happens to be called Neptune, which some people might find appropriate.
Yeah. All right.
Let's do that.
Let's do that.
All right,
And
so I will cue up that particular music video. This was shot here in Washington State, out on the peninsula. Can't remember the name of that little tiny village that...
La Push?
La Push.
La Push.
It's where we go to go camping.
Great, it's a great camping spot.
Oh.
So,
Sweet.
if you guys, I want you guys to watch this video and understand that this was also shot in October.
She's cold.
Very cold.
In the ocean.
Cold.
Very
So,
cold.
I'm gonna set things up, and we'll be able to go from here. So, S.J. Tucker, coming out right in your way.
Years ago I came to you, down beneath your ripples, submitting to the mystery of life beneath the waves. Years I floated near you, swimming in your subterrane, rocked within the opium embrace of Triton's tomb. Time I lost just fussing over every little thing you asked for. Let myself keep fading silver fishes through my skin. Somewhere I stopped breathing, but I missed the kiss of air. I caught the waves and left you there, and never turned again. Someday in my castle keep, where rumors fly and questions creep, they'll say to me, what of the Lord of the Deep? I'll say I knew him once, but he was asleep. I'll say I knew him once, but he was asleep. Oh, there's no light where you are. To the mountains I will fly, free from the waves into new love's arms, back to the realm of the sky. Years ago I came to you, in love and doomed to drowning, beholden to the mystery of life beneath the waves. Years I floated near you, I will never see again how I could tarry in the opium embrace of Triton's tomb. All the time I lost just fussing over every little thing you asked for. Let myself keep fading silver fishes through my skin. Somewhere I stopped breathing, but I missed the kiss of air. I caught the waves and left you there, and there returned again. Someday in my castle keep, where rumors fly and questions creep, they'll say to me, what of the Lord of the Deep? I'll say I knew him once, but he was asleep. I'll say I knew him once, but he was asleep. Oh, oh, there's no light where you are. To the mountains I will fly, free from the waves into new love's arms, back to the realm of the sky. Years ago I came to you, in love and doomed by what I knew. And though I miss the mystery now of life beneath the waves, thin as sweet as water when your body begs to breathe. And so I leave when I must leave. Don't weep for love I couldn't save. And all of us who dare to love are brave. Oh, there's no light where you are. To the mountains I will fly, free from the waves into new love's arms, back where I belong. There's no light where you are. To the mountains I will fly, out of this gloom, free from the waves into new love's arms, back where I belong. Someday they will ask me, and I will say someday they will ask me, they will say, what of the Lord of the Deep? And I will say, I'll say I knew him once, but he was asleep. I'll say I knew him once, but he was asleep. I'll say I knew him once, say I knew him once. I'll say I knew him,
Closing credits on the thing, and we're gonna come back. Here we go.
Hey!
Hello.
Want to introduce it?
So we thought we would do. Well, first of all, I want to. If we had reached $10,000, this red food coloring would have been added to this corn syrup, and there would have been a nude wrestling match on this Visqueen Tart that we have here live on the live stream. But we did not reach the $10,000 goal, so we'll be saving this for the production, and we'll be spraying it all over the audience.
Or something.
Or some such.
I bet there'll be some man-out action in the blood. It'll be fun.
Oh yeah, it'll be
good.
fun.
You'll get to see it sometime.
You will, yeah, that will be used somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But not tonight. Still, you can donate to the Jupiter Indiegogo campaign.
If we're inspired enough by donations made from this point, we might be, he might come to you from the video in the future.
That's true.
Maybe. If we feel like it.
You gotta earn it, guys. We are gonna do a quick musical number. It's not terribly quick, but it's a beautiful musical number. This is a poem by Aleister Crowley entitled The Invocation of Hecate. It does not feature any of the rites, but it was something that we wanted to write music to.
There will be a music video for this at some point.
Yep, there will be.
But not right now.
But today, there will be this music video for this.
All right. I bestow the blue, sown in dusk and gathered in the glue, under the waning moon. At midnight, hardly lightening the east, and the black lamp from the black year's dead wound, I bring still the slow infernal tune for thy chosen priest. Here the band of ocean breaks through, black trotting, deeply stooping to the abyss. I shall salute thee with a nameless kiss, pronounced toward the uttermost abode of my supreme desire. I shall illume the fire, whence thy wild strixes shall obey the lyre, whence thy lemurs shall gather and spring round, girdling me in a sad funeral ground, with faces turned back. I shall consummate this awful act of worship. Oh, renown. Fear in hell, and black fear in the sky beyond fate. I hear the whining of thy wolves, I hear the howling of the hounds about thy fold. Who comest in the terror of thy storm, and night falls faster and thine eyes appear, glittering through the mist. Oh, face of woman unkissed, saved by the dead whose love is taken and they wist. Thee I call, O thou one, O divine. Why does some mortal seek the deadly shrine? Oh, the dark stream of blood, a sleepy head, a reluctant river. Even as thou drawest with thine eyes on mine, to me across the sands bewildering flood that holds my soul forever.
It was pretty all right. Considering that we rehearsed that now clapping at home, well, because that was pretty fun.
Yeah. Although I do have to say, my backup singers, when we do that with Telesterion and Tyranny and
Kristen,
that
is very pretty.
it's like, whoa. They give the stuff to me for us to record that.
Big vocal harmonies, and it's very pretty and haunting.
And Sater's bass line, pretty good, pretty awesome.
Pretty sweet. Cat's drumming.
It's good. So what are we going to talk about? We got time.
You got 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
So,
well, let's talk about what we want to do in the Rite of Jupiter.
Oh my goodness. We talked about that a little earlier, but I guess a lot of people have cycled out. and in, most likely.
Yeah, there's no problem with repeating yourself.
All right.
Excellent.
So the Wheel of Fortune is the central focus of the rite. In the script, it's in there. It's CICT lives in the middle, and we have 3 officers on the edge, represented by a baboon and a crocodile and a sphinx. And we thought it would be super cool
and fun and symbolically appropriate
if we made a merry-go-round with these animals on it and made the theme more of a carnival kind of thing.
Because obviously the earliest circuses go back to the Dionysian revels.
Right. And so sideshows and fun acts, aerialists, people who bend bars with their teeth. We're going to try to go all out for that.
Kellen.
Yeah. Strongman.
Strongman or a clown with a banjo. We're not really sure. There's a couple ideas.
Strongman clown with a banjo. Kellen. I hope he's watching right now.
Right. Talking about you, Cal. But yeah, we have a lot of interesting. There are a couple of people in the community. I won't name them because I haven't talked to them yet about how I want to work with them, and this would be weird. But there's, I'm trying to get. I've heard some beautiful singers and trying to get this amazing chorus of maenads who are hungry. Mm-hmm. Maenads are hungry, and they're going to completely star in this show. We have our principal characters. But the maenads are where it's at. They're going to drive a lot of action with their hunger. And in a maenatic type way...
They want the banquet of Jupiter to begin.
They want to eat. They want to eat at the banquet of Jupiter. And so there'll be a lot of frenzy, a lot of ripping and bloody.
Possibly
and
not where he's et, but where he's et upon.
Probably, yes. the sacrificed god and all. But the music developing for that is amazing.
It is. The music's coming together very nicely. If anyone has listened an orchestral arrangement for 18 electric guitars, and it was one of my first attempts to do anything.
It's a simple
piece for 18 electric guitars. But basically the 963 is now being structured out of that music, and so it's this huge, layered, multifaceted... It's very cool.
It's difficult to describe.
It's very cool.
It's very cool. So we'll have...
and I have people helping me on it who are better at it than I am.
Wow. My talent... John does the instrumental structure of a lot of things, and I come in and provide some vocal structure. Yep. And together, we make it awesome. It's all good.
Very awesome.
Yeah.
Teamwork. And then we work with Sunny and Marcos to create sheet music because...
Yes, because they...
So that we can hand something to the singers. And
yes, and say,
this is what it should look like.
Yeah. Earlier, we're about to get into our first. We should talk about Luna a little bit because we didn't know a damn thing when we did Luna.
It's the first pancake, and it's a little crunchy on the outside, it's a little gooey on the inside.
And we didn't have any sheet music. Some of our people couldn't even read it if they wanted it, if we had it.
We don't really have a lot of backing vocals in it because of that.
It was a matter of listen to this CD and copy what's on it.
Yep.
And
there's also when we initially shot the video, we hadn't really planned on releasing it. So what you're going to see is very much prototype. We arranged to have the artist to come and shoot like a live video feed one night so that we'd have some video basically for the cast.
Right.
And then we didn't get enough footage to actually cut it together because we had some glitches and because they dropped out their feed at a couple of points. And so we just set a stationary camera in the back of the theater for 2 nights or something like that.
The pros and cons of inviting students to do something pro bono because they can use it for a class is that sometimes the class decides what form your work will take.
Yep.
And in the midst of, they decided that they were going to use our show to practice their live feed techniques. and we're not going to be able... Well, no, they sent one student to times and angles would be necessary to capture some of our best action. And then at the last minute, the instructor stepped in and said,
I'm calling the shots.
I'm calling the shots. And He or she, I don't even know who
I
it
think
was.
it was a he.
Hadn't seen anything that we had prepared. So there are some wonderful acrobatics that leap out of frame.
Yeah. There are some cute scenes that you just are not on camera.
Eric Kegel's only line, is delivered from outside the frame because there were no cameras on him.
It's like, oh.
So it's a little...
It's the first pancake. It's a little crunchy on the outside. It's a little gooey on the inside. Well, and that was the thing is when we finished it, we had made it basically just for the cast so that they could watch it because everyone was like, we're in this and we didn't get to see it and it's so cool. So we made it and then they liked it and they were like, can we share this with people? And I basically did some research and found a way to do on-demand publishing, and we set this up and enough people liked it that we thought, okay, well, I guess we'll just do all of them. And well, we'd already planned on doing more of them because they were fun to do. I'm like, well, we'll just do videos of them and we'll release them.
And I hope that Steven is watching.
Yes, Steven.
His girlfriend really wants some pictures of this.
Yes, she was.
She has to work right now. They're in Australia or New Zealand now. One of the two.
Yes, they're somewhere.
They're in another
They're
time
down
zone.
under somewhere. Hello, people down under.
Hello.
On the World Wide Web. Hello, people on the World Wide Web. I'm coming from Canada. Hey, you got it. So, yeah. It wasn't really like this great, glorious plan to do all these rock operas and make all these videos and create this huge body of work. It started out as, we're just going to share this with our friends, and then they shared it with two friends, and then we started, going down to Portland and performing for some friends down there, and it's...
And as with every first pancake, you make your first pancake, and then your goal becomes to do it again better. So everything that you've seen up to now has been our efforts to take what we learned from this first show and improve upon it every time. So it's a wonderful, it's our stepping off point, and we think of it with fondness as that.
Well, it's also funny because I know at least a handful of people who've told me, really, it's the best thing we ever did. I'm like, oh, thanks. I feel shitty about that.
No, don't feel shitty about a compliment.
No,
but there are some lovely moments, and we will...
Yep.
And a ridiculous set piece that we'll talk about.
Oh, yeah. We made a rock. We made a rock.
It smelled like a hamster cage.
It smelled like a hamster cage. And I had to ride in the back of a van with two lovely young ladies down to Portland for our performance there.
It was beautiful. What's our time?
We have 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Well, then I can talk about hypertufa.
Yes.
So, it started because we needed a rock. And so we bought a fountain that Melissa found, and we wanted to have a fountain in it. So we bought a fountain that Melissa had found.
We wanted this fountain to appear to be embedded in a rock.
So then I put the fountain upside down in a hole. Well, we had dug out our backyard and we were putting a patio in. So we had a big pile of dirt in our driveway. So I used the pile of dirt and I buried the fountain in it, and I wrapped it. And then we mixed up this stuff called hypertufa, which is peat, cement or concrete and what is that lightweight some sort of packing foam. I mean some sort of lightweight,
it's a foamy, I can't remember what it's called. I can see it in my mind.
It's this white foam stuff that you use for aerating your...
Theoretically, this was supposed to make a rock that was lighter than a rock.
That was lightweight, and it was lightweight. It was only, it's a huge rock. It was only about 400 pounds, and it would have been clearly, 900 pounds if we'd made it solid.
We had to move that mofo.
We stuffed it full of pink foam to try and stiffen it up and not add more weight to it, and it was a monster. And you see it, and I'm jumping on top of it, and people get chained to it. It's this huge thing. That thing is effing heavy, and we put it on a pallet and drove it down to Portland and back. And of course, because it's made out of peat, it smelled like a hamster cage.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's the story of the rock.
Yeah, and then we then it lived in our driveway when we moved to our new house for years until finally the weathers and the elements made it fall apart, and I threw it away in pieces, and my garbage man will probably get a retroactive hernia, having realized that he lifted that rock in many pieces over a long period of time.
Yeah.
We still had the fountain up until recently. Do we still?
No, we lost it in the move. Got rid of it.
Oh, well.
We never used it in like.
I know, it sat on our front porch.
It's a piece of history.
It is a piece of history that sat on our front porch for 10 years, never got plugged in.
That's right.
And we walked past it and said, oh, yeah, there's that fountain.
It's pretty.
Yep.
So I want to do one more shout out to our various sponsors.
Awesome.
I'm going to play the little slideshow for the people who are helping us do this. These are the members of the Fan Supported Network who are providing some of the incentive financially for this project. We're going to start off, of course, with Betsy Tinney, our favorite cellist. She has a Patreon campaign that I'm helping her with at patreon.com/Betsy Tinney. We also have Molly Lewis, who is also a Patreon client. She is Patreon specifically per video. I'm helping her with that one. She also has a CD coming out. Satyr Phil Bricado, you may know him from Mage the Ascension, or Deliria, or from Ravens in the Library. I'm helping him with a Patreon campaign. Go and support him. S.J. Tucker is, of course, my favorite musician on the planet. She has a website, sjtucker.com, and you can buy all of her music and get most of it for free at music.sjtucker.com. If you purchase a copy of the Orcish English Dictionary, which is an actual dictionary for the Orcish language from Journey Quest, written by Matt Vansel, I funded a good deal of that, and I get some money back when people purchase copies. And of course, Law School's Pirate Academy shirts are back in stock at fansupported.net, where a lot of this is available for sale. And of course, I run Rabbit Feathers Media, WileyK.com.
Yay!
The show...
The 5th of 7.
Yeah.
But we're only watching 5 today. So this is it. This is the last Rite of Eleusis for the day.
The first one we did, the last.
The first one we did, the last in the series. Because I get younger as the day goes on. I am like 35 in this, and I'm
Help us tell the prequel.
young.
Right then.
All right.
And I'm going to hit play. And the audio on this, I'm going to drop the audio so we can hear the commentary. But still be able to hear, so the audience will still be able to hear what's going on, at least a little bit, but not so much that it'll interfere.
Alrighty. I like this type font. I just want to go on the record and say I like that type font.
It's not papyrus.
No, someone else used that for us, and I was like, really? You can't complain though, because someone was.
It was somebody doing it as a favor.
Yes, someone was doing it as a favor, and I was like, okay, awesome.
I have never actually seen this one.
No?
No. Oh, this one's fun.
There it is.
Another Wayback Machine.
Courtney Landis did amazing PowerPoint projections for this.
Yep.
There's
so
the rock.
The projection was all done with PowerPoint?
That's all done with PowerPoint, yep. There's the rock.
And it doesn't show up as well in the video, but she did some amazing animations in PowerPoint for the ritual.
Yeah, like when you're doing the planetary stuff during the 963, there was like a clock with all the 12 signs of the zodiac in a circle, and it would turn to the one that you were at was at the top, and then it would flash an image of that particular sign. It was very cool.
We did Amanda Hub.
Yep, she did a lot of the choreography and was
a lot of our most experienced theater background person on this show.
Is that the same sensor?
Yes.
Yes.
We use it as a cup in this.
It's used as a cup for the bearing of the cups of libation.
Recurring props.
Eric.
You can tell that our lighting is very early. We didn't do much in the way of lighting.
Simple.
Yep.
Here they come, fairies and fawns.
Yep.
Yeah, Eric thought she was great.
Oh yeah.
Or the satyr thought that the fairy fawn lady was
They were
great.
fond of each other in general too. This is probably where the tradition of the cast party comes from as well.
Right. There they are.
Oh, the
Look
touchy.
at that.
There's so much
There's a lot of
touching
touching in this one. There's a lot of petting.
There's a lot of petting in this one, and then which leads to another interesting story we'll share later. The music, if you can hear it, is a pretty flute parts played by
Kristen Williams in the back there.
On stage.
I know. She went on to become our stage manager for the following, all of them.
Yep, for the following 4 rites.
Steven on the left.
Yep, if you're watching it from down under, there's Steven.
Proof. Aw,
so cute. Oh. Now you'll notice the moon appears and disappears behind them. That's because the night that we shot the house shot, the wide-angle shot, the PowerPoint messed up in the first couple minutes, and so there's actually just a big box put in front of it to block the thing because you can see the Microsoft logo.
Right. So Daniel is,
Yep.
and he is Taurus, and I am Sister Cancer.
And you're wearing
I'm wearing like 4-foot platform or 4-inch platform boots and a PVC corset,
which is awesome.
It wasn't that comfortable though. It was kind of a bitch.
Yeah.
There's an awesome story because I have a costume change toward the end of the show. That in Portland, it was so hot. It was like 100 degrees. And when I went for the costume change, my laces had fused shut with sweat. And Daniel had to take a pocket knife and cut me out of it in order for me to make my costume change. But we did it. And thankfully I didn't have another show that day or the next day, so I could
buy new laces.
In time.
Now I like the, of course, the PVC bustier is all about the Cancer imagery and
right,
the
that's my
shell on the
armor
outside. Exactly.
from my squishy
It's
middle.
not just because it's hot.
Which is truly method acting because I'm pretty squishy under there, but you know. And this is, as we mentioned earlier in the evening or the day, this 963, we're playing Sorcerer's Apprentice here. We're like showing off for each other how we can control these fairies and fauns and make them do stuff, which was fun. And each verse is split. Daniel takes the first half and I take the second half, and I'm watching like, okay, I see what you're doing there, yeah, okay. And each one, and I'm like, no, it's me. And they are doing the same enter as they switch. But let me show you how it's done. But this was written with a different actor than Daniel in mind, who was a person that had a much wider range. And so it was composed to modulate up a half step on every verse.
Which is 13, which basically means you're going up more than an octave.
So,
in the
yeah, so if you've ever listened to, there's Jackie with her hair down this time. That's another story we'll get to in a sec. If you listen to Daniel on the soundtrack, and then you listen to him in this performance, you can tell night and day how much he practiced and got better at handling the range. It was still, for both of us, quite a feat every night to do this.
There we go.
Now Jackie's hair is significant if you want to make a drinking game, because before...
You can see it there. There it is. It's up.
Before we understood that you should warn your cast to not change hairstyles from one night to the next for video continuity.
This is where we learned it.
This is how we learned it, because Jackie, not asking and not thinking about it, just a silly, innocent mistake, did her hair up one night. And so you have video of her on hair up, video of her hair down.
And more to the point, we have scenes where they're cutting back and forth where it's up, it's down, it's up, it's down, it's up, it's down.
This is Ina. Ina is all the things we learned.
Yes, the things we learned. That was...
Ina was fun because she was the only minor on the cast.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a few moments of nervousness, especially when you take a minor across state lines with their over 21 boyfriend and can't account for her for several hours in the day. You get nervous.
Yeah, you do.
And now a few years have passed, we can talk about it.
Yep. This was back in 2005.
Mm-hmm.
Shauna says Luna also makes more sense with the commentary.
Oh, well, that's good.
Awesome. That's Tiffany?
Yep, that's Tiffany. And
I've forgotten she was in this one.
Oh no, that was when we first met her. She was Daniel's roommate at that time.
That's right. And they're all also doing a zodiac sign, so their movements are in some way dictated by the astrological signs that they are, and the lyrics that are happening.
So she's basically, they're doing a Scorpio thing and then singing about a sword, and she's acting out what's being sung about.
And she's a Scorpio in real life, so this is truth.
Yes, it's not just acting, it's reality.
Oh, that crown. Is Tom?
No, I think
No, it's Nick.
That's Nick.
Nick.
He's doing the Sagittarius thing.
Yep. Just eyeball in the audience. Very realistic. I shot you. Before Katniss, there was Nick.
The odds worked in his favor.
You know, nobody dies in this one.
Don't give it away.
Spoiler.
Well, we're not nearly as bloodthirsty. There is, well, I should take that back. There's human sacrifice in this
There's
one.
human
Never
sacrifice.
mind.
It's a memory though.
Yep.
It's a flashback. Kristen.
Oh, she's so young.
Look at that baby face.
So serious.
She's got a little Baphomet going on. Oh. I just remembered something.
Which is?
The skirt that Amanda's wearing, until very recently, was my priestess skirt. Like from this time until just this last year.
Oh yeah.
Strange non sequitur. You should see how nasty it is now. It's totally trash.
Well, it has been worn probably 100 times in Gnostic Mass, so there you go.
10 years.
Time to retire.
Yep.
There's Tom.
Yep.
I'm trying to remember, is this where he does his backflip?
This is, yeah, he does. I think it's during 923. During the second half
Yeah.
of the verse.
He's the water bearer. Here, have some water.
Spurp. Spurp.
Have some water.
Everything Daniel's magic does seems to be very subdued. And then I up the ante.
You're showing him up.
I am.
Yep.
Dance, old man, dance.
Now he's the Lord of the Dance.
He totally was into the Scottish like step dancing thing here. It's like, oh, Michael Flatley, you got hot out.
Oh, got it.
Oh, we got it. Betty went into the audience a little bit. A little bit. He's like, sorry, people. Here I am slinking away from you now. I didn't think it was that well cut.
Well, there you go. It's been a while since we've watched this.
Maybe there was another one.
Might have been.
What was her name?
Amber.
Amber, right.
I like Amber.
She was a trip.
She's fun. We're still Facebook friends.
Cool. I probably am too, now that I think about it.
Keep talking.
All right.
I know it's late. I know I've been doing this for a while.
Home stretch. Everyone kept taking bets on when her top was gonna fall down.
Spoiler, soon.
Oh, wait.
Wait a minute. I don't think
We
we
have everyone's attention now.
Yes,
everyone pay attention for the wardrobe malfunction and Amber's top takes an elite. Does it really? I don't remember.
No. You believe
Maybe.
And you lost 2 viewers.
Oh!
Just kidding.
Actually, we just gained 2.
There we go.
As a matter of fact.
Yeah, well, it's probably the people who know we're talking about them right now. There's Steven!
Steven!
Down under.
Oh, Steven. This was such a thing that he kind of seemed to do on a bet.
Yep.
His definitely not his usual kind of thing.
Yes, but he will tell you that it was the very best thing we've ever done because he was in it.
That's right.
He will have
Well,
us
and
know.
he's right, because he is awesome.
Yep. Yeah! Now he's gonna go around.
Berserker!
He killed
He totally smacked Amanda in the head. I love it.
Yep.
There's no subtext here.
So much fun.
Oh my god, yes. This was basically our first lesson in, okay, show me what you can do.
Yep.
And then I will integrate that into our show.
Yep. And this is before we'd done a lot in the way of movement training.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, this is the Taurus section, and so we're invoking Taurus into the Taurus character.
Yes.
Much as we did with Cancer in the first.
The first one was for Cancer.
So again, it all makes more sense with context. And the color balance is completely different in that shot.
That happens.
Yep. Ba-bam! And now
This is
he's
like a certain
awesome.
initiation, I know. He builds you up and knock you down.
Just one? Wait, never mind.
No.
He's like, now.
There are so many things that some of the non-initiates don't even know about what we've put into these.
Yep, which is fun. There are clues.
Mm-hmm.
Subtle. So see how subtle that is? Just quietly being subtle.
Well, I remember after performing Mercury at Second Mont Lodge, one of the SGIGs came up and was like, uh-huh.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not telling anybody what that means. Ha-ha.
It's just there.
Secrets.
Yep.
Mysteries.
They are.
Now y'all have to go back and watch it and try to figure out what we're talking about, right?
Good luck with that, too.
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's so many layers. I'm sure you'll totally get it.
The OTO is like an onion.
Yes. It makes you cry.
It makes you cry.
Mm-hmm.
On a good day.
It also could make some damn fine food.
Mm-hmm. Yep, fun people to hang out with. So this must be the last one.
Yep. Number 13.
When Daniel got to drop down an octave again, it felt so much better.
The relief. The relief of it all.
I sympathize with him.
Are you
Greatly.
I do write music that challenges people.
I was so much skinnier then. Look at that. 10 years.
Yeah, well, I'll come on stage in a minute and I'll be like, oh my god, I look like I'm 12.
Well, you know, there have been jokes made that we did this one first so that John could be Pan with his shirt off while he was still
young enough to pull it
young
off.
enough to pull it off.
I do not look bad with my shirt off now.
No, you certainly don't.
I don't necessarily look great with my shirt off now, but
That could be fixed.
yeah.
We'll do it in post.
Yeah, that's what CGI is for.
It's cheaper in pre-production.
That's probably true. But that's why I'm a bricklayer. Try to keep in shape.
Well, we could have you wearing one of those muscle top armor things that that guy's wearing.
Yeah.
You could.
Just like
Just like Daniel.
Yep. Oh, and there's the veil before Luna being opened.
Katie!
Oh,
I miss Katie.
we told the story earlier. I don't remember if we talked about if it was before we were on camera when we talked about.
Well, let's talk about it now. Oh my gosh. Well, okay, for those of you who didn't hear before, the way that this is set up, Luna is asleep through the majority of the show, and the object is that Pan is trying to wake her up, and that Cancer and Taurus it's their job to restrain Pan and keep him from doing so. They're guarding her slumber.
Yeah, they are literally the guardians of the veil.
And because we didn't want everyone turning their backs to the audience to do an invocation at Luna, we put her throne in the back of the house.
Yeah.
So she was seated and sleeping while the audience is being, is being seated, and she's basically sitting behind them in center back. And so all of the invocational pieces where Pan is trying to appeal to Artemis, aka Luna, are going straight through the audience to her. And there were a few people who were like, wow, he's talking to me, that's creepy. But there was one patron in particular who had apparently dropped some LSD. And she was sitting dead center.
Right in front of Luna.
Everything Pan through Luna's way went right into her psyche. And
so
she ended up leaving the show in the middle.
No, she made it through to the end. There was somebody who left in the middle who was just offended.
They were just offended. They were just offended. Yay, we win.
Yep, but she went and locked herself at the end of the show in the bathroom and would not come out. And her friends were trying to talk her down through the door, and I'm like, the theater staff was like, you're going to have to pay us to stay here late if you cannot get this woman out of the bathroom. I'm like, but it's fucking good. I will go back to, I do not mind if you want to play freelance psychedelic astronaut, but please do not do it in a way that costs me money, because that's, it's personal freedom, personal responsibility.
But yeah, that was pretty fun.
Yep.
I remember Sandy Busker's daughter.
Yep. You're really good. Stay over there.
Stay away from me.
Yep.
That was Vicky.
Guys, that must have been Vicky.
Yeah. The beauty of Pan is Pan's job is to be menacing, and
menacing and sexually alluring all at the same time.
The root of the word panic, and there's a reason for that, because Pan is I did my very best to spend 3 years invoking the energy and the filth and the fury that is Pan, and it was pretty fun. Power corrupts, and absolute power feels pretty good.
Oh, we're doing a dance thing. It's our upper body dance.
We're going to do our talky bit. They're describing all the things and doing their dancey bits.
Yeah, dialogue in this one was the most labored and halting. The pacing of it all, compared to what we've done since, is so like, what's my line?
I think the idea was to make it dreamy and slow, and that was the whole
definitely
idea.
On Quaaludes.
Yeah, and the whole rite comes across as this sleepy enchantment, as it were, and that's intentional. But at the same time, if I'm presuming that if you're looking for something that's a little more tightly done, it's a little slower than that. But it's pretty.
Yeah, then we had fun. Mm-hmm. We learned a lot doing this one.
Yeah, getting all the blocking right was challenging.
Mm-hmm. You know, I look at it now, and it's so very symmetrical.
Mm-hmm.
And
this is the first time you see our obelisks.
Mm-hmm.
Yay, obelisks!
Did it? Oh, he's just singing for a long time. I thought, did it freeze?
This has a lot of people just standing very still.
Yep,
yes,
that's right.
It does.
Just very still. So they're introducing a nymph, a sage, and Pan.
Hello! I'm standing on a large rock.
I snuck up right behind you with my freaking Panness.
With my big knife. And now I'm going to monkey around.
People.
I'm going to play Planet of the Apes.
You're yummy. And you're yummy. And you're yummy. And you're yummy.
Meow. Meow.
Oh, you're yummy.
Hi. We need to talk. She's trying to sleep, and you're just a little too loud. So, if you don't mind, just be a little quiet, alright?
Like, oh,
I'm gonna go sit down because these boots hurt my feet.
There you go.
Yeah, okay.
Gonna
my
do
lady.
homage to our lady.
Oh, my lady.
Yeah. You lick my lips.
You're so funny. This is funny. I haven't seen this forever.
It's fun to be young.
They're in the cup of libation.
Now, many people brought their own flasks and bared their own cup of libation. In traditional presentations, a cup is passed around the room to attendees, but we're like, there's 100 people in this theater. We're doing 5 shows. We can't get everybody drunk.
And we can't pause for everyone to take a drink out of said cup.
Yeah, so we basically just had the officers drink.
Oh, sorry, Canoodles.
I like following her around.
Shauna says she deeply approves of leather pants and horns.
Well, that's good.
But there are a lot of them here. It's true.
Yep, there's
A lot of the fawns are faux, but but the look is still good.
Oh yeah. Okay, then there's some knocking and we're drawn to order.
Everybody, attention, attention! We have so much dead time. It would never be like this now.
This is the Hounds of Spring. Oh, this is fun. Oh, there's going to be a lot of chasing Amanda around. She did a lot of this blocking and liked being chased around, so...
I think you're correct.
I think that there was a little bit of typecasting there.
Oh no, chase me, chase me! Yeah, this is where you're like recruiting the fawns to chase the girls.
Yep.
Come
Teaching
on,
the boys to chase the girls. That's what Panda does.
Let me demonstrate.
He's a hell of a... See, this is a girl. You watch it chase the girl. Look, see how she looks? Like
that's nice.
And creepy.
I am
now,
kind of uncomfortable.
I just want to mention that her mom was in the audience for this. There were a few moments where she's like, yeah, my mom thought that was creepy. I'm like, yeah, it's because it was creepy.
And Xavier's like, he's my girlfriend. Eric, he's so cute.
They look very charming. He looks so much more innocent than me.
That's right. He was Pan in training.
Panlet.
Yeah, Panlet.
He was a skillet.
He does look kind of like an observant schoolboy, like taking notes with his mind.
He's like, I want to try that.
He's kind of getting it on. He's kind of got it going on, yeah. The horns are a good look, honey.
Oh, thank you. There is actually a G-string that one can purchase off of...
Is it still available?
I believe it still is. Yeah.
Cafe Press?
Cafe Press, is that where it is?
It's got your pan face
It's got that pan face on it, and it's inside of a heart, and it says, of what worth is gold in the mine.
I brought out my writing crop now. It's getting real.
Oh yeah. There's a little bit
my hair is down and the crop is out.
Yep. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, here I am, being very respectful.
I'm being good.
Not trying to cross over and open the veil around the sleeping goddess, because that would be wrong. Instead, I'll just pet these cute boys.
Oh, meow.
Okay, maybe there was a little bit of cats in this now that you watched it.
It's goats instead of cats.
Yes, goats.
And there is a memory.
So instead of meow, it's...
Oh yeah. We were talking earlier and Daniel said, don't try this at home. Try it at your neighbor's house. That's more fun.
So who did the horns?
Did Courtney do that?
Courtney did the horns, and I'm not mentioning any last names, so she's asked not to have her name associated with this any further because of job things.
Oh, then ignore the fact that I used her last name a little bit ago.
What last name?
That was a different person that you were talking about.
Yes,
okay,
absolutely.
Never mind.
But yeah, she did all the horns, the makeup on those, and then who did I want to say Tiffany did a bunch of the face makeup.
I think she did too. That's my recollection.
For the boys. And he's like, oh, come on, chase her! Chasey! This is actually basically just really fun blocking for my gratuitous guitar solo.
That never happens.
Yes, it does. Guitar solos are where I get to stop and breathe. The boys are all around the girls.
This is a bad story about bad things. Trigger warning, sorry. Don't mess up her hair. I remember that was the mantra. Don't mess up her hair! And then she's like, I'm done with that. It's like, where have you been?
Yep, she's on
A little too late.
Yeah, it's so much fun. And you have to remember these plays, when they were originally produced, were considered scandalous and evil. And now they are tamer than a Lady Gaga video. And we've sexied them up, because the way they were originally done was just in black robes. And they were considered just, he was the wickedest man in the world, who presented these plays that were basically orgies, and by orgies they meant rituals.
Well, I think there was probably more to it in some cases than we know from the photographs and all. And we know that there was mescaline and peyote being served, particularly at this one.
Yes.
Bearing the...
Also, people were a lot more caught up in the metaphor. So a lot of things were happening in their heads. So they walk away from these theatrical productions carrying the story as opposed to what actually happened. And there are some very deep images going on here, and some very bothersome mental constructs that are really outside of their experience.
Right.
Well, that's very true.
And people were also being confronted with portions of their own humanity or societal standards that they were uncomfortable with, and would probably have rather kept not in the mind's eye.
Right.
You're saying that people like being repressed?
Especially around that time period.
Right.
They made careers out of it.
Totally. It was, yeah. Well, we see the drugs of that today. People are so excited by things that are repressed. I mean, in a sense, the head-to-toe coverings that are meant to be under the guise of modesty make something a little more titillating, because you're imagining what's under that.
Exactly.
Yep.
And it's one of the inherent powers of theater as well. Theatrical productions carry more psychological weight than anything you can see on a video.
Right.
So a Lady Gaga video.
The shot with Eric right between them is so great.
If you had that level of intensity going on in the same room with you,
very different. It would be very different.
I mean, just imagine somebody with that level of eroticism 16 feet away.
I've been in that situation.
And now the girl's good at talking to you.
Oh yeah. It's like, now let's talk about chasing boys. How much fun it is to chase boys. Pan's just a naughty flirt.
It's an educational film.
I had to touch everybody's hair at least once.
That's right, because no one could be left out.
That's right. I had surgery right around that time.
Oh, right.
And speaking of no one being left out, when I was being drugged and they were putting me under, I apparently hit on every nurse, male or female, the doctors, basically on the way to surgery. I put the moves on everyone because I was concerned that if I didn't treat them all equally and in a complementary fashion, that they might screw up. And so it was necessary for me to just hit on all of them. And tell them they were cute.
Our nymph is hiding behind cancer for safety.
Yep.
Over there. Because I'm sitting in my chaise lounge with my riding crop. Apparently I'm protecting.
Yep. The boys are now menacing the girls.
Have the girls learned nothing?
They're slow.
Yep. And nobody falls out of their top. I mean...
Well, we put Amber in the back just to be safe.
Which is to say she might have, but we can't tell from here.
She's probably every other move she was hiking. Like, whoa. That was a beautiful drop she just did, though.
She did so good at looking completely creeped out. Because, of course, actually she was. I was just totally creeping out.
Hang around Mando?
Yeah. We were very good friends at that time.
Yeah, that's true.
No one else could get away with that.
Yep. You're so cute.
They are. Aren't we all so cute? Oh, this is the shoulder moves coming.
Yeah.
Oh! Just like, well, I kind of like it, but I kind of don't. And once again, 3 beats too late, his boyfriend comes to save her. He always waits until it's over.
Yep. So that's our introduction to Pan, basically. He's like, I'm a horribly creepy thing. I'm all the things you want that you don't want to talk about wanting.
Although we did have a rule, and this probably dictated a lot, that we would not perform a show that John's son, Joshua, could not attend. So, and to this point, he was 12?
Yeah, maybe 10.
10.
Yep.
10. So we had to make it, well, we let him see PG-13 films at that time, so we would keep it PG-13 at this point.
But yeah, it's...
Or it might have been even more intense.
And part of that was because he came to rehearsals with us sometimes too.
That is true.
I think that this is where we're going to do some bearing the cup of libation and then some rituals.
Oh, right.
So did you guys make more or fewer changes to this script than on the other ones?
Well, in terms of changes, I would say 0.
Right.
We made no changes.
Embellishments, I would say this is closer to a traditional rendering.
Well, yes and no, because like all this blocking and chasing and whatnot, none of that's in the script.
Right. You were making it up.
Yeah.
Filling in the parts that weren't there.
And we were basically we're enacting the action that's being described.
Right. But you were adding actual sections on some of the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
You added whole songs and.
Well, yeah, but we didn't.
I noticed you added a couple thematic elements.
Well, we added thematic elements certainly. I don't think we added any dialogue.
No, we've never added lyrical content that wasn't in the script. We've made songs out of one dialogue line.
Yes.
So that would fill that out.
Yeah, so we've done lots of repetition. We didn't do as much repetition in this one. It's much.
It's very low on the choral aspect. There are only a couple of elements where the cast is actually singing in this.
Yeah, the bulk of it's
principal characters.
It's principals sing only.
Which is why I say, in a sense, that's closer to a traditional rendering, because I can see a local body getting costumes like these and doing recitations as opposed to singing, and having music in the background for ambiance, maybe canned, pre-selected music.
It's our giant rock.
Our giant rock.
That thing was so effing heavy. Oh my god.
But that also meant it was strong enough to stay put when people jumped on it.
Oh god. Right. Jumped on it, got chained to it. Things happened to that rock.
And the water is actually functional too.
Yep. The fountain turns on and off, and you can control it from the light board, which was fun. So this is the pentagram ritual, and again, it follows the Kabbalistic tonal correspondences that you're going to find in Alan Bennett's Golden Dawn diaries. They are also included in the appendix to Israel Regardi's The Middle Pillar, and in all of the BOTA work by Paul Foster Case. And it's funny because the BOTA work, Paul Foster Case, attributes these attributions to ancient wisdom. Ancient wisdom tells us that a natural corresponds to the color yellow, and it's like, well, no, it's not actually quite that old. Actually, I think
it's as ancient as any of our mystery traditions.
Yeah.
Here you can see the animations going on the screen behind.
Yeah, the pentagrams.
The pentagram being drawn in time with the music
god name,
and the god name.
And then, it's pretty cool.
Oh my god, and the YouTube videos, we get so much. This is the thing that the magicians of the world think is the worst thing we ever did.
Oh yeah.
There are so many purists in the magical world who thought that this was horrible.
Yep.
That we would do this.
And the YouTube comments in general is a thing where I have to say I've developed the thickest goddamn skin in the world as a result of it, because once you've read the YouTube comments, no one can say anything hurtful to you again.
It's true. YouTube and Amazon reviews.
Yep. It's like, well, at that point, you're like, if anyone goes to the trouble to criticize you and they don't use the term fuckface, you're like, well, thank you for not just calling me a fuckface. I appreciate that. That's really kind of you. It's a strange thing.
And then there are people in there that are defend us. They're like, this is a snip from a rock opera version, so this is not being done just to demonstrate. This is not meant to be an exemplification of an LBRP.
Yeah, this is a rock opera adaptation of the Hermetic Elder of the Golden Dawn ritual.
As a part of a larger piece.
Yes. Now, of course, 1910, when these were being performed on stage, they had only been published the year before, in 1909, in the Equinox by Crowley.
Without the permission
of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. And the Golden Dawn was understandably upset about it. And so the fact that he was, again, incorporating it into a stage play and inviting the public was a pretty serious slap at his former Golden Dawn
affiliation, cronies, people.
Fraternal members. But things had degenerated in the Golden Dawn at that point to where there was concern about all the material just being lost, and so his going out and publishing it was in an effort to continue the tradition. And again, this was also a way that he was trying to develop interest in the teaching order, the AA. This was before, I don't know if it was before he was in any way, this is pre-OTO. But in terms of the actual revival of the Rites of Eleusis and their being presented in public again, that was entirely due to OTO bodies in Southern California. That's where it started. February 29th, 1980, Isis Serenia Camp performed the Rite of Saturn for the first time in 70 years. And at least that we're aware of. And Vandermeer, McCarrett, and Lady Chandria were involved in that. And they started to get other OTO bodies. Lon Duquette became involved in performing them, Haru Raha, and other bodies around the country started picking them up and doing adaptations and performing them. And so
Pan is lounging in the chair.
Yeah, Pan is lounging in Doris's chair.
Oh, hey, was this you?
Oh, my bad.
Sorry.
So there was a question from Shona. Is this LBRP the same as or just similar to the LBRP in Mars?
It is same notes, much slower cadence.
The ritual is the same.
Yeah, the ritual is the same ritual. But the tonal correspondences are the same. The arrangement's slightly different insofar as Daniel ended up hitting different intervals of the notes than Richard did. And that was intentional because the Mars energy is much more clipped and much tighter, and this again was that sort of more dreamlike. There's also a hexagram ritual in Mercury, and then this is a performance of the hexagram ritual. And again, same notes overall, but
this is my lounge singer hexagram ritual.
Different musical structure. This is a much slower, much less aggressive presentation, much less tight presentation than you're going to see in Mercury, which is again that high energy, high speed recitation. I like the images of the god forms in the background. Apophis is a snake.
It was still cool.
Yeah, in the theater, again, this is one of those things where you're watching it here and you're like, oh yeah, I can see that there's a thing happening back there. But in the theater, it was quite something.
Huge screen, being rear with rear projections.
The human eye is a lot more capable of determining differences, and it's a dynamic range of the human eye is
better than the camera.
Way better, even better than today's cameras.
And this is some. When we did this, we were using old equipment, and this was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
10 years ago.
So, like you said before, this was done by local students and their teacher.
Right.
Well, some of it was like this long shot here is static camera that was shot 2 days later.
Yeah. When we realized we weren't getting it all from the students, we threw a static cam in to get wide shots to fill in the gaps. But yeah, essentially.
which is why the color balance is different and why it's just totally a first pancake.
Right.
This is what we could get.
Yeah, I'm kind of envisioning the videography part being the crusty outside and the the squishy innards being the parts that you were learning yourself.
Right.
Yep. Well, and the musical structuring, I didn't know much about capturing the live audio at all, and so it's not the cleanest audio recording. There's just a lot that could have been better, but again, for a first video capture of a live musical, it was pretty neat. And we learned enough from it that when we went on to do Venus, it was significantly better, and then Mercury again I think was significantly better, and then both Sol and Mars I feel really good about in terms of clarity and capturing a really good feel.
Ben asked when we're hurling the words, like Daniel and I both, we don't, the traditional, like when you fling, the energy is usually more lean forward, but in that corset I couldn't. And for projection purposes, it was not advantageous for either one of us to lean into the projection of the magical.
Spreading the arms out wide was a way to
so
keep the diaphragm
modified
supported.
slightly for that, if anybody's wondering why we look so weird doing that. But it's a fine costume.
Yeah,
I still have that corset.
Yes, you do.
It doesn't fit quite that well anymore.
Oh, it still looks good on you. Oh yeah.
The boots are trash though. There was some concern about I might have had it a little too tight the first night. I was all bruised up and I tried to sing. And then Pan, of course.
Still lounging.
Yep, sitting in your chair.
Sitting in my chair while I do the work.
Well, Pan's ritual is an interesting one because the script says Pan banishes the element or the Sephiroth by the appointed ritual, but it doesn't dictate which ritual is used.
Banishes the spirits of the planets.
Yep. So we ended up choosing the star Sapphire, which may or may not be the appropriate choice, but is a lot of fun to perform, particularly when you interpret it in the way that we did. There are some allusions to sexual alchemy in the interpretation. And the rest is all to your imagination, because I don't know what we're talking about.
We used to sing it like, Daddy loves Mommy. Mommy loves Billy. Billy loves Sissy. Mama had a boyfriend.
Oh, fun. Yep. Analysis of the keyword again. And again, all this is tones that correspond to the various Hebrew letters that correspond to the various Latin letters, because nerd. And then the lights come up, and Pan's sitting in your chair.
But first,
I
get to have a drink first before I realize. Is he hitting my gong?
Yep.
God damn it!
You banged my gong.
Libation interruptus. Get the fuck out. What if I told you?
Bad Pan, bad.
It's like, oh, you snapped my butt with your riding cup. Do it again. Do it again.
Bring it.
Oh, you. How many rehearsals did I say? I'm taking you home now.
Yeah,
I got some shit to work out.
Oh, yeah, we did.
Keep the horns on.
I had somebody ask me to go camping and wear the horns. Like a stranger. It's like, couldn't we go camping and you wear those horns? And I was just like, I think that's a creepy request. So no.
I find it really interesting that Pan isn't really supposed to be allowed to handle the cup, and yet he just goes and grabs it.
Yeah. Pan doesn't follow any rules.
He's gonna do his thing. Ooh, what does that mean?
That's some interesting hexagram combination. Yeah, we did some interesting animations in the background.
Yeah, there was a lot of hexagram sex on the wall going on.
Yep.
They were like, whoosh.
Now, by rights, there should have been signs that went along with this at the beginning as well that I didn't include. But
yeah.
But if we ever do a re-edit and rewrite, we'll
There's so much I would do.
You'll tighten some things up. You'll add a couple things.
Yeah.
It'll look completely different.
Somebody else play Pan.
Probably. Just too bad.
I think the two of you guys should probably focus on being the showrunners.
Yep.
Because it's very difficult to run the show and be on stage at the same time.
Well, that's why I don't do that anymore.
Right.
Yeah, I haven't been on stage. Well, I did a role in Soul, so.
Only sort of at the last minute.
Yeah, and it was. I tried to keep them small. Probationer style.
I mean, it's just a matter of perspective.
Mm-hmm, absolutely.
Being able to sit in the audience, really know what the blocking is going to look like with everyone on stage. It makes a huge difference.
Mm-hmm. It's absolutely true.
Also, your mind is not full of your own lines.
And where am I supposed to be? And leave a hole for me over there. Don't forget I'm supposed to be where that empty space is.
Now that sword is also the sword that was used in
that
Mercury.
fight scene in Mercury, the one that's all mangled now.
Right, so this is when it was young and pretty.
Yep.
Yeah.
Although I think even at that point we'd had to epoxy the handle back on.
I think you're right.
We treated these things badly.
Oh, wow.
The braids in my hair
very Vikings.
Were actually put in by Luna every night. Katie Cachet, who played Luna, would sit with me after my makeup was on and would braid my hair.
Aw, I didn't know that.
You were busy getting ready.
It was so cute.
That was just a cute thing. It was, it was our bonding moment.
Well, Katie.
Oh my God.
Other than the violin piece at the end, she had nothing.
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't even a line exchange with you at the end, is there? It's just she just plays and you guys walk off into the ether.
Yep.
So she wasn't even a part of any of our rehearsals until the end when she said, "Okay, what do I do?" I'm like, "Just pretend you're asleep right here." And then when it's time, you get to walk all ethereal and play some music, and then you're done.
Yep.
Oh, we need some more. The sacred fountain. Give me that. It's not for you. Uh-oh. Something's happening.
Everybody's mad at me.
What did you do, John?
I wanted the cup of libation and it got away from me.
Because it wasn't your turn. We're not giving it to you.
Then there's more dialogue-y bits. And I'm looking mad.
Hovering over the cup like, I'm just gonna laugh it up like a dog. Nom nom nom. Evil, evil Pan.
Well, I think that what we'd done is we'd established that rule that nobody was supposed to use the cup, and then Pan had upped and used it in the ritual to sort of cheat the rule, and then now order was restored, and gosh darn it, nobody was supposed to use it. I think this is where Kegel says, "Bear the cup of libation," and as he tries to reach for it, you hit him with a riding crop. But you don't get to see any of that. It's all off screen.
We
never caught the.
And he's pouty face.
Yeah.
Pouty face, pouty face.
And then this is Angry Pan's song,
Oh,
where he tells a story.
yes.
I'll tell you a little story.
First I knock him on my gong.
This is my favorite.
Master, dinner is prepared.
This is my favorite song. I had written a lot of the music for this at the Summer Star Pagan Campout in Must have been 2002. And this is one of those pieces where I basically left that camp out with this one, the Hounds of Spring song, and Uncharmable Charmer relatively arranged. But this is the one that I still love to sing the most. It's so messed up. This is Priestess of Panormita, and it was originally published under a pseudonym. Crowley wrote it, but he published it under a woman's name. And again, one of those things where I don't remember off the top of my head, but someone on the internet's going to look it up and tell me.
You might be losing your nerd credentials here.
Oh, I've nerded it up enough.
Actually, the last comment on there is somebody going, nerd!
Nerd! That's right.
And that's Shauna.
Of course, nerd!
Because she knows it to be true.
I have no idea how long ago she posted that.
But it's true.
It's always been true, even in the past.
Yep. So, this is an interesting scene because he's basically doing an invocation to the moon, and he's talking about in the past being a priest who sneaks out of his cloister, kidnaps a girl and sacrifices her in a cave, and they end up the fauns and
the fairies
come and act it out behind them, and so it becomes this very nice.
Well, it's a rape sacrifice. Let's be real.
It's pretty messed up. Somebody asked me if I had a prosthetic forehead in this. I do not. That's my forehead.
This is real forehead.
The horns aren't real. That is my real forehead. Some of that.
There's quite a spirit gun build up there, though.
Yeah, and then there's also a bunch of makeup on it to make it look like there's a deeper cleft.
Oh yes.
Ages and ages ago, I stood by the edge of a river.
We're using our little shadow box back there.
Yeah.
Thank you to Amanda's mother for the lend of that.
Yep, that was it.
Wow, does that school want to plug?
Juanita? Yeah, Juanita School District.
No, I think it's Woodinville High School.
Oh, okay. Yeah. This blocking's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is fun. And then there's the two different angles of Ina's bow in the back. She's Artemis. First she's parallel to the floor.
And then she's up. Yep. This is
and now she's at 45 degrees. And it was just like two different nights, and she did it differently.
We had posted some videos, some short clips of this on the original Rite of Luna website. And someone had taken this and the hexagram ritual and the pentagram ritual and posted them to YouTube before we had a YouTube account. And so if you search Rockin' Satyr Antics, you will still find this video on YouTube.
Rockin' Satyr Antics.
And you can also find the version Priestess of Panormita on the Eleusyve page. But I was so amused when I saw that on there. Rockin' Satyr Antics.
Yeah, there's Nick enacting the pan roll.
Yep.
Of the flashback.
Proto-pan. Yeah, again, this is one of those scenes where I'm really happy how it came out. And this is another 20-minute song, so we broke it up with some instrumental sections to sort of
keep people's minds from going out their ears.
Yep. And, give the singer a chance to breathe. So here we are enacting some funky scene. Everybody's got masks on. It's not the least bit creepy.
I'm looking at these girls going by.
So this is not a scene out of Eyes Wide Shut, but it kind of looks like a scene out of Eyes Wide Shut. I'm not saying that this kind of thing happens in the OTO. I'm just saying those are awesome masks. No, wait, look at the strap.
I love what she did with these people. This choreography bit. It was fun.
Yep. There's Jackie, whose hair is up.
My hair is down.
There's Jackie, whose hair is down. There's Jackie, whose hair is up. There's Jackie, whose hair is down. Up. down.
Oh, and this is where we went with the attack.
Yep.
The style you wrote.
Yep.
And she's like, "You're telling me this story like, ew, you did that?"
I bared the beautiful blade.
I dipped it thrice in the weed.
I think that might be a metaphor.
No.
And then pull out the big red scarf.
And caress her with the blood.
Oh no!
He's like, oh, that's so gross. This guy's creeping me out.
He wants to take us to this van down by the river and give us candy. But there's a central message there, which follows around this whole idea of Pan representing the all, including all the things that you don't want to look at and don't want to deal with, and that he represents the courage and the disturbing side of facing all that. So it's not as though it's just gratuitous. It's also
let me put this blade down.
Symbolically important to the development of the whole human being is to deal with your shadow self. Oh, look! I have
look, there's the blood symbol. Let me caress you with the blood. There's nothing creepy about it. Come on, you like it. Tasty, tasty blood. Corn syrup. Corn syrup. Oh,
you guys are weak. I'm just gonna
tuck this blood into my pants now for the next bit.
Is that where you keep it?
Yep. I really enjoyed my 10-year high school reunion. Took place the same weekend as the Rite of Venus, and I really enjoyed telling people I'm sorry I can't attend because
I'm gonna rock my rock opera was staged.
Well, it might have been my 20 year. It must have been my 20 year.
You were nearly 40, so it would be your 20 years.
Yep, there you go. Yep, 20-year reunion.
You're so angry. Why always so angry?
Panda's crazy.
Because he wants some Luna action.
Great.
He needs Luna to wake up.
Like, she's so boring at parties. She's so boring. Oh!
He wants to get in with the collective unconscious.
Let the goddess nap.
Oh, what are we doing now?
There you go. You're going to be my buddy now. Who's my new friend?
Who's my bitch? See, she knows how to rescue him in a timely fashion. Like, really? Take some notes, Theater.
Well, it gets weirder. It gets weirder. This is not like their first date, because if it was, it would be the Rocky Horror Picture Show, actually.
I like this bloody thing.
He gets all sad, too. He gets, like, melancholy.
Yeah.
This was... I say he because that's not me anymore, by the way.
No. This was definitely a personality displacement moment.
Yeah, I was like...
It appeals to some of his strengths, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, but there were moments where it's like, John's not there anymore. I've checked out.
I love what that lighting does for your bod, though.
Well, thank you. To be honest, I kind of do too.
Throw a little oil on that. Oh.
Fry some eggs.
Shield wall. That's what I want to say. Shield wall.
A little bacon. I was thinking more slab of meat, but.
Oh yeah, here we go. Gonna come out and be
sausage.
We're gonna. Oh yes, this is our assault on the
Look at that vicious line of fawns. They're so tough.
They'll beat you up.
Tom especially, he's like... And the girls are like...
No,
we're finally gonna grow some.
He's like, go! Go!
Go!
Go!
Breach her veil! There's no euphemism there.
No, it's like,
where we took advantage of his diminutive status.
Now I'm just going to say something creepy to him. Like, you really want to wake her up.
Everybody would be better off if she was awake.
You really want to
She
wake her
would
up.
show you how to get this party started.
An arrow.
Come on.
That's a euphemism.
Go spank her with your spanky stick. Shush. I have a job.
I had one job.
One job, and you're making it very difficult.
The words to this poem are really beautiful, and I hope if you're at home and you're listening along, you're like going, this is a really amazing piece of writing, because it is.
You can say that because you didn't write it.
I didn't write it.
Yeah.
The music's pretty good too, and I did write that, but the words are amazing.
Oh, what's going on? Now, funny story about this moment. As we are chaining the satyr and the nymph to this rock, someone came up to John, I think it was after, and said, that looked kind of like key 15. Was that on purpose?
Yeah, the devil card in the tarot.
The devil card in the tarot. Especially when in a moment he jumps up on the rock behind them. And we're like, it was so, we felt it was so obvious. And we were like, no, we did? What?
What? That's how it looked? Did we mean to do that?
No. I think we did.
I think with you guys, the answer is pretty much always, yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We don't usually
accidentally
do something.
chain a pair of lovers to a rock and have a devil standing behind them. Oh, I've seen that somewhere before.
That iconography means something. At one point, I'd even wanted to work in offering somebody an apple, but it didn't happen. We were going to go all Garden of Eden too, but
this was enough. So young. So
Well, there's a thing in movie editing that if somebody notices the edit, you did your job wrong.
Right.
So I think that the same sort of thing applies when you're dropping metaphors. If somebody notices that you're delivering a trope, you did it wrong.
You weren't subtle enough.
Right.
But if they're not sure, they think it could have been an accident.
Ooh,
that was clever.
Because your goal is to make them think, right?
maybe. I don't know. I like making it so the symbols.
John likes to beat
visible.
people over the head with
I
stuff.
like to beat people over the head with the symbols.
I'm usually the one that's like, we need to dial it back and settle things up.
That's what makes you a good team.
Yeah.
And we really need the dialing back. Always need the dialing back.
Editing. See, there it is.
Yeah, there it is.
There it is.
Yeah. If we were going to make our own tarot deck out of photos from these rites, this would be
15.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's an interesting project.
Yes, it is.
That would be so when you go back and do it again, you hire a photographer whose job it is to specifically capture those moments. And you have 20 set pieces throughout.
Yep. Oh, and everything goes
It could
red
be
light.
a collect all. Two.
Just stick
Or the 22.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we gone red light.
Yep. This is another one of those red light scenes.
Cameras are not very good at this.
That's kind of the point, actually. It's sort of subtle and hard to tell exactly what's going on.
It's kind of like German sparkle party on the red. Shadowy.
The dance party.
Like the Love Lounge on Logan's Run.
Yep.
Oh, it's just a mob of flesh.
Yep. So there it goes. Now he's got everybody all worked into a lather,
Oh my goodness.
doing his crazy pan thing. Now,
Amber's top is still up. I'm impressed.
just barely. Now this is where he decides that what he really needs to do is see he he had performed his human sacrifice in order to achieve a level of enlightenment, but it made him so sad that he couldn't. So what he's got to do is he's got to talk the satyr into sacrificing the nymph. And then he can achieve his enlightenment without having to do the killing part and being sad. What could possibly go wrong?
By proxy.
It's like, come with me. You're going to be my new pal.
You do what I did. It'll go much better for you, I promise.
Besties.
What could possibly go wrong?
Want to be like me, right? I got game.
Yep. For 5 in the year gone by, I pray thee give to me one, a lover, stronger than I, a moon to swallow the sun. May he be like a lily-white goat, crisp as a thicket of thorns.
It's probably really weird for them to hear you singing it in a different cadence than you reciting it. Right
Yeah,
now.
especially because those lines haven't happened yet. Oh, smooching.
We'd like it. And what was her boyfriend's name? Aaron? Andrew? Aaron. It's like, alright you guys, it's acting. Acting.
Method acting.
Right.
There's a great, I'm going to wait till after the scene to tell the great Kegel story.
The great Kegel story?
The great Kegel story. Go. I'm not going to try to talk you into anything weird or anything.
I'm just going to kneel and start petting your chest.
But you don't have to not trust me. I'm totally trustworthy. I'm a trustworthy fellow.
I'm a trustworthy fellow, or my name isn't Pat. Oh, wait.
Oh, gosh darn it. Did it just get darker?
It did a little bit ago.
Yeah, the lights dropped in the video.
Yeah.
Okay, well good. Then it's not something with the bulb.
Well, I don't know.
Well, I'm presuming it dropped in the video on the screen too.
Yeah, I was watching both as best I could.
Yeah.
Watching way too many screens all at once.
Keeps you busy. Alright, here we go. Come on. It's time. Let's
do
this thing.
Do it.
Time to die.
He's like, you want me to do what? Here's the proper boobs out. Ooh. She's helpless. She's right here waiting for you.
Stand up. It's your turn.
Give him the knife, Pan. Give him.
Pull that thing out of your pants and give it to him.
Oh, shush.
There's no euphemism there.
Oh, yeah. He's got his hand on it.
Oh, yeah? That doesn't look at all suggestive. This is coming from me.
Let me teach you. Here it is. It's right here. Take it. I'm not going to hand it to you. You have to take it out of my pants.
just touch it.
You'll like it, I promise. Oh, look.
Too slow.
Here's your hand. Here's your pointed weapon. This is kind of like Abraham and Isaac. No, I can't do it. Bye-bye.
Okay. Now the funny part.
Is this when I needed to pee?
Yes, is that he was supposed to just duck onto the stage, but he had to pee. And so he ran off stage, ran downstairs, went to the bathroom, came back and was ready for his next line.
Nice.
Because that's kind of what you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yep.
Oh, you wanted to kill me.
I was trying to protect himself.
Thankfully, I didn't get a hematoma that time.
Yeah.
Oh, the girls.
And this is the virginal dance.
The virginal dance, the girls.
Not to be confused with the dance of the virginal sister, which is in the earlier rite.
Which is later rite.
The later rite, early rite. Yeah.
Which we watched earlier.
Yeah, we watched earlier.
But it's actually an earlier
It
rite.
is sequential.
It's an early rite in chronology, but
Yes.
not in.
Yes.
And a later rite in the timeline that we did them.
She said, I am free. Look at me, I am free.
And again, the music has got similar themes to it because I'm a huge nerd. So. And this is where we get to say, of what worth is gold in the mine? Which also makes it into one of the Eleusyve commercials.
That's true.
The neighborhood children are sad. Oh, she took his knife.
Oh, she
That'll
did
show
it.
you.
She took it without hesitation.
Yes, unlike some satyrs we might mention.
And with the cup. I think she knows what to do with this knife. And she drank it. Oh my.
I'm sure that's a euphemism.
That's some kind of euphemism. Means something. Pretty, pretty knife. Pretty, pretty knife. I can see my reflection in this blade.
Yes, I do remember at least at one time Amanda saying, "Oh my fucking god, I hate this music." She's like, "Oh, we're choreographing this is horrible. I hate this music."
And now she is empowering the sisterhood.
Yep.
Jack the scares up again.
Yes. Yep. Time to drink.
This is different for traveling here.
We were so simple then.
Still are.
Yeah.
So now he's just going to try and yell up to her rather than trying to cross over.
Yo, Luna.
This is one of my first attempts to write that really layered music with lots of different vocal parts going on at the same time. Yeah, it came out okay. I think that a better recording of it at this time would probably suit it better, but it is an interesting piece of music to listen to. Somebody else wants to talk more after. Excuse me for a second.
Uh-oh. Well then, what shall I say?
Talk more about his pants.
His pants are amazing. His pants, and particularly his ass in the pants, had a following for quite a while. Had his own tag on Facebook. John's ass.
Really?
It did.
It didn't take off though, like you might have dreamed. These pants in this particular show made it all the way through Seoul before they had to be replaced.
I was gonna say, I think he wore those pants to his 40th birthday party thing.
He did.
I recall that.
He
did actually.
And he was running around with his fifth of tequila with the balloons on it so he could find it when he was inebriated. Like, where are my tequila? I digress. The pants made the pan.
There is a thing though, if you cannot find your bottle of tequila because you're too inebriated, maybe you don't need to find your bottle of tequila.
There's wisdom in that statement.
There it is.
But we made a deal that for his 40th birthday, he could run amok, and he did. So yeah, this is, what shall we say about the pants, Sonny? Is there more?
I remember the pants.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember a whole lot more about the 40th birthday party because I wasn't there long.
But the pants made an impression on you?
Yeah. I was there with Troy and Nina.
That's my bottle of tequila, though.
Love sick Rochelle.
Troy and Nina, those are some instigators.
Yeah. They certainly are. And I know I didn't have much to drink, but I walked out of there going, I have this gigantic musical crush on the man in those leather pants.
That's right.
Hi, John.
He's back.
talking about the pants.
The entire time you were gone talking about your ass and those pants.
Well, thank you.
And tequila with balloons.
Tequila and balloons, yes.
And your 40th birthday party.
That was really fun. And it was the best way to keep track of my tequila.
Yeah, it was pointed out that if you lost your tequila, maybe you shouldn't have any more.
Yes.
By whom? Who has turned on me?
I won't name any names.
Yes.
I'm not naming any names. Something about this shot is stretched out so that everyone looks real skinny.
Super tall.
Tall. Ooh.
That's my intense look.
Yeah, it's very intense.
That's the one that scared the girl.
Yeah.
Right there.
Like, nope, she didn't wake up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the priestess of Panormita thing that scared the girl. That's about when she was peeking.
So he's very disappointed now because she just won't wake up. But he is resilient, our Pan.
We'll try one more time.
Always gonna try one more time.
Damn, I do look young in those.
Sword and won't get it back.
So, what will we try next? Ernest Pan.
Is Ernest.
I want you to wake up. Please wake up.
I'm singing this song really loud.
Where are we at? I don't even know. I lost.
Right after this is the end of that Mother of Light and the Gods, and moment is going to be the interpreter. And the main reason I remember is because there was a little musical fill that I did on the piano, and it got really irritating because I was practicing in the living room. And,
right.
I have a recollection of people telling me that I needed to take that someplace else.
I don't think we've seen Daniel in a while.
Yes. Now,
No,
he's going to get mad. And he was in the last number because everybody was. We didn't have a very good angle on him.
I'm drinking.
You fucking with my gong again.
Now she's annoyed.
He's familiar with that face.
Oh, yeah.
The annoyed face.
So shitty. I like this. God,
No.
just going now.
Stop it!
I'm at it.
Stop! Into the front with you. Getting a little aggro.
You're gonna sing with me now.
Why should I trust you?
Nothing.
Because everybody's gonna sing with me. We're gonna wake her up.
Oh, here they come, the henchmen. So turning into a boy band.
Yep. In pants.
And not
Everybody falls. I've forgotten about that.
They could not stand before your power, or behind it in this case.
I think you got some hair in your mouth there.
Yeah.
It happens.
Gotta power through.
Yep. Now they're joining in too.
Alright.
Oh.
That's right. That was some serious rehearsing on that.
You do
How
not
do you run through a crowd with a blade without killing anyone?
Yep.
And look like you're really trying to stab someone without actually doing so.
Yes.
It's a lot of body dynamics.
While he keeps singing.
Very well done.
He turned his back. Get it.
Alright, I guess
I was trying to sell everybody on it. This is not unlike what happened with Black Cat.
True.
The difference is I was all subdued and bondaged.
Look at they're all like, oh, the shiny. Whoop.
And they're all in red now. Oh.
Now she's mad at him.
There's some symbolism happening here. There's all this red. Oh, stop it. Littering nutty people. I thought you loved me.
This is the other scene that was dictated why minors need to be watched and put blocking carefully. Early rehearsals of this scene found the minor kneeling in front of John, petting the front of his pants.
And I looked down and said, "We need to change the blocking.
We need to move her over here." Because funneling your ass was better than the funnel in front.
She's on my thigh now. That's much better.
She's on the side. That's better.
Oh, and this is where we all get into. We're gonna go wake her up now. Oh, look, the veil's moving.
So they had our little fans blowing.
Yep.
We're like, oh, the stirrings.
And the fountain starts to run.
And there's Daniel and me. We're like, oh shit.
There's no metaphor there. Yeah, she's awake. Mommy's awake.
We had one job. And I think we're fired. Like, holy mother. Oh no.
I'm sorry.
So sorry. Shh. Everyone, sleepy. So yeah.
We got this.
Outnumbered, riding crop, and a bow without a string.
Oh, did they just bear the cup of libation?
Like, last drink for the road?
It's a drinking game.
It is a drinking game.
Sort of a last wish.
She's stirring. She moves. Oh, she's gonna wake up, so we should all have some snugget time. And he looks kind of like, okay.
And this is the sort of sweet, must every star that saves the night.
Is this your patented 10-minute piece at the end of the...
No, this is very short.
This is a short one. This is like 2 minutes or less.
Yeah, it's very short.
That's amazing.
Very sweet. And then it goes to Uncharmable Tremor, which is a little longer. But first we have to beat the living snot out of Cancer and Taurus.
And Tom needs to get lost in Tiffany's chest.
Yes. Don't we all?
Yes.
Stop home.
Oh, and the dance of Syrinx and Pan.
Oh, yeah. So many memories.
So everyone's turn except the nymph and the two primary officers.
That's a creepy face, too.
Well, that's because they went to grab me, and I grabbed them
and then he's grabbing us back, so we're like, we're trying to ensnare him, and he has ensnared us. It's like one of those Chinese finger traps. You try to like, oh, this is not going the way we had anticipated. He's summoning his minions. Oh no! We're getting chained to the rock.
Yeah. About one washed and brought to my tent.
Oh, those scourges that I made.
Sparkly scourges.
They were sparkly and made of vinyl, and they had to be continually repaired. Because they were really wailing with them on the floor. And then the girls are like, and I have to whack you with my red scarf. Splash! Whap! Those are stingy.
They're chanting, "Strike hard and low, mercy be off, damn them who pity," which is not in the original script, but something that we added. dramatic musical break. But, almost not.
We were trying not to enjoy it too much, actually. I was like, oh no, they're gonna whip my backside. And I'm trying not to step on their bare feet in my platform boots.
Yep, you lose your crown.
I take my crown.
And you take away his torque. And eat them! No, wait.
Yeah.
Now that's Jupiter,
Right.
coming soon to a theater near Seattle, and the reason that we're here today.
And possibly video later as well.
Right.
So,
Donate now, donate often.
yeah. Dance of Syrinx and Pan. This is a fun one because if you don't know who the hell Syrinx and Pan were, or Syrinx was in particular, and of course I didn't know, I immediately thought of the Rush song.
Of course.
But Syrinx was a maiden who Pan was smitten with, and he basically chased her around, and she was turned into reeds. And so he cut them down and made panpipes out of them. So he's basically
blowing on her all the time.
Yes, he basically cut up the girl he loved and made a musical instrument out of her body. Because Pan. And so the dance of Syrinx and Pan is a reenactment of that, and we tried to capture that in the blocking here. And again, I give Amanda all props for this. She really came together with this one.
She's very graceful.
She is. She had a lot of theatrical and dance training in her youth, it shows. And she had a really, it's funny because, you know, we talk about our found talents, and when she came on the scene, she did a lot to help us. But after the first rehearsal, she's like, they have no footwork. None whatsoever. I'm like, yes, so we will act from the waist up. So a lot of things were like, not so much with Eric, but Erin understudied Eric.
And
did the Portland shows in this role, and she was like, just chase me around the stage, and if I stop you, to stop. She was just kind of throwing him around.
I did that too.
Yeah, it was like, follow me.
Yeah, he had a hard time doing his blocking because he had been understudying and he hadn't had the time to work on it.
Yeah.
And so I literally drug him around the stage for the Portland shows.
She's become panpipes. And he's playing the panpipes.
Yeah.
And she dances.
It makes perfect sense.
It surely does. Very nice.
And then they're done doing their dance of Syrinx and Pan. But they're not quite done.
Nope.
Pan's the boss now. There's a new sheriff in town. Cowboy who dances like Michael Jackson.
Without a shirt with.
Even if he's not wearing a sparkly jacket.
Even if he's not wearing a sparkly jacket.
And they're like, oh, that was fun dancing with you. That was kind of cool. Oh, hey. I'll be your Syrinx. Yep, method acting.
I think they liked each other.
I think they really did. They really, really liked each other. No, I happen to know they did. I'm like, okay. Don't forget your cue.
The music does go on for a bit, so.
Do 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 do. Oh. Well, after a while, it was like, okay, you guys, we have to break this up. Make out in a different position. She doesn't look scared anymore.
Some of the music there is similar to some of the music in Mercury for obvious.
Uh-oh. The love of the youngsters has stirred her.
Yay!
Katie.
She was sitting on a bunch of twinkly Christmas lights that got very hot, apparently.
On her butt?
Yep.
That's funny.
This is a song that I performed 2/3 of earlier.
That's right.
Oh, Shauna has an interesting point. The red scarves that the girls were doing was the blood from the scourging.
Oh, yeah? Yeah. That makes some sense.
I'm still wearing blood at my belt there.
Well, you know. It's that time.
Yeah, it's always that time. Yeah, having all the nymphs have an outfit in red that matched what they were wearing for the first half was fun.
Mm-hmm. It was challenging too.
Yeah, sort of an alchemical symbolism to it.
And she's still in white. What could it mean?
I didn't wear shoes for that one.
Nope. Because you were Pan. Why would Pan wear shoes unless they were hoof-shaped?
They make those.
They do.
Yes, they do. But then we'd just be one step off of Fuzzy Pants Pan, and that's not what we're going for.
And we were not doing Fuzzy Pants Pan.
No, Fuzzy Pants Pan.
We had a
If you're
conversation.
gonna go fuzzy pants pan, it should be fuzzy chaps pan.
Yep. There you go. That's better. Well, there was a conversation about whether or not we were doing fuzzy pants, and the answer was no. No, we're not. Not that there's anything wrong with it, other than
Just a different.
It's just different.
It's a
from what you're doing.
different look.
stylistically, that wasn't the direction we were going.
See, and this is why I thought a lift would be easy in Soul, because Amanda made it look easy. She made it look so easy. But
It's very nice of the.
Nice subtle.
Let's bring that back down. We're about to point that towards the audience.
Yep. How strategic.
There's a lot of trust there, clearly. See, now we're friends, and she's not terrified of me anymore.
Because sex is good.
Yes.
We've learned this. She's away.
Because
She's
I get to go see the woman of my dreams now.
Do you go to her? I think she comes to you.
She comes to me.
Yeah.
Which is a violation of the rule, let the goat come to you.
When there are so many goats.
Yep. Now they're all cuddling wrapped in the bloody scarf of blood.
Yeah, we're back to remedial. John's remedial hand gestures.
Yep. Oh, thanks.
Pan looks less angry now.
He thinks
He's singing a love song.
he's in love with her.
Twirly twirl. There she is. Oh, she's getting up.
Oh, look. She's standing.
Yay!
That costume is essentially a dress that fit me, that was safely pinned down to fit her, and then a big bunch of tulle on her head.
Now, the original Bach piece that's called for here is insane. It is unreal. And Katie's like, yeah, I could learn this if I practiced every day for 6 months. And I'm like, why don't you do something else that's more in your wheelhouse and adapt it? And now I'm really happy she did, because some of the tunes that she incorporated in this, I have ideas for.
We do them we do different ones. And if we had ever done one that was as written, that would have been weird. But I miss Katie. But
it's funny because we got her to sign on as Luna really early in the project. And by the time we actually were ready to stage it, so much in her life had changed. I was really surprised that she was still able to be involved. But it was very nice that she was.
She didn't have nearly as many lines to memorize.
no,
Not
true.
Nary a line.
You know, oh, okay, play a song that I already know, and sit in a really hot seat for an hour and a half.
Wear a pretty costume and
Chill out.
yeah.
So it looks like her seat was in the audience.
Yes, it was in the back of house.
It was.
In the back row, center.
And we actually took out a row of chairs and put in a much bigger chair with a big veil enclosure around it, and
made it lit so that everybody knew exactly where it was.
Yeah, and we had attendants walk her in through the audience at the beginning as well. So basically, the audience would be seated, and then
Jason Nelson and Josh Brooks.
Josh Brooks walked her in.
Were
and seated
her bodyguards to keep the rabble away.
I believe they stood guard around her too, which was It was very fun.
Well, you never know when someone's like, I'm going to sit in Luna's lap. No, if someone's on drugs.
You never know if someone's going to show up tripping balls.
Never do know.
I think if I could have done anything differently, I would have not had my head down at this point. I would have been looking up. Although I remember part of that posture was just plain exhaustion.
Yeah. That nightgown she's wearing, I wore that for her after that. The jacket she's wearing there. That was good.
That's so pretty.
Katie married a punk rock boy and has had some beautiful children. Lives somewhere in the Southwest now.
And everybody just dissolves off into happiness.
Dissolves into ecstasy.
Yeah, I remember that feeling. That was pretty awesome.
That was pretty great. And then after all that beauty, there are 2 more lines from Cancer and Taurus. And we're like, what are we going to do to follow? How can we end this?
Why couldn't we end it there?
Yeah, couldn't we just end it there without those lines? So the moon comes back.
And everyone's vanished except the 2 people who were guarding the gate in the first place. And they're wearing white, which symbolizes being dead in other rites.
Yeah, but in this one it was more like returning to the innocent state as the fairies and fauns of the beginning.
Yep. Although maybe the fairies and fauns represent spiritual ideas and entities as well.
Yeah. Or maybe they are dead.
Yep.
They didn't get dragged off.
They did, and they come back and deliver the final lines. But yeah, in Portland, this is the costume I was trying to change to when I had to be cut out of the black corset.
Yeah, and again, part of the idea was just going full circle, where at this point, Taurus and Cancer represent the fairy and fawn at the beginning. Because they take the same positions.
And the moon is eclipsed by darkness.
Maybe it's time going by. I don't know.
Time goes by.
And then we come out and take a bow, and I remember
Is that in this?
Well, we wrote music for it that is the same speed as the music that we were taking a bow to, because everyone was dancing around to it. And the music, this is the only one that, oh no, this, do we not have the take a bow music on this? Maybe we don't.
Seem like we do.
Doesn't seem like there's anything else.
And we're done.
Wasn't there credits or something?
There must have been.
There was, but maybe
It
it's
says the
removed.
countdown says that, 5
Oh, here we go.
seconds.
Here we go. It's just long pause.
Yeah.
It took a while.
So,
There might have been music or speaking going on or something. Applause.
that's probably
I
it.
imagine the audience who was watching on the internet knows what was going on.
Yeah, more so than we do, who are sitting here without sound.
Now, I'm trying to remember, I know that that Bone Poets provided us with the song Just Because.
But we did...
we also had some original music for the Taking a Bow, because we did Mysterious Ways by U2, and people were dancing around to it, and so I tried to write something at the same relative speed.
It was appropriate.
Yeah.
Hooray!
So that was the first one we did.
First one
fun.
ever. Like, do again, but better next time. We're like, pull eyesores out and dance with them. Let's boogie.
Yep.
What was cooperation of what?
Ordo Templi Orientis.
Oh, I forgot we had done that with this one.
That was because we needed, it was a 501c3 status to get the Art Institute to work with us.
Right.
So they gave us the thumbs up for that.
Assistant. Amanda, how wonderful. Wow.
You did a nice job, Melissa Holm.
I did. Good job. Daniel
did a good job. If you were listening earlier, you could have heard Daniel talking about stuff. Amanda didn't come today because she lives in California now.
Kitty show.
Yep. Okay.
Aaron, Nick, Steven, and Tom. Ian and Jackie, Amber, Tiffany, and Kristen. Josh and David.
Yep.
Awesome.
Oh yeah.
I forgot he worked with us on that. 4G. Dana did the sound. Go Dana. We probably should say thanks and goodbye, so don't go away.
Alright, yeah, we should say things. We should make mouth sounds. So, hey everybody, it's been very swell. I'd like to thank all of our people for coming out.
Thank you.
Should we switch over to the other?
I can come back over to the video.
We can
don't need to look at the credits. You may want to sit back down.
I'll sit back down, so I'm in the shot. There you go.
We're trying to pack, starting to pack. John wants to leave.
Don't need to see the credits. They would rather see us.
Oh, we made it through our marathon.
All five.
It's been a long day.
It's cold in here.
It's very cold in here.
It's been cold all day. I need to put my coat back on.
But thanks for all of you who tuned in, and those of you who might have stuck with us through the whole thing, or even just for part of it. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Once again, we have 4 more days, 4 more days on the campaign, on the Indiegogo.
So you raise the money for Jupiter.
To raise money for Jupiter.
Amazing.
And it will be amazing. And it will happen.
Oh, yeah.
But it could be super duper amazeballs amazing with more input on the funding drive. So
I know you really just want to see me do it in a sheet in my backyard, but
it'd be really much
cooler in
better.
the theater.
if I could afford a theater.
Yes, theater and lights, pants. We looked good with pants. I wanted to thank Kevin Wiley. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Kevin. He did all of our tech today and got our streaming up, and he's been manning it all from back there.
Yep. Thank you, Kate.
Thanks to all of our sponsors, to
Sunny.
Betsy and Suge and
Molly
and Phil Sador.
Yep. And who else should we? Oh, thanks to Horizon OTO for letting us use the launch space,
which
was awesome.
Yeah.
And thank you, because you're awesome.
Thank you.
And you guys, of course, came out also. You should be directly thanked.
Exactly.
Right?
Kate and Sunny and Marcos. And people here, Javara and Josh and Shauna and Daniel and Anna and everyone who's been supportive of us already in the past with their donations, your time, your skills. If we forgot to mention you at any point during our discussion today, it is not because we don't appreciate you. Everyone, it keeps us afloat and keeps us moving forward. It's from the bottom of our hearts, hearts of our bottom.
That's true.
We've been going since 10. It's been about a 12-hour slog now, so
feeling pretty good.
Get a little loopy.
Drink some syrup.
Save it for the blood.
Tequila, John.
That is not
Save it
tequila.
for the blood.
I'll just tie a balloon to it. I can find it later.
Yeah. Find us at Eleusyve.com, Indiegogo, on Facebook, Twitter. Any questions anyone has to follow up? We're happy to answer.
Do we have any more questions on the internet?
Let me go check really quickly.
We're in a little delay.
I don't think that anything has come through. Comments are great. Shauna says, thanks, folks.
Yay.
There was an interesting thing in there. Elemental Orgy thought it was interesting hearing Pan's influence in the commentary. Shauna Jack has a comment that I'm pretty sure you can tell when it was. Whoops, how did this chain get here?
Magic.
That's where we keep it.
And to the 7 people who are still watching.
Thank you, 7 people
still watching. We love you.
We'll catch you at the next time we happen to be in the same place.
Yay! Bye-bye. And we're out.